To the clan's credit, it's worth noting that they returned fire within seconds. One of the shooters even hit the target. Almost. The round missed, ricocheting off the NC's plating. Had the lucky guard been joined by his colleagues, the assassin droid could have suffered far more. However, it was too late. The 5 guards who escaped the NC's slaughter each earned a burnt hole in their skulls from the Mandalorian woman following behind the droid. 12 seconds. It took the mercenary and the assassin droid exactly 12 seconds to dispatch the guards manning the lobby. Pathetic sacks of meat, snorted NK-47, scanning the room for signs of life. It's a shame to even waste a shot on them. Well, considering how the Hutts battered everyone who had anything to do with the Black Sun, Tira paused for a moment to fire a blaster bolt into the skull of some surviving Duros. It's still not that bad. Could it have been worse? The droid clarified. They might not have met us at all, the Mandalorian shrugged. Agree. You can't argue with that. And by the way, you got hit. Nomad nodded at the scorch mark on the NK's armor. Comment. Calculated risk. Clarification. Securing the best firing arc, the droid explained, to which the mercenary merely shook her head. Tira reloaded her blasters and checked her jetpack's fuel level. Oh, how much trouble he'd caused the soldiers outside. The guards hadn't expected the mercenary to soar 30 meters into the air from behind the droid and then unleash hell on the Kershaw soldiers' hideouts. Attacking from 2 directions, the droid and the Mandalorian were unstoppable. A symbiosis of the mercenary's professionalism and the calculated efficiency of a killing machine. After confirming that the reserve was sufficient for another 10 jumps or horizontal dashes, Tira siphoned off some of the fuel for use in the handheld flamethrower. After all, you won't be able to fly much indoors, but the flame will remain effective. Judging by the layout of the building, there should be an elevator behind those doors. Nomad pointed to the far end of the room. It should lead to Slaska's bunker. Safe guess. And Grease Zara must be with him, the droid added. Unless that pair of losers who gave us the coordinates of the clan's base weren't making up stories out of fear. Tira shrugged, checking the supply of grenades on her belt. Objection. The coordinates turned out to be correct. That's the only thing that calms me down. The droid, meanwhile, came up, looked around, and confidently headed towards one of the side doors. Where are you going? Surveillance. There's a security room behind these doors. Assumption. The security post must be equipped with a surveillance system. That makes sense. The mercenary joined the droid. Before entering, both readied their weapons. As soon as the door slid open, Tira rolled into the room, coming out of her role into a kneeling combat stance and assessing the situation before her. NK followed, covering sectors out of the mercenary's line of sight. Clean, the Mandalorian reported. I confirm, the droid responded. In addition to a weapons rack, a doorless bathroom, a protein converter, and a small refrigerator, a video surveillance console was also found in the room. NK-47 quickly approached the terminal and began hacking the security with inhuman speed. It took the droid less than a minute to enter the surveillance network. A hologram opened above the console, displaying live camera feeds. 34 video streams, each in its own cell of the shared holoscreen. 4 of the cameras were disabled. Assumption. The enemy must have destroyed the surveillance equipment at its location. This means we won't be able to find out what's in the bunker. I confirm, the droid agreed. Note. However, as I assume, I have discovered video from a camera located outside the bunker. NK enlarged one of the images to show the massive sliding doors in the narrow passage. Damn, it's like we locked ourselves in a safe, the mercenary snorted. An attack plan against such a fortified structure required careful thought, but they had no time. Every minute of delay increased the chances that Kershaw would call on his patrons from the Black Sun for help, and that was a whole new level of danger. Threat assessment. We have a 95% chance of encountering fierce resistance, the NK noted. Recommendation: don't use the elevator, but go down the shaft and blow up the doors with a thermal detonator. That won't work, the mercenary objected. The shockwave will go through the mine and cover us. Addition: the heat wave will also spread up the shaft, but significantly weakened. The droid nodded in agreement.
Proposal. If we place the detonator in the elevator cabin, its walls will help direct the blast energy toward the door. The portion that breaks through into the shaft will be insignificant and easily absorbed by my plating and your Mandalorian armor. Nomad crossed her arms and tilted her head slightly, considering the droid's proposal. Overall, she was inclined to agree with the plan, as they knew of no other way into the bunker. However, would the thermal detonator be powerful enough to breach the bunker doors, which were likely reinforced with durasteel? The mercenary expressed her concerns to her partner. NK-47 calculated the specific strength of a sliding door made of durasteel in just a few seconds. It then compared it with the calculated explosion yield and accounted for the effects of high temperatures. Information: the power of 2 M5 detonators should be enough to partially destroy the structure, the droid reported. And what about the wave that we will get? Rating: acceptable power.
Taking a deep breath, Tira nodded in agreement. Then let's use your plan. We blow it up, break in, and sow chaos. I confirm. However, before the squad moved towards the elevator shaft, NK received a contact request from the Master. A cheerful greeting. Good afternoon, Master, the droid began enthusiastically. Report. Your mission is progressing successfully. Tira rolled her eyes, but it was hidden under her helmet. The mission will have to be suspended, Revan said. I have a new assignment for you, one that is far more important at the moment. The droid was somewhat disconcerted and even a little upset if the emotion simulation module was correct. However, he could not disobey his master's order. Accepted, Master, NK said humbly. Request: may I inquire what kind of mission awaits me?
Nothing special, the former Sith chuckled. Just a redistribution of the Coruscant criminal underworld and the elimination of the leaders of one local gang in order to seize control of the entire organization. The information delighted the assassin droid beyond words. Of course. After all, he could shoot a couple dozen more of these useless sacks of meat. Nomad tapped the droid's chest plate gently, getting his attention. When NK turned the gaze of his scarlet optical sensors to her, the mercenary pointed to the chaos surrounding them, clearly hinting at something. The droid instantly realized what the Mandalorian was trying to say. Joyful message. Master, we've already started. There was silence in the open communication channel. What? Revan finally asked in a quiet voice. Repeat message. We have already begun to carry out your order, the droid responded.
May the Force save us, the former Sith whispered barely audibly. Explain what you said. Explanation. During the execution of the previous assignment, I, with the possible assistance of the Mandalorian female, Hey! The mercenary was indignant and threw a piece of an overturned table at NK. Clink. The assassin droid didn't even flinch as the duraplast shard hit the back of his head. The search led me and I... Nomad reminded of her presence. Correction. We. NK reluctantly agreed, looking indifferently at the mercenary pointing the gun at him. What next? Revan urged. We managed to find a lead leading to 2 criminal organizations collaborating with the Moons. Silence in the channel again. The explosion of the Hyperstar office and the shootout on the lower levels. Was it your doing? I confirm.
Shit bantas, Revan hissed. Where are you now, and who are you fighting with?
Explanation. We are at the Kirshah clan base. I am sending the coordinates. Kirshah. Something familiar, the former Sith drawled. Maul intervened in the conversation. Apparently, Revan was in the quarters aboard the Eagle. Master,
The Kirshak clan is actively cooperating with the Black Sun, the Zabrak reported. The situation could prove useful, Revan concluded. Kirsha will help us reach the Sun's main refuge. Exactly so, Master. Excellent, the former Sith snapped his fingers. NK needs to interrogate the Kirshak fighters and find out from them everything they know about the Black Sun. The droid surveyed the carnage around him. NK ? Revan called out without waiting for an answer. Tira just chuckled, watching the droid, whose computing power was thrown into somehow explaining to the Master that there was no one to interrogate yet. Is anyone alive? Revan asked, guessing the reason for the droid's hesitation. Uncertain remark. Yes, probably, NK finally answered. Observation. It seems that those 2 guards are still alive. Nah, Tira shook her head, checking her armor's sensor readings. One's in a deep coma with a broken head, and the other… interesting. The head's separated from the body, but the heart beats thanks to the residual impulses of the secondary nervous system. An interesting race. Too bad it's unclear which one. Couldn't you have shot more carefully? Irritated response. Actually, those are scorch marks from your flamethrower, and your thermal detonator, the mercenary retorted. So, Revan interrupted the squabble. As I understand it, there is no one to interrogate? NK hesitated. Loyalty protocols forced the emotion simulation module to simulate regret and guilt. Clarification. Not quite so, Master. Explain? Clarification. We haven't captured the clan leader yet. He might have the information we need. This information softened Revan's mood somewhat. Well then, finish what you started. Capture the clan leader and bring him to me. Meet me at the coordinates I'll send you now. We still have much to do, so don't waste time. Yes, Master. The connection was lost. Blasters in stun mode? Nomad chuckled. The droid nodded sadly. Sometimes he hated the Master's orders, but he could not disobey. Well, I'll have to restrain myself. However, the logic block threw up an interesting thought. Only the leader needed to be delivered alive. The mission just got its colors back. At the same time, Revan, Dawn Eagle, public landing site DB-2313, sector 2310, level 1011, Coruscant. The ship's master was deep in thought. In the few hours since his conversation with Jabba, Revan, with Maul's assistance, had concocted a perfectly viable plan for a minor coup in Coruscant's criminal underworld. It's also worth noting that the former Sith had spent most of that time negotiating over Holocom. After all, according to Revan's plan, Black Sun would cease to exist in the coming days, and the Blood Talons would take its place. The Dawn Eagle's master first contacted Zero the Hutt, the cartel's representative on Coruscant. The overgrown slug was slippery. While Jabba generally kept his word, earning his reputation and respect on Tatooine, his cousin was renowned for always coming out on top, regardless of the initial terms of the deal. Blackmail, extortion, and betrayal were the local crime boss's primary tools of influence. This raised alarming thoughts and fostered distrust of the Coruscant Hutt. The original plan was for Revan to eliminate the Black Sun leadership and reveal the coordinates of their main strongholds, after which Zero would take control of the designated territory. A decapitated gang would be powerless to resist the Hutt fighters. Maul, who had studied the local groups well in his time, believed that Black Sun would not resist for long. Some of the top brass might stand firm, but the rank-and-file fighters and enforcers wouldn't wait to be slaughtered. Upon learning that the gang's leadership, that is, everyone with real power, connections, and the means to fend off attacks from law enforcement or the cartel, was dead, the small fry would scatter to find new patrons. And this is where Zero the Hutt comes in to offer Black Sun a seat in the cartel. However, after studying information about Zero and talking to him personally, Revan changed his plan.
The former Sith spent about an hour talking with Tatooine. The shadow leader of the Blood Talons enlisted the gang's local leader, Tycho Dorma, in his scheme. Dorma was overjoyed to oblige the one who had gotten him out of Jabba's palace alive and well. However, perhaps the former Sith's subtle mental influence was the culprit. Revan didn't abandon the gang he controlled on a desert planet without a reason. The leader had been carefully manipulated through the Force, forming a bond with the former Sith. Revan had learned this trick from Vitiate during his 300-year bond with his mind. Dorma went to great lengths to pretend that the Talons served the cartel, while in reality they remained the Lord's slave, which is how Revan introduced himself on his first visit to the gang's lair. During a holocom session, the Tatooine leader of the Talons revealed that, in accordance with the orders of their master, Revan himself, they had begun to establish an agent network in the core worlds. The Talons lacked the resources, both financial and human, to form fully autonomous cells, but they were perfectly capable of sending a dozen capable individuals to key Republic planets. A certain Ran Fevro had been on Coruscant for several weeks. This enterprising young man was gathering information about the true rulers of the heart of the Republic. The Senate was meaningless below the third tier of a megalopolis. Several large factions ruled, dividing the lower tiers among themselves. Prominent among them were the Hutts, the somewhat diminished Black Sun, and the Outcasts. The Outcasts never rose above level 1,300, and therefore rarely crossed paths with other major players. Fevro had also heard rumors of a pair of strange men in black robes who were responsible for the destruction of the sun. Someone even made the idiotic suggestion that the two were Jedi. One of them was even seen wielding a red Jedi weapon. To find out more, Ran joined the Black Sun. The gang was actively recruiting new members, seeking to rebuild after the brief war with the cartel. And now the Lord himself has contacted him. The same one who just over a month ago elevated the Talons from a mere port gang into full-fledged representatives of the cartel in Mos Espa, and was on friendly terms with Jabba himself. And now the mysterious Lord was offering Fevro the leadership of the Talons here on Coruscant. When Ran asked, surprised, where the Talons would come from, the leader hinted that Talons would soon sprout from the sun. "Master," Revan was pulled out of his thoughts by Maul's voice. "Apprentice?" the ship's master responded, emerging from the meditative trance into which the former Jedi had unknowingly fallen while developing a plan to take over Coruscant's criminal underworld. "We received a message from Zero the Hutt," the Zabrak replied, kneeling. "We have the coordinates of all Black Sun safe houses known to the cartel." "Okay," Revan nodded. "We'll get the missing part after NK and Tira complete their mission." The former Sith rose to his feet and used the Force to straighten his cape, causing the hem of the cloak to fly back as if it had been lifted by a gust of hurricane wind. The Mandalorian mask, which had been lying on the table until now, obediently floated through the air towards its owner. "As for you, Maul," Revan continued, "I have a task for you." "What is your will, Lord?" The Zabrak lowered his head in humility and anticipation. Although the former Sith was not a supporter of such treatment, it was impossible to do otherwise with Maul. His previous mentor had instilled Sith etiquette too deeply in his apprentice. "You will go to the coordinates we received from the Hutts and provide the necessary conditions for the rebirth of the sun into the claws," Revan said imperiously. "Destroy their leaders, show them our power, give them fear, bring them pain." As the former Sith spoke these words, his eyes grew increasingly golden. Maul's body trembled slightly, driven by the sense of unstoppable power emanating from his mentor. Revan felt the dark side enveloping him in a soft shroud. Its inaudible whisper, somewhere on the edge of his consciousness, grew ever clearer. It wasn't a voice, no, but a thought, an intent, a desire. The former Sith remembered that feeling very well. The Force was guiding him once again, but now it was fulfilling his desires rather than dictating its will. Sith used the dark side of the Force, bending it to their will, harnessing its power with their consciousness, their feelings, and their emotions, using this power to achieve what they desired. And when they know terror and despair, Revan continued, his voice growing colder, give them hope. Tell them of your master. Let them learn of the Lord who leads the blood claws, and bring them to me. The Zabrak could barely find the strength to breathe. The Master's power was overwhelming, scorching him with the heat of his strength. Maul suddenly felt as if he were not on a ship, but standing on the very edge of a cliff, with the molten magma of Mustafar's never-sleeping volcanoes raging below. And suddenly, that force stopped pressing on the Zabrak's shoulders. Instead, he felt a wave of heat pass through him, leaving behind strength, power. Rise, apprentice, Revan ordered. Maul obeyed. A veritable storm raged within him. The power was intoxicating, awakening emotions that the Zabrak struggled to control. Fear, anger, respect for his mentor, a thirst for power, all mingled into a single hurricane. Maul could barely stand on his trembling legs, and with superhuman effort forced himself to look at his mentor. Revan looked at him with a searching gaze. The ancient lord's eyes glowed golden, reflecting the power of the dark side that this truly unique Force user now wielded. Control your emotions, apprentice, Revan said evenly. Do not try to hold them back. It is impossible. The Zabrak's eyes widened in surprise. If he couldn't contain his emotions, then how the hell was he supposed to control them? The mentor chuckled, sensing his student's emotions. Don't hold them, but control them. Channel your fear, become faster. Harness your rage, turn it into strength. Don't strive to be like me. Be better. With each phrase, a new wave of force coursed through Maul's body. He felt his emotions shifting, flaring and fading, as if they were reaching out to tap into the energy that the great Force carried within itself. Maul felt his mentor channel a barely perceptible bolt of energy through the barely strengthened Force bond, sending a surge of fear through the Zabrak.
Revan was showing by example how to control oneself and, if necessary, one's interlocutor. Maul carefully allowed the raging flow of the Force, brought by the dark side, to enter his body. Following his mentor's silent instructions, the Zabrak cast aside his fear, using it to strengthen his body. In his wake came rage, threatening to cloud his mind. It wasn't easy, but Maul understood the basics of what Revan was trying to convey. The student suddenly realized that the surrounding Force no longer pressed, burned, or caused discomfort. No, it enveloped the Zabrak from head to toe, bestowing a feeling of freedom and boundless power. Remember this feeling, apprentice, Revan said with an approving smile. You are still at the beginning of the path to the dark side, but today you have taken your first conscious steps along it. Thank you, Lord, Maul bowed. Now go, complete your task. Yes, sir. The Zabrak stood up and silently left the ship.
Revan took several deep breaths, calming his emotions and blocking out the power of the dark side that was increasingly trying to push the Sith into action. Having calmed his mind, Revan rubbed his temples and sank into a chair near the holoprojector. He hadn't planned on conducting this brief lesson with Maul for some time. The Zabrak had barely begun to grasp the true power of the dark side. And yet, the Force dictated otherwise. And in matters of training, Revan tried to heed its will, especially since Maul's training was essential for the plan to succeed. Unsure of himself and consumed by fear and anger, the Zabrak could fail the mission, and that couldn't be allowed. One day, Anakin would undergo the same training, but first, the boy had to learn to wield the light. But all that would come later. Now I needed to carry out my part of the plan. And it wasn't the most difficult one anyway. Revan fiddled with the mask, secured it to his face, and departed the Dawn Eagle. The NK was soon to deliver Kirsha to the designated location. The former Sith had no doubt the droid would carry out his orders. 3 hours later, abandoned cantina, Sector 2311, Level 1011. Revan was in a semi-meditative state, twirling the hilt of his lightsaber in the air with the Force. He had sensed Tira and NK's approach long before they arrived, and so he prepared to interrogate them. However, it didn't take much effort to obtain the information he needed. The battered and scorched Quarren, who had lost half his whiskers, was willing to do anything to be saved from the maniac droid and the crazy mercenary. "Observation. We processed it a little, Master," explained NK, "so as not to waste time. The knife will smell like fish for a week now," Tira added with disdain. Realizing that the master and employer of his tormentors stood before him, Slask began to howl and beg for mercy. He enthusiastically answered questions and tried to please the masked man in front of him in every way. From the very first moment, Revan sensed the Quarren's emotions and intentions through the Force. Slask wanted to live and was terrified beyond belief. The head of the Kirsha clan was willing to do anything to stay alive, and this gave Revan an idea. "Well, if that's all you can be of use to me," the former Sith began in Slask's native language, demonstratively gripping the hilt of his deactivated sword more comfortably. Quarren's Force flared with pure terror. "No, I can still be useful," Slask pleaded. "Oh, and with what?" Revan feigned interest. I have a lot of connections. A lot. I work with a lot of black market traders. I have access to the Justice Corps servers," the Quarren screamed. "I can get anything, and fast. I have the best smugglers in the galaxy working for me." The latter was an exaggeration, but overall Revan was pleased with his interlocutor's enthusiasm. "Well then, Kirsha Slusk," the former Sith said, touching the Quarren's mind with the Force. "From now on, you will serve me, and me alone. Your clan will join the Blood Claws and carry out my will." "Yes, of course," answered Slask, nodding vigorously. "Try to betray me, and you will disappear from this world, dissolving in an ocean of pain," Revan continued, strengthening the influence on the Quarren's mind. "From now on, I am your master, and my name is Lord." Like Dorma, Kirsha will now follow the will of his lord, sincerely believing that he is doing so of his own free will. "Yes, sir," was the last thing Kirsha Slask said before losing consciousness. The mercenary approached and poked the unconscious body with the toe of her boot. "Without all this," Tira waved her hand vaguely in the air, "it was impossible to have this high-flown nonsense?" Revan shrugged. "It's possible, but in some situations it's necessary. Suggestion affects the mind of every individual living being differently. And, oddly enough, the consciousness of those who strive for power is susceptible to precisely this kind of theatricality." The former Sith was sure the Mandalorian rolled her eyes. Unfortunately, her face was hidden under her helmet. "Impatient query. Master, do we have a next target?" the droid interjected. "Oh yes," Revan drawled contentedly. "Slask kindly gave us the possible coordinates of Black Sun's main refuge. According to him, Dal Peri himself is hiding there." The communicator beeped, indicating an incoming signal. The former Sith took out a portable holocommunicator and activated it. A hologram of Maul appeared above the disc clutched in his palm. "Master," the Zabrak greeted Revan with a bow. "Tell me, student." "I eliminated the first of the 3 Black Sun shelters and discovered something important." Quickly, Revan was surprised by his protégé's efficiency. "In just a few hours, you dealt with the guarded target, and without any preparation." "That's not entirely true, Lord," the Zabrak bowed his head. "I chose the least fortified location. Moreover, I had been in this building before and knew its layout. I managed to eliminate most of the guards before they discovered me." "Commendable," Revan nodded. The mercenary and NK snorted at the same time. "Dilettante," Tira said barely audibly. Action rating below average, the droid echoed. The former Sith hissed at them irritably, telling them to shut up. What have you found out, student? Revan returned to the conversation. This place turned out to be some kind of brothel for a select group of clients. I was lucky. Among today's customers was one of the Black Sun's deputy leaders. There is no luck, there is only the Force, Revan said automatically. What did you manage to find out from this man? His name was Ho Rava Rava. He gave out the coordinates of Dalperi's hideout, Maul replied with barely concealed pride. The communicator beeped, confirming receipt of the file with coordinates. -NK, Revan tossed the droid a datapad, check it. It took the mechanical killer just a couple of seconds to compare the two sets of coordinates. Conclusion. Master, the information received from Slaska and Rava Rava is completely consistent. It was a success. By sending Maul on a mission to intimidate Black Sun, to ease their transition to the Hutts, and in effect his direct command, Revan hadn't counted on the Zabrak also obtaining valuable information. Now Slaska's words were more credible. Even though the Quarren couldn't lie to a gifted Jedi, it remained possible that the coordinates he'd provided merely led to a meeting place between intermediaries. However, the information from the deputy head of the Sun pointed to the same place. Maul might not have sensed the lie. However, his interrogation methods. Let's just say that in 3 hours of waiting, Revan managed to discover exactly how the heads of Black Sun had been eliminated last time. Excellent work, student, the mentor praised the Zabrak. Thank you, Lord. Continue with the mission. We'll verify the information we received. Yes, sir. The hologram disappeared. Nomad demonstratively clicked the blaster handle, pushing the power cell into place. HK-47 stood motionless, his optical sensors trained on his creator. Well then, Revan put the communicator back in his pouch. Let's go visit Mr. Perry? A request with the hope of a positive answer. Should we take grenades? The NK issued. Revan rubbed his mask with a sigh. Take it, he agreed. The droid almost sparkled with such joy that even Tira noticed. Be careful not to burn, the mercenary chuckled. Anticipating. Oh, someone will definitely burn today, NK said dreamily, and it will definitely not be me. Let's move, Revan ordered, heading for the exit. The droid and the mercenary followed after. Just 20 minutes later, 3 bloodclaws, including a Mandalorian, a former Jedi, and an assassin droid, were ready to attack a cantina building. However, despite its appearance, it was actually the hideout of the Black Sun leader. There was a lot of security, even at first glance. 4 fighters at the entrance next to the bouncer, 5 on the roof, 4 patrols of 4 fighters each circling the building, and the Force knows how many more inside. And the Force did know, and it prompted its adept. Revan clearly sensed the presence of nearly 50 sentient beings, their emotions dominated by fear. Apparently, news of the destroyed base had reached the locals, and by then, Maul could have moved on to the next one. Security must have been beefed up. That complicated matters. The NK also recorded a video surveillance network, an emergency lock system with automatic armored shutters on windows and doors, as well as several connected turrets. It was decided to attack from 3 directions. Tira was approaching through the roof. With her backpack, reaching her target would be a matter of seconds. NK attacked through the back entrance, making as much noise as possible, drawing the main defenders on the lower floors. Revan, meanwhile, was entering the building through a side window on the 2nd floor. They needed to get inside before the lockdown triggered, isolating the building. The moment a grenade exploded near the back door and one of the guards fell from the roof, the former Sith was already racing toward the window. The patrol, inopportunely intercepted, was no match for the gifted warrior, who used the Force to accelerate and strengthen his body.
cut through the squad like a hot knife through butter. His black blade of light traced 2 short arcs, ending 4 lives at once.
The swordsman himself, without slowing, leaped 6 meters into the air and, sending a shockwave ahead of him that shattered the fiberglass window, flew into the second-floor corridor of the Black Sun shelter. A security turret, reacting to the stranger's appearance, was immediately crushed by the force. A pair of guards caught his eye and were instantly pulled toward the former Sith and stabbed to death with a plasma blade. The sounds of battle and shouts could be heard below. Several explosions shook the building. NK was enjoying himself to the fullest. "I'm inside," Revan reported over the encrypted channel. "Me too," came Tira's voice. "Roof, clear. Moving up the 4th floor. Resistance is minimal." "Situation report. The 1st floor is almost cleared," NK-47 responded. "Resistance is fierce, but only light small arms are being used." "Accepted," Revan replied. "According to the information received, Perry is holed up somewhere on the 3rd floor." "I hacked the internal surveillance network," Nomad immediately reported. "There's a fortified room on the 3rd floor, isolated from the main network. I'll put my helmet down. It's there. It's also a great spot for an ambush, though." "Great. Let's meet there." "Accepted." "I confirm." The next second, the security system activated. The windows were sealed with armored shutters, and the lighting switched to emergency mode, plunging the building into darkness. A squad of 6 people burst into the corridor Revan was moving through. The former Jedi reacted by jumping to the side, hiding behind a ledge. Several blaster bolts fired by particularly nimble fighters were deflected by the blade of a lightsaber. The black blade created almost no glare, which was convenient in the dimly lit corridor. Still, it was difficult to mistake the weapon of the Force users for anything else. "It's a Jedi," one of the guards shouted. The squad took up positions at the far exit of the corridor. The Force told them that Black Sun fighters would soon arrive from the rear as well. Focusing for a moment, Revan struck the mind trick into the consciousness of the same screaming guard. "Spiders! Spiders everywhere! They'll eat you alive from the inside," the former Jedi thought to himself. The man who was hit suddenly jumped up and spun around on the spot. "Ah! Help! Get them off me!" he screamed. Throwing aside the blaster, the poor fellow began to try to shake off the terrifying-looking arthropods that only he could see. "Val, shut up and get back to cover," the squad leader barked. But the man, driven mad by fear, didn't care what anyone said. The power fueled his fear, burning away his victim's mind. Val Ratka, that was the poor fellow's name, didn't even notice how, in his effort to escape the illusion, he had snagged the detonator of the grenade attached to his belt. The explosion took the lives of the entire squad because there was nowhere to go in the narrow corridor. Revan shielded himself with a force barrier, deflecting the shockwave toward the window. The blast shield held the impact, but the wall next to it did not. Part of the structure couldn't withstand the force of the blast and was thrown out. The force warned of danger, and Revan spun sharply toward the nearest corridor exit, assuming the stance of his Soresu form. The blade at his head pointed toward the enemy, ready to shield its wielder. The soldiers bursting into the corridor immediately opened fire on the stranger, but encountered an impenetrable lightsaber shield. Swift and precise blade movements deflected shot after shot, often redirecting blaster bolts back at the shooters. The intensity of the fire was clearly insufficient to worry the experienced swordsman, but Revan decided not to prolong the fight. He needed to move on to his target. Having deflected another shot, the former Jedi drew a second blade from his belt and hurled it toward the remaining fighters. Controlled by telekinesis, the sword struck down 2 more shooters in a complex trajectory. The remaining one was strangled in cold blood. Adjusting his cloak, Revan moved toward the passage to the 3rd floor. On the stairs, he encountered 3 more fighters. However, something unexpected happened. One of the three drew a blaster and shot his comrades in the back, killing both before they could raise their weapons. The former Jedi disarmed the shooter with the Force and pinned him against the wall. "Master, I am on your side," the guard pleaded as the sword's blade lightly burned the skin of his neck. "I serve the claws faithfully." "Who are you?" Revan asked in an icy voice, already guessing the answer. "Ran Fevro. I'm Ran Fevro." The former Sith stepped back and lowered his blade. "I can help," the Talon spy said. "I've managed to secure the support of several commanders who are tired of butting heads with the cartel. They want money and power, and so they're ready to join the Talons." The man wasn't lying. Revan would have sensed it. "Where is Dal Perry?" he asked. "In his throne room, as he calls it," Rand snorted. "The room is reinforced with sheet armor and heavily guarded, but there are people inside ready to help." "Great. Can you contact them?" "Certainly." "Then warn them that we are coming. Right now." Having sent the scout ahead of him, the former Jedi headed towards the throne room. The third-floor hallway greeted Revan with a scene straight out of the Mandalorian Wars. Gunshot marks on the walls, shattered furniture, smoldering debris, and two colorful characters finishing off the wounded. HK and Tira acted surprisingly well coordinated, as if they had been working together for years. However, Revan suspected the reason. The assassin droid had in-depth knowledge of Mandalorian combat methods and tactics. Adapting to the mercenary was easy. "You're slowing down," Nomad chuckled, turning to those who entered. "Who's with you?" "Our spy is in the enemy camp," the former Sith nodded towards Ran. "Observation. Unsightly for a spy," NK summed up. "And yet." "How are we going to open this safe?" Tira asked a reasonable question, interrupting the scout's discussion. "Assessment. Almost half a meter of durasteel in place of the door, and about the same amount of armor on the walls," the droid estimated. "The current ammunition load won't be enough to destroy the obstacles. However, the weight of the structure exceeds the maximum load of the floors. Everything is supported by additional supports on the second floor. Suggestion. Blow up the supports and collapse the shelter onto the first floor." "It's not a given it'll hurt him," Tira countered. "We need to get inside, not shake things up like a cocktail in a cantina." "I can help," Ran Fevro joined the discussion. "How?" The Mandalorian turned to him. "There are people loyal to the Talons inside. They can open the door. Or I can just cut a passage." Revan tossed the hilt of his lightsaber in his palm. "That's an option," the mercenary agreed. However, no cutting was necessary. Ran received confirmation from his companions that they were ready to open the door. As soon as the three invaders took up positions, Fevro gave the signal. The guards clearly didn't expect the attack to come not only from without, but also from within. The brief battle passed without serious consequences for Revan and his squad. A couple of scorch marks on their armor didn't count. 4 of the 6 Talon loyalists survived the attack. The Black Sun fighters were no match for the Jedi, the assassin droid, and the Mandalorian mercenary, especially with their comrades shooting at them from behind. Revan led the way, shielding his companions with his blade, while HK and Tira whittled down the enemy at an alarming rate. The stationary turrets were destroyed, and the security droids were disabled with the Force. The Sun's leader sat on a peculiar throne made from weapons and explosives crates. Despite his guards being slaughtered in seconds, he appeared overly confident. Apparently, the barely noticeable force shield surrounding the throne gave him courage. NK growled in displeasure as the shot aimed straight at the overconfident upstart's forehead was absorbed by the force field. "How much did the Hutt spend to hire a Jedi?" Dal Perry smirked defiantly. Revan moved slowly towards the throne. "Oh, how formidable we are," Perry drawled. "But I wouldn't go any further." The Black Sun leader demonstratively raised his right hand, clutching a detonator, and kicked one of the crates at the foot of his throne. The crate burst open, revealing the explosives concealed within. The detonator's trigger had already been pressed. "There's enough here to destroy half a block, so don't worry if you value your life," Perry said brazenly. Revan froze in place, but the former Jedi was far from idle. He concentrated and tried to penetrate the barrier and reach his opponent. It was not working. The force field was interfering with his ability to channel the force. "Observation, Master. The barrier is powered by 2 generators, a primary and a backup. The primary is hidden behind a panel in the ceiling directly above the throne. The backup is under the dome and is currently unavailable," the NK reported over a secure channel. Since the droid did not use its vocoder, and Revan was completely silent, those around him could not hear the conversation. "So now you will listen to me." The leader of the Sun rose from his throne. "Proposal. The shield can't be powered by both generators simultaneously. The backup one only activates after 45 hundredths of a second, which causes the shield to deactivate for the same amount of time," the droid continued. "Recommendation. Simultaneous attack on both generators. A single accurate hit will be enough to destroy the backup. Nomad fires first at the primary generator. I'll follow with the backup." The plan was risky, but the alternative was to submit to Perry. Revan nodded slowly. Tira did the same. "I admit you surprised me," Dal Perry continued. "Coming to my home and breaking into the throne room with just the 3 of you. Talent is evident." The mercenary and the assassin droid, meanwhile, carefully prepared to shoot. "Alert. Awaiting command, Master," the droid reported. Revan nodded again, which did not escape the attention of the gang leader. "I see you're nodding," Perry grinned. "So you're the leader?" "Of course. Who else but a Jedi? Tell me, Jedi, how much does it cost to buy a Knight of the Republic?" "I am not a Jedi," Revan replied, simultaneously raising his hand in the direction of the Black Sun leader. At that moment, 2 shots rang out, almost merging into one. The force field protecting Dal Perry flickered and disappeared. Shocked by what had happened, the gang leader remembered the detonator and, with a malicious grin, was about to release the detonation button when he suddenly discovered that he could not move. Revan slowly approached the throne, holding his opponent steady with the force. Dal Perry's mind proved surprisingly resistant to suggestion. It was a shame to lose such a determined individual, but enemies are never left behind. Revan had learned that lesson long ago, and at a very high price. The former Sith approached the now puffing former leader of Black Sun and looked into his eyes. Hatred, mixed with joy? It was all clearly visible in his gaze. Without saying a word, the former Sith plunged his lightsaber into the paralyzed opponent's chest. Only when the last trace of Dal Perry's life had faded from the Force did Revan deactivate the blade and release his grip on the Force, leaving only his hand holding the detonator motionless. "NK, take care of the bombs," he ordered. "Tira, rummage through their terminals. Maybe we'll find something useful." The droid and the mercenary began to carry out the instructions without further ado. Revan turned to Ran Fevro. "And you and I have much to discuss," the former Jedi said wearily. "The time has come for the Blood Claws to replace the Black Sun." Chapter 25. This Damned World Again. Chapter 25. This Damned World Again. Coruscant, Level 909, Sector A21. Level 909 was never known for its tranquility or clean streets. De facto border territory between the Hutt cartel and the remnants of the local Black Sun syndicate cell, the level became a veritable battlefield with minor skirmishes between the factions occurring almost hourly. On several occasions, the leaders of the opposing sides launched all-out war, sending hundreds of their own and hired fighters into battle on armed speeders. The civilian population has long since fled their homes, escaping the fate of being caught between a rock and a hard place. However, quite recently, everything changed. Shots and explosions no longer echoed in every alley. The wrecked and burned out speeders had been cleared from the streets, the barricades had been dismantled, and even the power had been restored. And in Sector A21, the previously unthinkable happened. Construction crews arrived in the area and restored the surrounding buildings, and some former residents even risked returning. However, upon closer inspection, this wasn't surprising. After all, Black Sun had ceased operations on Coruscant for almost a month now. They were replaced by the previously unknown Blood Talons, rumored to be subservient to the cartel. This appeared to be true, as the gang war ended with a truce immediately after a certain lord, claiming to be the leader of the Talons, met with Zero, a local Hutt representative. The fighting ceased. The 909th ceased to be a front line, becoming instead the location of the Talons' central lair. Or at least, that's what the locals thought. Revan was lost in thought, moving slowly through the corridors of the newly constructed Blood Talons' headquarters. Correction. The corridors of his own headquarters. After all, contrary to the cartel's beliefs, the Talons obeyed him, and him alone. You should have seen the look on Zero the Hutt's face when Revan, disguised as the Lord, informed him that he served Jabba personally, but was willing to assist him on the orders of his boss. This meant that the Talons were also loyal to the Tatooine crime lord, so Zero could shove his orders deep down. Ran Fevro, who had taken control of the remnants of Black Sun and transformed them into the Blood Talons, was present at the meeting and nearly shit himself when he saw the Hutt's rage and hatred glaring at them. Zero spent a good half-hour sputtering and promising the most horrific punishments his sick imagination could conjure. But Revan's unshakable will, coupled with his composure and confidence, forced the local cartel representative to retreat. Although, perhaps it was the explosives he'd taken with him and the very same detonator with which Dal Perry had threatened Revan. The Force had almost no effect on the slugs' minds. The former Jedi remembered this very well. Jabba, for his part, was delighted with the situation. He'd wiped the floor with his dear uncle, raised his standing with the Hutt Council, and gained access to the heart of the Republic, Coruscant, previously closed to all but Zero. Ultimately, Zero held a grudge against Jabba, who in turn latched onto his uncle's every trough, trying to find the point where Zero would simply lose his patience and disregard the cartel's rules by declaring war on his nephew. The Talons, under Fevro's leadership and with Revan's tacit consent, revived some of their old business, establishing a low-level arms trade, and also entered the smuggling market, grabbing a slice of Zero's profits. Turnover was still small, but for the first month, the results were quite respectable. Moreover, business was gaining momentum. Old suppliers and clients returned, goods flowed in from the Outer Rim, and mercenary activity increased on Coruscant. A third of the income went to Tatooine as payment for the Hutt's patronage. A tenth of the remainder went to the Justice Corps, which, having received its loans, became deaf and blind to everything that happened in the lower levels, and sometimes even in the markets of the upper city. Zero gnashed his teeth, assessing the flow of money that, although going to the cartel, bypassed his pocket, but he dared not do anything. His influence on the council had diminished significantly after the Black Sun incident, and he wouldn't risk going against the entire cartel. His position, incapable of eliminating his competitors for several years, was exacerbated by the ease with which a single squad of Tatooine's Blood Talons had dealt with the situation. The throne beneath his regal-tailed ass was shaking like never before. Any minute now, the cartel might decide that Jabba would be better suited to Coruscant than the now lost Zero. Fevro proved to be an exceptionally skilled manager, managing to quickly establish business and rein in the remnants of Black Sun. The bandits essentially didn't care who they worked for, and the absence of problems with the cartel, which had become a solid protection racket, and the stable income confidently tipped the scales in favor of joining the Talons. The leaders of individual factions and small gangs, just in case, received a dose of reprimand from Revan. Those who categorically disagreed with the current situation quickly disappeared from view and from the world of the living. The NK provided a guarantee. Even with just over a third of their income on Coruscant, the Talons' income remained quite substantial. A portion was sent directly to Tycho Dorm, helping the Tatooine unit grow in size and influence, which had already grown considerably thanks to the flow of contraband into and out of the capital. The Talons idolized Revan, as everyone in the gang knew to whom they owed their ever-increasing prosperity. Just a few months ago, they were surviving in the dusty shacks of Tatooine, but now they controlled the markets and spaceport of Mos Espa, established a foothold on Coruscant, and had practically become Jabba's favorites. Revan had no intention of stopping there. His plans included expanding his influence on Tatooine and Coruscant, legalizing his business, and entering open markets. A Republic Chamber of Commerce license was expensive, but it granted access to virtually any planet. It would have been much easier to obtain a Trade Federation license, but after the Naboo crisis, the Nemoidians and their partners were out of favor with the Senate. Having obtained permission to trade in Republic space, the Talons would be able to establish arms shipments from the Outer Rim. After all, manufacturer certificates, like approval for use in Republic territory, were easily bought or counterfeited. Senate committees were practically openly trading them. Revan increasingly saw how rotten the Republic was from within. It needed cleansing, the purifying flames of conflict. And that was precisely what Sidious promised, and Revan wished him luck. The former Jedi himself intended to continue strengthening his position on the galactic stage. For now, to most sentient beings, he was a nobody. A mere nobody. But as his bank account filled, that mere ceased to be so empty. In just a month, the Lord's name had become at least known, and in some places even remembered, in the criminal circles of the core worlds. Revan planned to do the same outside the shadowy Republic. The merchant Vanna Shan had already registered a small trading firm, Obsidian, which would focus on cargo transportation and small-scale trade. Small-scale, for now. Some people spread rumors that the entrepreneur was protected by the Talons, which protected Obsidian from attacks by criminal organizations and unscrupulous lawmen, and at the same time attracted the attention of customers. The Black Sun transports, now under new ownership, had already completed several voyages, and the number of trade contacts was growing. After all, secure methods of delivering cargo to troubled regions were in high demand. There was no one willing to risk intercepting ships that nominally belonged to the Blood Claws, and therefore the cartel. Perhaps the Syndicate, enraged by the loss of Coruscant, might have taken action. But that was an unavoidable risk, one Revan was willing to take. Moreover, someone had tipped off the right people that Shan knew, and was in close contact with a certain Avner Wan, who in turn was a full-fledged knight of the notorious order. The added bogeyman of possible retaliation from the Jedi only enhanced Obsidian's reputation, and made anyone looking to profit at the young company think twice. The former Jedi's plan was to establish food supplies to the mining platforms and stations of Vergesso and Kessel, picking up ore for the metalworking plants of the center on the return trip. A medium-class cargo ship, of course, isn't an ore carrier, and couldn't transport large volumes of raw material. However, this disadvantage was offset by its speed, 3 times faster than slow-moving heavy-duty vessels. Thus, the Corellian medium transport MT-340, with a cargo capacity of 220 tons, could make 3 to 4 trips per month, compared to one for the ore carrier HLT-22, albeit with 5 times the cargo volume. Fast trips and additional deliveries outside of the standard schedule would attract the interest of the ship steel factories, which were always short of raw materials. Protection along the route would be necessary, meaning escort ships would have to be used, or the transports would have to be heavily armed. Favreau was supposed to be working on this soon. If the deal pans out, the profits will be quite substantial. Obsidian and Claws will grow day by day, further strengthening their owner's position. It would be months, but Revan was confident his talons would break free from the cartel's influence. Of course, the Hutts wouldn't like this, so the organization's growth needed to be disguised. But these were all questions for the future. Right now, Revan's thoughts were elsewhere. He learned his name, or rather the name of the body he occupied. Mizar Mar, half Miraluka, son of a woman named Ephesus Mar. He had to look up his father's name. However, Revan had his own suspicions. Mizar's father was likely a Jedi, based on the abilities of this body, the fragmentary information he'd received from Kirshah and the Black Sun archives, and the manner in which the child's existence had been concealed. The guess was easy to verify by comparing DNA samples, which is exactly what Revan did. Fortunately, samples from all Jedi were in the Order's medical database. A match was found. Mizar's father was Sifo-Dyas, a member of the Council, which explained a lot. He had to be careful with this man in the future. His son clearly shouldn't have appeared on the core worlds, much less in the Order. However, Dyas apparently didn't recognize Revan as his own offspring, but it wasn't worth the risk. The last thing the former Sith wanted right now was to become involved in family drama, much less have to explain himself to anyone in the Order. The Master had some connection to the Moons, as they were the ones who hid the boy born on Moonolins. However, where exactly the child was taken was unclear. The trail was lost after Mizar transferred to another ship, without landing in any port. Sifo-Dyas' son was never seen again until the resurrected ancient overlord escaped from that asteroid base. In an attempt to uncover the truth, Revan even attempted to locate the hideout of the mad Sith experimenter who had brought him back to the world of the living. Fortunately, the Mandalorian War's general's memory never failed him. Although the coordinates were lost when Revan destroyed the nav computer of the vessel he had escaped on, he had managed to review the route. However, the hideout was gone, as was the asteroid itself. Someone had covered their tracks very well to destroy such a costly secret base. Everything has reached a dead end again. However, there were still a few clues that could lead Revan to the solution to his own reappearance 4,000 years later. Damask Holdings was somehow involved, but digging up anything on the Moon homeworld would be extremely difficult. Moreover, as the former Jedi had discovered, Damask was a very influential moon, secretive and, in a way, dangerous. The only other lead was Sifo-Dyas himself. However, Revan was saving a direct approach for the very last resort. He'd rather try to dig up something on Damask capital. A couple of the most resourceful Bloodclaw informants had already begun gathering information from their sources. It would take time, but Revan had it. After all, no one was threatening him. Yet. Over the past month, Sidious had tried to contact him. Or rather, he had simply sent a message through Maul. Just 2 words. Do not interfere. This could only mean one thing. The Sith Lord had begun to act. Revan had no intention of interfering with him, deciding to wait and see. But a premonition urged him to prepare for unpleasant surprises, which meant he needed to gather his strength. The former ruler of his own empire nearly lost his step, suddenly realizing he was treading the same path again. Just months after his rebirth, he was already planning to create his own organization? Something that could influence the state of affairs in the galaxy. Some kind of power. The Empire? Revan chuckled at his own thoughts. And why did I strive for it so much? Lost in thought, the former Sith Lord continued moving, and soon reached the training hall located on the third floor of the Blood Claw's base. Anakin was already waiting for him there, diligently performing a set of warm-up exercises under Maul's supervision. "Master," the Zabrak was the first to notice the one who entered, and bowed in greeting. Skywalker fell slightly behind the eldest of his students and straightened up. "Hello, teacher." Since that first, less than successful lesson, the boy had learned a great deal about the training process, both among the Jedi and the Sith. Etiquette and chain of command were paramount in both. Anakin recovered from the sensory shock that ended his first meditation only on the third day. However, this did not dampen his ardor. The boy strove for knowledge, studying everything his mentor allowed him. This was not without consequences. The unsuccessful experience instilled fear in Skywalker's soul, which inevitably attracted the dark side, unsettling the apprentice. Revan had to abandon his original training plan to focus on teaching Anakin the balance between raging emotions and serene focus. Fortunately, the boy hadn't yet entered puberty, otherwise the hormonal surges would have ruined all the lessons. However, Skywalker, as it turned out, even at that age managed to fall in love. This became apparent during one of their shared meditations, when Revan clearly read familiar emotions in his student's mind. The situation was both good and bad. On the one hand, love, being a dual emotion, made the student unstable and vulnerable. But it could also become a necessary anchor for the gifted's consciousness. Bastila had once become such a center of balance for Revan, as, incidentally, he had been for her. Working with emotions has always been a difficult task that only a few have mastered, and Anakin was at the very beginning of his journey, but Revan believed that the child would cope, and he, as a mentor, would help him with this. Within a month, the boy was able to learn to meditate without losing control over the flow of power, without the support of a teacher, which was already a good achievement. They hadn't yet progressed beyond the basics in fencing. Anakin was still practicing the basic kata and building his fitness in preparation for learning Form 1. Progress wasn't as rapid as Revan had hoped, based on his own progress at the boy's age, but due to the late start and the unconventional curriculum, it was impossible to speed up the process. Maul, on the other hand, had noticeably refined his style, adding Makashi's precision to Juyo's. His lack of experience still showed, but the Zabrak no longer lost to his master so shamefully. A fight now lasted several minutes instead of 10 seconds, but Maul still couldn't force his mentor to show his true skill. Overall, the training of 2 students at once was quite successful. "Are you worried about something, Master?" Anakin noticed his mentor's thoughtful expression. Revan turned his gaze to his apprentice and considered his answer for a few seconds. After all, Skywalker was still too young to understand the questions plaguing his master. "I'm just thinking about something we'll talk about another time. Let's see how you're doing. Finished warming up?" "Yes," the boy answered joyfully. "Then show me how you've mastered the basic movements with the training sword." Anakin grabbed the vibroblade from the rack, sized specifically for a child's height, and stood in the center of the room. Maul took the observer's position at Revan's right. "Begin," the mentor asked. Skywalker began to swing his blade enthusiastically, gradually adding steps to his hand movements, moving slowly around the room. The boy was in a rush to show off his progress, which led to a rash of mistakes. Revan heard Maul snort disapprovingly, also noticing the child's missteps. "Anakin, slow down," the mentor advised. "Don't rush. Your body needs to get used to the weight of the saber. If even a deactivated vibroblade is dragging you down, you'll be even less able to handle a lightsaber." Although training in this area had already begun, the boy had not yet mastered consciously infusing his body with the Force, which, in Revan's opinion, was a good thing. Mastering all the elements without the aid of the Force would make it easier for Anakin in the future. "More precise movements," the mentor said again, noticing how the blade, instead of a vertical strike, had arced. "Higher elbow, weight on the right leg, transition, Firmer grip. Lunge. That's better. Skywalker slowed down and tried to focus on precision rather than speed. It helped. The blade felt slightly lighter, easier to control. Memory helpfully prompted him to move, and his body seemed to follow his thoughts. "Master," came the voice of a red-skinned Zabrak from Revan's right. "He—" "Yes," the mentor nodded. "He uses the Force, still unconsciously, but effectively." After waiting for the exercise to finish, Revan ordered everything to be repeated from the very beginning, and then again and again. On his 5th try, Anakin was able to flawlessly execute all the techniques, movements, and strikes, earning praise from his mentor.
"Well done," Revan nodded to him. "Now rest and observe."
"Yes, teacher."
"It's your turn," the instructor nodded towards the center of the hall. "Sparring. Sword only."
"Yes, master."
The Zabrak bowed and followed the instructions, walking to the middle of the room and getting into a fighting stance. Revan threw off his cape and took a position opposite Maul. The blades ignited simultaneously. Revan, anticipating the attack, lowered the tip of his blade slightly to the floor, expecting a sweeping strike from his apprentice. However, Maul managed to surprise him. Instead of a straightforward charge, as the Zabrak liked to initiate combat, he shifted to the side and made a quick swing with his staff, forcing Revan back. However, this successful start didn't save the apprentice from a counterattack that nearly caught his left arm. He had to let go of the staff to save his arm, only to catch it again the next moment, halfway to the floor.
He had to roll away from the sweeping swing of the silver blade, then go on the defensive. Maul realized his defensive limitations even after his first training with Revan. From then on, he trained tirelessly, trying to correct this flaw. He'd been trained as an aggressive, attacking fighter, and breaking that resistance was quite difficult. His body constantly throbbed with the urge to lunge, to attack, to tear apart his opponent. But Maul could see perfectly well that his mentor was waiting for just that, ready to parry and counterattack. And the Zabrak wasn't sure he could parry the counterattack. Revan wielded only one blade, yet he pressed the Zabrak so hard that Maul felt as if he were facing not one but 8 blades. The apprentice barely managed to parry the attacks, using all his natural agility and knowledge of fencing. His staff spun at breakneck speed, clashing with his silver-haired comrade almost every second. The master smiled. However, Maul had no time to examine his master's expression. Revan unleashed a rapid series of blows, followed by another, even faster one. In the blink of an eye, the Zabrak received 3 burn marks on his chest, and his staff was sent flying. "Good," the mentor concluded, removing his sword from the Zabrak's throat. "I didn't think I'd see Makashi using a staff like you did so soon. Surprised." "Thank you, Master." Maul bowed his head. "You're still spreading your arms too wide when you swing, and you're opening yourself up on the left." Revan considered how he could improve the now fully trained Zabrak's technique. "I have an idea. Starting tomorrow, you'll pair up with NK and practice Soresu. Trust me, NK will be able to find every hole in your defense, so be careful." "Yes, Lord," Maul responded, hesitating slightly. A Zabrak once observed Skywalker training with an assassin droid. The machine was merciless and terrifyingly efficient. A shiver ran down the student's spine as he realized the mechanical maniac would now be his target. Revan used telekinesis to return the Zabrak's staff to him. "One more time." "Yes, Lord." The opponents clashed again. Maul tried to heed the comments, but he couldn't quickly re-establish his well-practiced moves. Eventually, he began to lose momentum, which his mentor took advantage of, finishing the fight much faster than before. "You're not focused," Revan frowned. "My comments shouldn't upset you. Don't let your emotions cloud your judgment. Remember, it's the Sith who uses their feelings, not the other way around." "Forgive me, my lord." Maul bowed, feeling the irritation caused by the failure gradually recede. "You need to meditate and get your thoughts in order. I can feel the hurricane raging within you. Fear, anger, resentment, and all directed at yourself." Revan stepped closer to his apprentice. "Self-flagellation is useless, as is self-pity. Accept criticism, acknowledge your mistakes, and correct them. Only then can you continue to grow." "I will try, Master." Seeing that his words were not having the desired effect, Revan decided to try a different approach. "Students, you have done well. Now we must thoroughly analyze the past lesson in order to identify our own mistakes." Revan drew the students' attention. "You should also get used to sensing each other's presence in the Force, so that this feeling does not distract you. To this end, we will now conduct a joint meditation session." "Jointly?" Anakin asked. "So, all together?" "Yes." It was clear from Maul's expression that he wasn't thrilled about the prospect, but he wasn't going to contradict his mentor. "How is that possible?" Neither student was particularly skilled in meditation. Maul had previously openly neglected any non-combat aspects of the Force, and Anakin was a complete novice and inexperienced.
But over the course of that month, Revan managed to hammer home into his students' restless minds the idea that meditation and self-development were the foundation of all foundations. The three gifted ones sat in a circle, adopting a meditation pose. "Feel the flow of the Force flowing through you and your ally," the mentor said, following his own instructions. "Feel its presence. Look." Revan's voice trailed off as he sensed something was wrong. The Force suddenly washed over him like a tsunami, sweeping his consciousness away. The dizzying sensation of flight vanished as suddenly as it had arrived, and Revan struggled to focus his vision and realized he was standing in the ruins of a building. And ahead lay a vast, once majestic city, now almost completely destroyed. A very familiar city. A chill ran down the former Jedi's spine as he began to guess the place he'd seen in such a vivid vision. Revan slowly raised his eyes to the sky and saw exactly what he'd feared most. A sky shrouded in thunderclouds, countless bolts of lightning illuminating the ground. Revan knew this place well. He'd twice fought the Emperor here, losing both times. He'd spent years in captivity here, only to escape and lose again. This world had brought him nothing but pain, and he would have to visit it again. The black-robed figure that appeared on the horizon before disappearing into the ruins of the citadel had clearly beckoned him to follow. With an effort of will, Revan broke his meditation and dispelled the vision. An attempt to stand resulted in the former Jedi being forced to fall to one knee. Sweat streamed down his temples, and his heart pounded wildly in his chest. The hurricane of the dark side raging on the cursed planet was still clearly palpable, as if he were back in the Emperor's throne room. "Revan! Master!" Anakin jumped up to his mentor, worried. "Everything is good," Revan answered, breathing heavily. "What was that?" "What kind of strange and creepy place was that?" the child persisted. "And, wait, what?" "What?" Revan asked, realizing what his student had said. "You saw it too?" A guess quickly occurred to the ancient gifted one. They practiced meditation together, meaning that what one saw, everyone saw. But who exactly was the vision intended for? "Master," Maul said. Revan turned his gaze to him. "This world, it is steeped in the dark side," the Zabrak said. "It beckons and calls to me. Its darkness, it seems to shelter you like a long-lost child and promises safety." Maul's revelation came as no surprise to Revan. Some part of him felt the same.
This world had been the heart of the Sith Empire for many years. It called all adepts of the dark side to its home. He was lonely. "What about you, Anakin?" Revan turned to Skywalker. "What did you feel?" The boy thought, trying to remember his feelings. "Fear," he replied after almost a minute of reflection. "Cold and fear, but at the same time, some strange feeling. Like in a go-kart race, when you're turning at top speed and the hull almost scrapes the rocks. It's both frightening and mesmerizing." Revan nodded, accepting the answer. Of course, Anakin also had tendencies toward the dark side, but he clung to the light. "This world," the mentor said suddenly, drawing the attention of the students who were already focused on him. "This was Dromund Kaas, the ancient capital of the Sith Empire." Anakin gasped in surprise. Maul froze, looking at Revan with awe. He understood what this world was. Even his previous mentor had longed to find a way there, the heart of the Empire, the seat of the ancient Lord's glory, the second homeland of the Sith after Korriban. "And this world calls us," Revan almost whispered, more to himself than to his students. "Master?" "The training is over." The instructor rose to his feet. "Go to your quarters and pack your things. We'll be leaving Coruscant soon, and perhaps for a long time." "As you command," Maul responded immediately and turned towards the exit. "We're flying there, right?" Anakin couldn't help but ask. Even the Zabrak stopped short of the door at that question. He too was curious to know the answer. "Yes," Revan nodded briefly. Perhaps the decision was hasty, but a month of waiting and the futility of his investigation into his own origins meant the former Sith needed to move on to something else. Tira insisted on searching for Mandalore's mask, but Revan kept putting it off, simply not knowing where to begin. The Force remained silent in response to his calls for direction, and all traces had long since been erased by time. His hope lay in the informants Revan had met on Coruscant. They promised to find something within a month. The deadline was soon to expire, and still no information was forthcoming. Leaving the training hall, Revan headed for the building's exit, hoping to reach the docks leased to the Talons by speeder as quickly as possible. There, under the supervision of Tira and the NK, the Dawn Eagle's modernization was being completed. NK, the former Jedi, took out a communicator and called the assassin droid. A cheerful greeting. "Yes, Master." A miniature hologram of a droid appeared above the disc clutched in his palm. "How is the repair progressing?" A proud statement. "Master, the meat sacks have done a wonderful job. All systems are practically in working order." Following this statement, a drawn-out beeping sound from an astromech droid was heard. R2-D2 emitted a trill so loud that even those unfamiliar with binary would have doubted its legitimacy. Revan was familiar. "Something wrong, R2?" The response was a tirade of beeps and howls, which could be interpreted as the astromech droid's extreme displeasure at having the system he'd just fine-tuned, rigged up and rebuilt several times, forcing him to start over. Furthermore, the new weapon consumed too much power, necessitating the installation of an additional reactor in the starboard cargo bay. "Wait, what? What new weapon?" Revan asked, apparently not having been informed of all the changes to the Eagle's design. Confused answer. "You see, Master." "NK, what have you done?" The plan was simply to install new engines, a shield generator, and replace the standard plating with armored plating. A hasty explanation. "That's right, Master. But then, due to the increased mass, the engine configuration had to be changed, energy consumption increased, and a new power source was needed. But reactors suitable for installation on small-class ships produce too much, which is an inefficient waste of resources." Then the Mandalorian meatbag suggested using the excess energy to power the weapon systems. Quote, "Since this truck is already armored like a tank, why not sharpen its teeth?" NK perfectly imitated Nomad's voice and intonation. Revan couldn't resist slapping his face. He knew he couldn't trust this job to a couple of maniacs. What exactly did you do? Explanation. Nothing special. The standard armament was replaced with twin rapid-fire blaster cannons and 2 laser turrets in the upper hemisphere, 2 more in the lower hemisphere, and 1 ion cannon directly above the torpedo tube. What device? Explanation. A small launcher for SPL-77C Proton torpedoes, designed for installation on corvettes. It is mounted directly under the conning tower, which in my opinion is impractical and dangerous, but the YT-1930's hull offers the best location. How did you manage to squeeze it under the wheelhouse? Additional clarification. We had to dismantle 2 cabins, take up a quarter of the wardroom, and move the protein converter, but the weapon fits perfectly. Oh, Force, why did this happen to me? Revan muttered. This, I hope, is all? Affirmative, Master. These are all the combat modifications that were installed. How much? Revan interrupted the droid. Clarification. How much what? Owner? How many loans did you waste on all this? Hesitant answer. A little. How much, NK? The former Sith insisted. A little more than 200,000. How many? Quick clarification. 234,000 credits, Master. Did you line it with Beskar? Or put in Coruscant windows instead of portholes? That's almost 3 times the price of a new ship, not a beat-up one, not from an auction, straight off the stocks, new. Confused clarification. Owner, you yourself approved the budget for repairs and modernization. I have a copy, signed by you 3 weeks ago. Revan recalled that he had indeed signed a ton of treaties during that period, including a couple of data pads slipped to him by the NK. It had been a complete madhouse, with the transfer of Black Sun ownership to new people, the founding of Obsidian, and 100 other pressing matters. The former Sith groaned, realizing that he was to blame for this situation. And how are they going to let us into the trading ports now? A freighter armed to the teeth doesn't inspire confidence, Revan asked, catching his breath and slapping his forehead a few more times. Unnecessary explanations. With a trade license, they'll be obliged to let us through, Master. Furthermore, the new hull prevents detection of the weaponry installed on board, and the visible gun turrets are within the limits permitted for the defense of a small merchant vessel. Have they at least updated the sensor matrix? Or are we going to fly like blind Shiraks with the new skin? Indignant response. How could you even think that, Master? I don't allow such miscalculations. Then prepare the ship for departure. We must leave Coruscant within 24 hours, Revan ordered, already lifting the air car into the air. A joyful exclamation. Yes, sir, Master. Is there someone to kill? The former Jedi covered his face with his hand again. NK was incorrigible. However, where they were about to go, such an approach could save lives. It's quite possible, Revan replied, and turned off the communicator. It's going to be a long flight, thought the owner of the crazy droid. But at least the protection will be better. The aerocar, its engines rustling, slowly floated towards the spaceport. Chapter not chapter. Be careful what you wish for. Walking through the swampy streets of the ruins of Kars City, nearly overrun by the aggressive flora of the former imperial capital, Revan sensed the unseen presence of a powerful being. The Force trembled tensely around him, acknowledging the boundless power of the master of these places. Even in Vitiate's throne room, Revan hadn't felt such pressure. Breathing was labored, and every heartbeat was a struggle, as if the world itself wanted to destroy the intruder. Even Nathema was a more pleasant place than the deserted Dromund Kaas. The former Sith knew exactly where he needed to go.
The ruins of the Dark Council citadel still towered proudly over the ruins of the once majestic city. Revan sensed the journey would be difficult. The closer he got to his destination, the more pressure he felt. Only the Force kept him from losing consciousness when he could no longer breathe. An invisible steel hoop squeezed my chest. My eyes watered from the burning sensation of hot sand on my cornea, as if there was no moisture in the air. Revan cried out to the darkness raging around him, begging for help and relief from his suffering. But the Force did not answer. The fear that had risen in his soul from the first moment he'd been on this swampy, abandoned planet threatened to grow into primordial terror. Never before had such a thing happened. The Force had never ignored its adept. A sudden roar broke Revan's thoughts, causing him to stare in shock at the remains of the citadel. The seemingly monolithic structure suddenly cracked, and in a matter of seconds crumbled into a pile of rubble, disappearing into an impenetrable cloud of anthracite dust. It was as if a black shadow had risen against the stronghold that cast it, engulfing the weakened structure, erasing any trace of it. Barely managing to shield himself from the debris and the terrifying cloud of dust, calling upon those crumbs of light that had not yet left this place, Revan barely managed to maintain his balance. But what happened next made the Force adept forget about all the inconveniences and oddities of this hostile world. A tall figure in a black robe and a deeply pulled hood emerged from the cloud of settling dust. An immeasurable power emanated from her, nearly causing Revan to lose control of his own body. His legs trembled treacherously, threatening to give way at any moment and bring the former Jedi to his knees. After taking a few steps, the figure in the robe suddenly stumbled and, comically waving his arms, almost fell to the ground. "Oh, oh, oh! My, he's so clumsy," the obvious master of these places said in a squeaky, yet painfully familiar voice, lifting himself into the air with the force to keep from falling. "What the—" Before Revan could finish speaking, the robed figure instantly closed the distance and appeared directly in front of him. In the dark maw of the hood, a pair of eyes burned like scarlet flames. On short appendages, rising above a grinning face, the muzzle of Jar Jar Binks? Revan didn't even have time to react to the feeling of threat when his body suddenly found itself bound by invisible bonds. "Stupid Revana," squeaked Gungan. "Your little one is nothing compared to the real Sithari." In the name of the Force, Revan was indignant in his mind. What the hell is going on here? The next moment, his own blades, torn from his belt by the enemy, pierced Revan's already almost stopped heart. "Ah!" Revan leaped from his bed, instantly surrounding himself with a force shield and summoning his weapon. The light from his silver blade illuminated the captain's quarters of the Dawn Eagle, allowing him to survey his surroundings. There was no one around. "A dream?" the former Jedi asked with relief as he exhaled, feeling the blood pounding in his temples from the amount of adrenaline coursing through his veins. "Damn this dream," Revan cried, deactivating his blades. The former Jedi sank heavily onto the bed and rubbed his face with his palms, finally shaking off the obsession. "By the Great One, sleep!" Revan burst into almost insane laughter, releasing the tension. My body was shaking. The sensations were too real. Ashla and Bogan, the firstborn, what kind of wildness did I dream about? Revan had no doubt that this was indeed a dream. Just what caused such a delirious, undoubtedly, nightmare? Reminiscing about the previous day, the mentor of two young Force users thought he'd found the answer. It was all about Anakin. The boy missed his family and friends. Unfortunately, among those he considered close was the thrice-cursed, long-eared Gungan. During a joint meditation practice, the goal of which was to use the Force to locate someone he knew and sense their direction, Skywalker suddenly thought of this walking disaster. This had an effect on Revan too. And last night also contributed, thought the former Jedi, noticing an empty butter on the table. Brought her, like, I think,
Or was it Tira? "I'll never drink Dathomir ale again," Revan hissed through his teeth. "I'd rather have a hangover from Kashyyyk mash than dreams like that." The clock indicated that it was still deep night by ship's time, but the dream vanished as if by magic, and the former Jedi had no intention of returning to bed. "Hot Gungan," Revan hissed. The cabin's owner began pacing his quarters, circling in circles, his nerves still futile. Even quoting the Codex, which had calmed him even before the most difficult battles of the Mandalorian Wars, didn't help. "NK," Revan, unable to bear it, called through the intercom.
A cheerful greeting. "Good night, Master. How may I be of service?" the assassin droid responded cheerfully.
"It's a mere trifle, but you'll like it." "An interesting question. What needs to be done, Master?" "The next time you see a Gungan named Jar Jar Binks, empty 2 clips of your heavy blaster into him." "No, 3, Revan ordered, chuckling like a madman. "Then take his body to the lifeless planet of Nathema and burn it. I'll give you the coordinates." NK-47 nearly burned out his vocoder trying to suppress his joyful cry from this order. "Master! Asked! Kill! The hated Gungan!" The droid himself didn't realize how his head had turned 360 degrees, like some kind of astromech droid. "Joyful agreement. Master, not a trace of this vile amphibian will remain," NK responded over the intercom, almost sparkling with delight. "Excellent. Strength protects those who take care." The next morning, when the empty bottle of Dathomir ale was not found in the cabin, Revan still did not understand whether he had given the order to the NK, or whether he had dreamed this episode too. "I need to rest more," the former Jedi stated, plunging into a meditative trance. "It's like..." Chapter 26. Life and Death. Chapter 26. Life and Death. The Dawn Eagle, having gained considerable mass due to its armor and weaponry, raced through hyperspace, measuring out the light years of its final passage to the once lost capital of the Vitiate Empire. The stable route to Dromund Kaas, it turns out, self-destructed centuries ago, making the journey to the Forgotten Planet take nearly 2 weeks. All this time, Revan prepared his students and crew members for what might await them in a world saturated with the dark side. Maul was the least worrisome. The Zabrak possessed an innate affinity for the dark side and, like purebred Sith, was able to withstand the pressure of darkness. Anakin, on the other hand, was quite susceptible to the temptations of the greater force propagated by the Sith. His inexperience and unstable psyche made him extremely vulnerable. Therefore, the boy spent the entire 2 weeks meditating under the strict supervision of Revan or Maul, trying to find inner peace and learn to channel the Force energy through himself without allowing it to take over his body. At first, things went extremely poorly. The slightest surge of dark side energy from the Mentor or the Zabrak would throw the boy off balance, causing his consciousness to lurch from light to darkness. The hurricane of emotions that overwhelmed the boy threatened to lead to an inevitable descent into madness, something the Mentor absolutely did not want. Revan patiently observed Anakin and his vacillations, offering clues and uncovering every detail of the boy's feelings. Together, they managed to find something Skywalker could focus on, allowing the obsession to fade, leaving only the pure energy of the Force. It turned out to be Padme. Revan merely chuckled at the coincidence. Both he and his apprentice had chosen their beloved woman as their anchor. Even if Anakin's love was childishly naive and quite possibly unrequited, and his youth precluded any attempt to convey his feelings to the current Queen of Naboo, that didn't make the feeling any less profound or pure. Love. Revan had long considered that it was precisely this feeling and emotion that represented the quintessence of balance in the Force. Love could make you the happiest in the world, or crush you and plunge you into the depths of hell. It combined passion and tenderness, anger and care, and 100 other emotional reactions that alternated, sometimes instantly. And keeping this feeling under control was difficult, almost as impossible as completely mastering the Force itself. But mastery was unnecessary. After all, neither the Jedi nor the Sith did anything like that. Both factions built their teachings on the ability to interact with the energy of the Great Force, allowing it to penetrate their bodies and souls without allowing it to take over. The Sith used emotions to direct the Force in the right direction and keep their minds on the brink of clarity. The Jedi were afraid to succumb to temptation, complaining about the weakness of the essence of a sentient being, which by nature strives to satisfy its desires and needs. The Knights of Light's approach was not relatable to Anakin. His impulsiveness negated the peace preached by the Jedi, but the boy also couldn't resist losing control, using fear or anger as the Sith did. Revan suggested using love as an emotion that would channel the energy of the Force while preventing Skywalker's consciousness from becoming clouded. And it worked. The apprentice responded increasingly calmly to the dark side's energy and its tempting whispers somewhere on the edge of consciousness, skillfully channeled by his master. Soon, Anakin no longer needed Revan's constant participation in the meditation process to calm himself and begin interacting with the Force. The master hoped that the training would be enough to prepare the apprentice for what was to come. Revan himself remembered his experience on Dromund Kaas vividly. Hostile even to its own fauna, the world sought to crush anyone who dared set foot on its surface. It was no surprise that purebred Sith had taken root there. Their very essence was steeped in darkness, and their history was an endless series of conflicts and dark rituals. Rituals. Revan knew the horrific means by which Vitiate had acquired his boundless power, coupled with immortality. It all stemmed from a vile and unforgivable dark-side ritual on the future Emperor's homeworld. Vitiate had destroyed an entire world, ruined millions of lives, and destroyed hundreds of the most powerful dark-side adepts among his kind. In return, he had received eternal life and power beyond imagining. The sheer volume of Force energy the Emperor could channel through himself seemed unimaginable. Revan had once paid dearly for a rash attempt to redirect Vitiate's Force lightning. A trick that had worked many times against a powerful opponent proved useless against the Emperor. Revan simply couldn't channel that much energy through his body, but the Emperor could. Vitiate's talent and determination could not help but inspire respect in the former Jedi. However, this feeling paled in comparison to the hatred Revan felt for the one who had condemned him to 300 years of imprisonment and deprived him of the chance to see his family again, to embrace Bastila, and to hold his son in his arms. And this creature possessed immortality. Immortality. Dark-side rituals and Sith alchemy allowed the Emperor to achieve what was thought impossible. And this gave Revan certain thoughts he himself dreaded. If Vitiate was able to obtain eternal life, can the same knowledge bring a person back from the dead? Revan glanced at the holocron resting on the table in the captain's quarters. What lengths was he willing to go to get Bastila back? For everything, flashed a thought that the former Jedi pushed away, saying out loud only, "For a lot." As if in response to his words, or rather simply sensing Revan's touch through the Force, the holocron activated, creating a miniature hologram of the woman who had left this world. "What troubles you, my love?" Bastila's gentle voice made Revan's heart clench and then break into a joyful waltz, causing the former Sith to smile through the welling tears. "It's okay, dear," Revan assured the hologram. "I'm fine." Bastila frowned. "Please, don't lie to me," she demanded. "I may not be exactly the same person who once agreed to become your wife, but I know you very well, Revan. So, if only in memory of the real Bastila, Please, trust me, and tell me what's troubling you. Revan smiled faintly, detecting the familiar note of irritation in that familiar voice. She'd asked him to share the nightmares of his past with her, just as she had. He'd told her everything then, and he'd tell her everything now. I miss you, Revan answered sadly. The hologram smiled warmly, understanding the feelings of the one with whom its creator was in love. The diminutive Bastila wanted to say something supportive, but she couldn't find the words. After all, the imprint of consciousness was only a distant echo of the person it was modeled on. And I don't want to let you go, Revan added. The former Jedi's voice rang with Durasteel determination. Only someone who had cast aside doubt could speak like that. Someone who still had hope and was prepared to fight for it to the very end, no matter the cost. Something in the man's gaze made the holocron keeper feel uneasy, but she didn't have time to say anything else. Revan closed the holocron and, filled with confidence in the correctness of his decision, left the cabin. Now there is one more reason to visit Dromund Kaas. According to NK, who was in the pilot's seat, there were still several hours left before exiting hyperspace, and all the inhabitants of the Orel had gathered in the wardroom. Master, we will arrive soon, Maul said, or rather inquired, barely concealing his excitement. The Zabrak was filled with awe, anticipating his visit to the capital of the long-lost Sith Empire. Apparently, in an attempt to avoid going mad during his brutal training under Sidious, Maul had taken the teachings and philosophy of the Sith too seriously, making it practically the center of his inner world. Well, if it prevented him from descending into madness, giving himself over entirely to rage and darkness, why not? Yes, apprentice, Revan nodded, confirming the fact of his imminent arrival on Dromund Kaas. Cool, Anakin exclaimed impatiently. You will remain on the ship under the supervision of the NK, Revan snapped. What? The boy was indignant. But that's not fair. I want to see it too. We're not flying here to admire the scenery, the mentor interrupted his student. The world we're heading to is extremely dangerous. Even in my time, when this was the capital and the planet was patrolled by well-trained troops, people died by the hundreds and hundreds of thousands every day. This planet is soaked in blood, pain, and suffering. You're not ready for that yet. You'll feel it for yourself once we reach orbit. But I'm not a child anymore. Age has nothing to do with it. Why do you think we trained you all this time? To take with you? No, to keep you from going crazy the moment we emerge from hyperspace. You can barely handle what Maul or I teach you in training. The power of an entire planet is beyond you yet, and you're not yet capable of shutting yourself off from the Force. The boy lowered his head and exhaled in disappointment. I understand, teacher. Revan had no doubt that Skywalker hadn't come to terms with this situation. The boy lacked experience in lying, especially for someone so gifted. Even without sensing Anakin's emotions, the mentor understood perfectly well what was going on in his apprentice's mind. NK, you are responsible for the core, Revan said sternly, addressing the assassin droid. Doomed agreement. Yes, master, the droid answered dejectedly. The prospect of becoming a nanny again didn't exactly excite her. The last time hadn't ended well, and the mechanical killer had absolutely no desire to let down the master. The only positive was the frankly frightened expression on the little sack of meat. Don't leave the ship, Revan ordered. If I don't show up on board within 24 hours and don't let you know, fly to Coruscant. With readiness. Yes, master. What about me and the Horned One? Nomad asked, still unhappy with Revan's delay in fulfilling his part of the agreement. Come with me, the former Jedi nodded. Are we expecting trouble? The mercenary instinctively placed her hand on the handle of the blaster. This is Dromund Kaas, Revan shrugged. The only thing that might be unexpected here is their absence. Tira touched a few buttons on her left cuff and apparently checked some information on her armor's visor screen. Then I'll reload the flamethrower and grab some more grenades. Those, what are they called? Sith might be waiting for us, right? It's quite possible, Revan agreed. Then my blasters won't be of much use. I need something that fires quickly, the Mandalorian said thoughtfully. I'm going to the arsenal. Revan already knew that the Eagle now had a fully functional arsenal with the necessary equipment for repairing and assembling weapons and armor. NK proudly showed the new quarters to the master. On the downside, the ship had lost its port-aft cargo hold. On the upside, the Eagle was far from a merchant vessel. After watching the mercenary leave, Revan continued giving instructions. Astromech droid R2-D2, impatiently twisting his hemispherical head from side to side, also received a mission. He was heading to the planet's surface with the landing party. Revan would need a capable ice pick, as he planned, with luck, to locate and copy the Citadel archives. T3-M4 had been a great help to him back then, and the former Jedi was counting on the assistance of that brave Astromech's more advanced brother. The rest of the journey flew by. By the time we exited hyperspace, everyone was ready.
Revan, along with NK and Anakin, was in the control room, awaiting the end of the journey. He held his Mandalorian mask, which had become his second face over the years of war. But the closer the ship got to Dromund Kaas, the more vividly the memories surfaced. Revan raised his mask to eye level and peered into the T-shaped visor. He unconsciously rubbed the non-existent scars where the mask had literally fused to his skin after Vitiate's attack. Pushing the disturbing memories aside, Revan began his ritual, which he performed every time before a battle during the Mandalorian Wars. Mentally reciting the Jedi Order's code, the former Republic Army general calmed with each spoken word. His breathing became more even, the currents of the Force slowed and enveloped him, strengthening his body and bringing comfort. But as soon as the hyper's glow gave way to the blackness of space, the Force literally trembled all around. The aura of darkness that surrounded the planet could be felt even from a distance of several 100,000 kilometers. A blast of icy air rushed into the cabin, causing the former Sith to smile faintly. After all, the darkness was kind to its followers, luring them to the very bottom with temptations and free power. But Anakin was shivering, as if someone had plunged him into a hole of icy water. The boy feared that this was only attracting the dark side. Only the sliver of experience with the Force, gained from his mentor's training, kept Skywalker from panicking and the temptation to dive into the saving embrace of the darkness. After all, the Force was there, right here. Just reach out and there was no need to fear. Why fear someone who inspires fear? Revan took a deep breath and with an effort of will calmed the flow of the Force around him, making the task a little easier for his apprentice. Breathe deeply, Anakin, and remember, you are safe, the mentor reminded. Yes, teacher, the boy nodded. NK, you are responsible for him. Assurance. I will not let you down, Master. Good. Put us closer to the Citadel in Kaas City. The droid eagerly began course corrections, beginning its descent from the high orbit of the former Imperial capital. With a final nod, Revan left the cockpit and headed toward the cargo ramp through which the group would have to leave the ship. Maul, Tira, and R2 were already waiting in the starboard cargo bay. On Revan's advice, the Zabrak donned lightweight thread armor with duraplast inserts, which barely impeded his movement. It was better than the rags his former mentor had given him. Nomad, however, remained true to herself. After all, what could be better for a Mandalorian than Mandalorian armor? Is everyone ready? Revan asked the routine question. Yes, Master, Maul replied. Tira just nodded. Having secured the mask in place, Revan turned toward the ramp. The ship had just stopped shaking, indicating successful atmospheric entry. The Eagle banked sharply to the side several times, banking sharply, apparently avoiding the dangerous lightning storms that raged relentlessly through the planet's atmosphere. But finally,
Even with the inertia dampeners active, Revan and his crew felt the NK begin a braking maneuver. The surface was already close. A soft push announced a successful landing. Tira breathed a sigh of relief. After all, she was on board the ship. Her life was in the pilot's hands. And anything could be expected from the NK, she'd already learned that. Maul was almost jumping with impatience, squeezing the hilt of his lightsaber until his knuckles cracked. "NK, lower the ramp," Revan ordered over the intercom. A moment later, the wide cargo bay door slid open, landing softly on the mossy soil of Dromund Kaas. The warm, humid air of the swampy planet rushed in, thick with the smell of mud and rotting seaweed. Nomad, with a practiced movement, closed her helmet's air vents, directing the airflow through her armor's filtration system. The filters had a limited lifespan, but it should be enough for a couple of days in the hostile environment. There were no hazardous substances or microorganisms in the air, otherwise the NC would have alerted them. The Mandalorian's maneuver was purely for comfort. Revan and Maul limited themselves to breathing control techniques. Kaas City. The once beautiful and vibrant city lay in ruins, systematically reclaimed by the local flora over centuries. The cobbled streets were almost completely hidden beneath a layer of soil, and the remains of the buildings were covered in dense vegetation. Only the black tower of the Dark Council citadel, broken off at its summit, was still clearly visible against the backdrop of the abandoned city. On the part visible from the landing site, one could even make out the emblem of the Vitiate Empire carved into the stonework. Revan suppressed the urge to curse, and gesturing for the group to follow him, stepped onto the surface of Dromund Kaas first. The group followed their leader's lead. The astromech droid beeped something in a disgruntled tone, apparently complaining about the sticky surface it was forced to navigate. The mossy surface of a swampy planet wasn't the best surface for the rollers of the droid's motorized supports. "Don't complain, R2, Revan waved him off. "We'll give your chassis a full overhaul upon your return." The astromech whistled and rolled much faster. Contrary to expectations, the force pressure was significantly weaker than the former Sith had imagined. Apparently, without the constant presence of the Dark Council and the Emperor, the raging storm of the dark side had begun to subside, though it still concealed the planet from outsiders' notice. A Jedi would have been unable to deliberately find a way here. Revan couldn't help but recall his recent dream and the feeling of helplessness that had overwhelmed him in that delusion. Thank the Great Force, it had been nothing more than a simple nightmare. Pushing aside his negative thoughts, Revan tried to focus and sense the alien presence. At first glance, aside from a couple of predators whose hunt had been interrupted by the Dawn Eagle's landing, there was no one within several kilometers. However, something was wrong. The force response was unclear, as if someone was trying to point something out to Revan, but through a clouded glass. And the former Jedi recalled similar sensations he'd experienced while training his assassins. Concealing the force allowed an object to disappear from view, making it invisible even to technology. There was no doubt it was her. This means that someone still lives on this abandoned planet. "We're not alone here," Revan quietly informed his partners. The mercenary nodded briefly and lowered the siding visor on her helmet. Maul adjusted his staff so that the activation button was right under his fingers. "I don't sense any alien presence, Master," the Zabrak responded quietly. "Although something strange is coming from the Citadel." Remember this feeling. This is how gifted people can hide. Killers? It is possible. Maul nodded as a sign that he took the danger seriously and would be ready if necessary. "The scanners only show a couple of four-legged mongrels," Tira reported, "but I wouldn't trust the readings. Too much interference. It's still a technological world, even if it's abandoned." R2 trilled in binary, confirming the Mandalorian's words. His sensor suite also returned conflicting readings. "We're moving towards the Citadel Tower," Revan pointed in the direction. "Don't let your guard down." "Don't tell a Mandalorian how to drive a Shirak,"
Nomad snorted, taking a pair of miniature spherical drones out of her pouch and releasing them into the air. Revan was unable to identify the model, but Maul seemed to be able to. "Is this a TMD-77S?" the Zabrak asked. "I used them on a couple of missions." "They are the ones," the Mandalorian reluctantly agreed. "These are good search drones. While their range is a bit short, at least they don't attract attention." Nomad froze for a second, seemingly looking into Maul's face, but her gaze was actually directed slightly to the left of the Zabrak's head. The mercenary suddenly raised her blaster and fired. Maul's lightsaber was already halfway to the girl's neck when it collided with his master's silver blade. The blow was instinctive, and after receiving a gentle force push to the back of his head, Maul immediately suppressed his anger and sheathed his weapon. Revan didn't let his apprentice finish, pointing the tip of his lightsaber somewhere behind the Zabrak's back. Maul turned around. A step away from where he had stood a few seconds ago lay the dead carcass of some kind of lizard. Guessing what had happened, the Zabrak turned back to the mercenary and nodded briefly, simultaneously apologizing and expressing gratitude. "Don't get distracted, Horned One," Tira said slightly mockingly, "and don't get nervous." "I didn't feel threatened," Maul muttered. "Not surprising," Revan shrugged, sheathing his blade. "They're just Ysalamiri, a local species of harmless amphibians. They have an innate ability to conceal their presence by creating neutral zones in the Force, a defense mechanism against the Vornskers." "Who?" Nomad asked again. "A Vornsker is a four-legged creature with a spiky tail, similar to a hound. It hunts using the Force." "It's a nice planet," Revan thought he saw Tira roll her eyes even through his helmet visor. "Even the animals here are these. When the world is so saturated with the Force, sooner or later living beings will adapt to it, regardless of whether they are intelligent or not." "Wonderful," the mercenary snorted. The astromech droid rolled up to the lizard's carcass and carefully poked it with the stun gun. "Come on, we shouldn't linger in one place for too long. Blood will attract predators." Revan again gave the command to continue moving. "R2, leave the Ysalamiri alone." As they progressed deeper into the city, the former Jedi increasingly wondered how quickly the Sith had abandoned the planet. What had happened? Was it a gradual exodus caused by the collapse of the state system? A natural process of degeneration and extinction, or a decisive strike by a victor determined to deal with the enemy once and for all? As expected, there was no information about this on the holonet. The Jedi Temple archives were also empty, or rather, the section open to apprentices was empty. The Order kept everything related to the dark side separate, to prevent any negative influence on the immature minds of younglings and Padawans, which Revan sincerely considered foolish. After all, how can you prepare for something you're not told? The horror stories of the Masters don't count. They're all fear and not an ounce of truth. "Couldn't find a landing pad closer?" Tira muttered irritably, climbing over another blockage. The astromech droid, which had been selecting a location along with the navigation computer, attempted to answer the question. However, few knew binary. Tira was perhaps one of those who had bothered to learn it, but she didn't show it, only occasionally nodding unconsciously at the droid's trills a little before she saw or heard the translation. "Safe? No," Revan, leading the group, replied, translating R2's beeps and whistles. "We're already close." And indeed, it was only a short walk to the tower, about 10 minutes. Suddenly, the former Sith felt a powerful disturbance in the Force, signaling approaching danger. Focusing, Revan was able to detect a large concentration of living creatures approaching the group from the east. The mercenary and the Zabrak, noticing how the leader had lost his step, instantly perked up and prepared for possible trouble. "Master?" Maul called timidly. "To the Citadel! Run!" Revan ordered, assessing the number of potential enemies. A flock of over 30 individuals was moving toward them, far too many for Vornsker or vine cats, and they were moving at a decent speed, indicating they could fly.
"What happened?" Nomad asked as she ran.
R2, realizing that his chassis wasn't designed for sprinting, activated his jet boosters, launching himself into the air. "Looks like a pack of Mylock," the former Jedi replied. "Big?" "More than necessary," Revan replied dryly. The astromech droid beeped, voicing its sensor readings. The little guy had detected nearly 4 dozen living creatures. "Shit, banthas, I see." The mercenary checked the information received from the drones. Go. There were no more questions. No one offered to fight, as even the most experienced warriors tried to avoid encounters with a pack of predators. Mylocks, not to be confused with Minox, were found on many planets and were therefore quite well known. They were yellow-brown winged creatures with a flexible, spiked tail, capable of punching through the armor of light vehicles or disrupting energy shields. If you're not careful, you won't get a second chance.
Already on the steps littered with rubble, the group heard a piercing screech behind them. "Hut! Hurry!" Revan ordered, telekinetically snatching up the chunks of rock and twisted sheets of durasteel that were blocking the entrance to the citadel. "Help!" The Zabrak wasn't that good at telekinesis, but he tried his best. Nomad turned toward the attackers and, with a short burst from her rapid-fire carbine, cut down one of the approaching creatures. Another followed, but the sight of another 30 winged monsters, their bulk filling the sky, sent a chill down her spine. "Hurry up!" she shouted, waiting until the Mylocks were within shooting range. The creatures were getting closer, making the mercenary increasingly nervous. She wouldn't be able to shoot them all. The Mylocks weren't so stupid as to attack head-on in a single burst. No, these winged monsters flew in different directions, distracting their prey, and then attacked from different angles, trying to knock them down. Even a Mandalorian would have a hard time dealing with them all. And just as the girl was about to open fire, she felt something tug at her waist, lifting her off the surface and dragging her backwards towards the entrance to the tower. Nomad barely managed to call off the drones before she found herself on the floor in a rubble-strewn hall, with Revan and Maul already blocking the passage from the street with improvised means. "You weren't in a hurry," Tira hissed, rising from the floor. R2-D2's servos buzzed loudly as he passed by, dragging a piece of durasteel ceiling and a retractable manipulator. "Size and weight, of course, don't matter to the Force," Revan responded in a tense voice, "but it requires a lot of concentration." Maul was completely out of breath, concentrating on moving the debris, not even stopping to wipe away the sweat that had appeared on his face. "Ha! And I was beginning to think your Force knew no bounds." "So many legends circulate throughout the galaxy about all-powerful Jedi," the mercenary chuckled, reloading her weapon. "Well, even the best marksman needs time to aim, no?" Revan retorted. "It's the same principle. It's not enough to simply want to move a boulder. You need to channel the Force in the right direction and clearly indicate what needs to be done. Otherwise, you could either rip the boulder from the ground or crush it to dust, along with the entire planet." Revan exaggerated a bit, but it'll serve as an example, and few had the patience to reach such heights of control. Nomad nodded thoughtfully. "R2, light it up," the former Jedi asked. The hall became quite dark when the exit was barricaded. The droid immediately complied, activating all the lights it had. A beam of light revealed a pile of rubble in the darkness, marking the site of the arched passage through which the group had entered the tower. "Well, now we won't get out of here quickly," Nomad stated, lighting a lantern on the armor. "You can always blow up the walls," Revan reassured the mercenary, to which she nodded thoughtfully. "What next, Master?" Maul asked. "For some reason, I can't sense my surroundings. It's as if they're trying to hide the tower itself." "Not the tower, but the one inside," Revan clarified. He, too, couldn't shake the feeling that someone was nearby, but not showing themselves. Not right in this room, otherwise the former Sith would still have been able to spot the stranger, even through the disguise. "And yet, the Horned One asked a good question," Nomad said. "Where next?" Revan would have been happy to answer, but he found it difficult. His memories were fragmentary. During his last visit, he and Mitra had walked from the landing pad on the 20th level. Where to go from this entrance remained a mystery.
R2. Check the service terminals. Maybe there's still power left, the squad leader suggested. Do you really think anything here could work? Tira said skeptically, pointing to the moss on the floor and walls. Don't underestimate the technology of the Sith or other Force users, Revan said thoughtfully. I've seen artifacts that were still functioning after thousands of years. At that moment, an astromech droid, which had approached one of the terminals on the wall, beeped in disappointment, indicating a lack of power in the network. Well, apparently generators don't belong to these wonderful artifacts, Tira chuckled. Obviously, Revan was forced to agree. A flash of light caught the entire group's attention, causing them to turn toward the source. Revan and Maul reacted slightly earlier, as they both sensed a surge of force energy. In the far passage behind the arch, a dim light flickered, as if from the flickering of an open fire. The group slowly approached. Revan gestured for R2 to remain still, lest the whirring of his servos interfere with the threat's detection, or, conversely, alert a potential enemy to their approach. Beyond the archway was a long corridor, sloping upward at an angle. Apart from the remains of ruined statues of ancient lords and a couple of faded frescoes, the corridor was empty. Torches? Tira asked in surprise, not believing her eyes. And indeed, on the walls there were a few miraculously surviving torches burning, in which a real fire was blazing. Torches, Revan agreed. The Sith have always loved mystical surroundings. And someone lit them, Maul stated the obvious. Everyone agreed with this conclusion. We are invited, Revan noted. Or they're luring us into a trap, Tira added. For the Sith, it's the same thing, the ancient Force adept shrugged. Let's go. R2. Follow us, but be quiet. As the squad advanced, more and more torches lit up, guiding the group along the route and preventing them from getting lost in the maze of passages. Or, conversely, confusing the exit. I hope someone is marking our path, Revan asked after 10 minutes of wandering through the corridors and once ornate halls. Of course, Nomad responded. The astromech droid responded in the affirmative just a moment later. Okay, let's move on. The group strained every sense and used every available piece of equipment to ensure they didn't miss the moment the enemy appeared. And everything was clear. The appearance of the robed figure came as a complete surprise. Neither Maul nor Revan sensed its approach. It seemed to appear out of thin air, right in front of the squad, causing everyone to raise their weapons. The figure exuded the dark side, but there was no sense of the presence of a living being. Who? Before Tira could ask, the robed figure spoke. A commanding female voice, with the slight hoarseness of an old woman, filled the corridors of the citadel. Did you think defeating me would be as easy as defeating Cedric's? The group tensed, preparing for battle. Maul was already in a fighting stance, blade activated. Nomad and R2 aimed their weapons. Only Revan stood, clutching the deactivated lightsaber in his hand. He recognized that voice, that vile, arrogant tone of the damned red-skinned old woman. Master? Maul called to his teacher, noticing how he froze. Look at me. I am your doom, the robed figure continued, slowly advancing on Revan. I am Darth Nihilus, Lord of the Sith. I captured Drezi, destroyed Meldia. I am on the Dark Council. Tira fired, but the charge simply passed through the hood without harming the unknown person at all. What hut? The mercenary growled, firing again, but with the same result. Maul waited, trembling with impatience, but not daring to attack, awaiting the order of his master. Revan, Tira called, realizing the futility of her attacks. Do something!
Revan, who had stood motionless until now, slowly turned his head toward the mercenary. The encounter with the ghost of his past stirred up unpleasant memories. However, almost immediately the former Sith realized that this was not a living being, not even a Force ghost. It was merely a prank of the dark side, something one could encounter in places with a strong concentration of darkness, such as the tombs and caves of Korriban. "Away, Wraith," Revan commanded in a firm voice and waved his hand, directing a short pulse of the Force. The figure that once belonged to the powerful Darth Nihilus began to melt before our eyes, dissolving into the shadows. "Keep a close eye on him. He's powerful and very dangerous," came the old woman's almost inaudible whisper at last. For a few seconds, the group stood still, realizing what had happened. "And what was that?" Nomad was the first to break down.
"A Force ghost," Maul guessed, barely concealing the delight and awe in his voice. The Zabrak had read a lot about powerful Sith who, even after death, remained in the world of the living, albeit in the form of a ghost. "No," Revan countered, lowering his dreaming apprentice to the ground. "It wasn't a ghost, just a phantom, an echo of the past, imprinted by the dark side." "And whose phantom is it?" Tira asked. "You clearly recognized her." "It was Darth Nihilus," the former Jedi replied, "the last time we met." "Did you kill her?" "Yes," Revan nodded. "A member of the Dark Council?" Maul asked, dumbfounded. Another nod. "There's no point in lingering. Be on your guard. There could be more ahead. And I'm not sure they'll all be as harmless." As Revan had predicted, they were being led directly to the Emperor's throne room. The former Jedi soon felt a sense of déjà vu, recognizing the corridors the group was walking through. They seemed the same. Bright, pompous, filled with ominous beauty. Statues of Sith lords, frescoes depicting the rise of the Empire, the escape from Korriban, and the rebirth on the edge of the galaxy. Even the tapestries were still there. However, shaking his head to clear the illusion, Revan managed to regain clarity of thought. The corridors were as empty as the rest of the citadel. The tension was mounting. The pressure of the dark side, coupled with the sense of danger, was unsettling. Maul was practically growling, instead of making coherent statements, which was a worrying sign. The former Jedi himself successfully kept his mind clear, balancing between light and darkness, allowing the Force to flow freely through his body. "Murderers! Destroy them all!" A squad of soldiers came running around the corner toward the group. Revan recognized them as the Emperor's guards, led by Captain Yari. Maul rushed forward with fury, trying to tear apart the illusory squad. When he realized all his blows were missing, the Zabrak turned to face his master and the Mandalorian. Maul's bright yellow eyes were filled with nothing but madness. Revan immediately realized his apprentice was not himself. He had let the darkness in too deeply, succumbing to his surroundings. "Hey, Horned One, what are you up to?" The mercenary aimed her blaster at the Zabrak, seeing him getting ready to charge. The mentor was only a moment ahead of his student, but managed to intercept Maul's attack in time, simultaneously blocking Nomad's line of fire. Catching the Zabrak at the very beginning of his movement, Revan easily knocked him off balance and delivered several precise blows with the hilt of his sword, sending his charge into oblivion. "What the hell?" Nomad pointed the barrel of her carbine at Revan. "Power," the man replied over his shoulder, trying not to provoke the mercenary. "It puts a lot of pressure on the mind. Maul couldn't cope." "And how are you?" "I'm fine."
"I have much more experience," Revan replied with a sad smile.
Tira lowered her weapon. "We shouldn't have come here," she suddenly said. "This is a bad place. Even I feel uneasy." "The concentration of the Force here is such that even the untalented find it difficult," Revan confirmed. "But unlike us, you don't feel everything so acutely." "Hooray," I'm lucky, Nomad hissed sarcastically. What next?
Keep an eye on him, Revan answered after thinking for a second. Can you get him out?
He's no featherweight, of course. But yes, I can. But are you sure splitting up is a good idea?
The Mandalorian responded doubtfully.
After all, everyone's seen the phantoms. And if the horned one wakes up, I won't be able to calm him down as gently. He'll get a blaster bolt to the head.
The idea was sound, but going further with a wounded man in his arms was dangerous. The unknown lay ahead.
Or rather, someone powerful enough to lure Revan here from the other side of the galaxy, and quite possibly hostile, lay ahead. However, they are almost there. From here there is only one way.
Then wait here, Revan suggested. There's only the throne room ahead.
Are you going alone?
I won't be able to be distracted by your defense.
I don't need protection, Nomad snorted. Have you ever fought a Sith? He's not a Jedi who will spare you to the last and attack with full force only when he has no choice. Nor is he a fallen one who attacks like a mad animal. A Sith is a cold, calculating monster trapped in the body of a sentient being. He's unfettered by morality, honor, or pity. He won't toy with you like I did on Tatooine.
Tira swallowed slightly, taking in Revan's rebuke, reinforced by the slight influence of the Force. The former Jedi truly wanted to go on alone. Tira was still too young and inexperienced.
If Canderous had been in her place, Revan wouldn't have even considered it.
But bringing along a burden and being distracted during the fight, this is precisely what destroyed Mitra. She defended Revan by abandoning her own weapon and left her back exposed to the traitor's blow.
I get it, the mercenary finally gave in. This isn't my fight. Hut. It's lousy to admit your helplessness. We are all helpless in some way. Revan turned towards the doors to the throne room.
Be careful, Nomad suddenly said, barely audible.
Always, the man answered quietly, without turning around.
There wasn't even any need for telekinesis. The throne room doors swung open as soon as Revan took a step toward them. It was nearly impossible to see into the throne room without passing through the doorway. It was as if the very light dimmed without passing through. The semi-darkness that reigned in the Emperor's seat of power concealed much from prying eyes.
Calling upon the Force once again, Revan strode decisively into the heart of the Empire.
The throne room remained unchanged. Gloom reigned, broken only by the occasional light panels which somehow still glowed dimly. A high vault, columns lining the perimeter, and a black throne on a pedestal surrounded by swirling fog. It seemed as if the throne would turn, and Vitiate himself would rise from it to fight Revan again, seeking revenge for the brazen attempt to overthrow him. Revan winced as the chair on the pedestal actually moved. The former Jedi gripped the hilts of his lightsabers tighter, bracing himself for any outcome. But I wasn't ready for this. It wasn't the Emperor's emaciated figure that rose from the throne, clad in a robe as black as darkness itself. No. A girl in snow-white robes sat on the throne. Her chestnut hair was cut short, and her blue eyes sparkled faintly with a smile.
Revan's mouth dropped open in amazement as he stared into the face of his long-lost friend and most devoted comrade, not counting his dear Bastila. Mitra Surik was rising from the throne. The girl who, as a Padawan, had followed Revan and Alec into war. The one who had become the most trusted general in the Republic army, after that same Alec. The one who had saved him 3 times, and had not abandoned him even in death. His closest and most devoted friend. His apprentice. "Mitra?" Revan called. The girl smiled and wanted to answer something, but I didn't have time. A scarlet blade emerged from her chest, just like that day. "No!" Revan managed to shout before the illusion faded. In Surik's place was a tall, broad-shouldered man in battle armor, with a black cloak draped over it. His red skin marked him as a purebred Sith. His eyes glowed crimson. Several scars crisscrossed his face, indicating a rich and battle-torn past. But even if he were completely disfigured, Revan would not have been able to fail to recognize him. "Hello, teacher," the Sith said. "Scourge," Revan replied, trying not to give in to the rage seething inside him. "Traitor." Chapter 27. The Last Lord of the Fallen Empire. In the throne room of the vanished ruler of a vanished empire, two people stood facing each other. Aliens from another time, natives of another era. Raised in different cultures, faced on opposite sides of the barricades, yet forced to unite. An alliance that ended in betrayal. Revan peered through the visor of his mask into the face of the killer, the one who had ended the life of the unarmed woman with a treacherous blow to the back. Mitra's shocked gaze was clearly visible in the former Jedi's eyes, evoking feelings of guilt and regret. And also hatred. Pure and unadulterated hatred for the pure-blooded Sith standing before him. Scourge looked relaxed, almost tired. His shoulders were slumped too low for battle readiness. His gaze was unreadable. Pure-blood arrogance and darkness. That's what Revan saw in the dark side adept's scarlet eyes. "I foresaw your coming, Master," the Sith said slowly. A swing of the silver blade and a wave of force channeled through the weapon by its owner erupts from the blade. A scarlet stroke of a vertical strike. Scourge managed to repel the attack, splitting the wave in two. The columns flanking the throne shattered into a fan of fragments. "I see you're not in the mood to talk," the Sith asked with a slight grin. Revan just snorted in disdain. "I have nothing to talk to you about." "You won't even listen? Don't you want to know the reason?" Scourge smirked and began to slowly descend from the pedestal, keeping the scarlet blade activated. "Give me back my friend and family, traitor," Revan hissed, jumping up. The pureblood wore heavy Sith armor, familiar to the former Jedi. It was favored by fighters who practiced force-based combat. And, if memory served him correctly, Scourge was one of those. The armor model was relatively new, meaning it was custom-made from modern materials, which was both a good and a bad thing. The blades clashed with a grinding sound. The more agile Revan attacked swiftly, intending to flank him. However, the Sith anticipated the maneuver and parried every blow. But he was unprepared for the telekinetic strike to the knee. A force-infused kick from the Mandalorian's armored boot slammed into the red-skinned Lord's chin, sending Scourge flying toward the foot of the Emperor's throne. The blow was monstrously powerful, and if it weren't for the armor collar, the cervical vertebrae would not have withstood such abuse. The Sith barely had time to roll to the side when two blades sank into the place where he had lain a moment earlier. Revan simply ignored the force push that Scourge intended to use to break the distance, using absorption instead. The Sith parried the next series of blows while standing on one knee, unable to find a way to rise. Revan was fast and incredibly strong, which reawakened a sense of awe in Scourge that he'd almost forgotten. The same feeling he'd felt after those long conversations with the captive Jedi in the Nyriss dungeons. The shock and awe that gripped the Sith the moment Revan destroyed a Dark Council member with a single blow, even weakened by years of imprisonment and sedation. Could he have won then? The thought occurred to the pureblood, who was barely holding back the pressure of his opponent. And the next moment, the silver blade deflected the crimson blade, clearing the way for its black counterpart. The blade of Revan's second lightsaber scraped into the Sith's chestplate.
the opponents froze. Scourge slowly lowered his gaze to the blade protruding from his chest. The black, gold-rimmed arc of the blade was almost 2/3 in, and apparently exited from behind. "For Mithra," Revan said quietly. The hand clutching the weapon that would end the Sith's life jerked back, intending to pull the blade from the enemy's body, but Scourge prevented it. An armored gauntlet grabbed Revan's forearm, crushing it in a steely grip. The rage that consumed Revan helped him channel the energy of the dark side, strengthening his body and giving him speed. Only when the black blade found its target did he allow himself to calm down a bit. Scourge was a skilled fighter, the best he'd faced since awakening in a new body, and yet it wasn't enough. Few could match Revan's skill in swordsmanship. Aaron Kai had even compared him to ancient masters like Tulak Horde.
Therefore, the former Jedi was quite confident in his own strength, and he was confident that a blow to one of the nerve centers just below the heart would incapacitate his opponent, causing him horrific pain. And what was his surprise when Scourge, as if not even noticing the wound, grabbed his arm, almost breaking the bones, and struck him with a terrifying blow with his blade from top to bottom. In any other situation, Revan wouldn't have risked taking such a hard-fought attack, aware of the disparity in their physical strength. But without room to maneuver, he simply saw no other way out. A silver blade, enhanced by a telekinetic impulse, intercepted the crimson blade, threatening to sever the former Jedi's left arm. The hilt was nearly torn from his fingers as the full force of the blow collided with the lightsaber's plasma arc. Even with the Force's support, Revan barely held back the attack, scorching his own sleeve with his own blade. But he'd already missed a backhand strike. His mask clanged as the Sith's armored gauntlet struck his left cheekbone. Revan nearly lost his balance but recovered in time, deflecting another blow. It was impossible to pull his hand out of his grip. The Sith simply wouldn't let him focus on it, raining more blows on Revan. Finally, seizing a moment to concentrate, the former Jedi grabbed the opponent's glove with the hilt of the sword clenched in it with telekinesis, forcing him to freeze in the air. There was another pause. Revan couldn't free his hand from Scourge's grip, and Scourge, in turn, couldn't strike. "How?" Revan breathed out, trying to understand why the enemy was still able to move. "My life is pain." The Sith, his scarlet eyes flashing, unclenched his hand, letting go of his opponent. Scourge's radial telekinetic blast pushed Revan back, sending him flying toward the nearest wall. However, the former Jedi managed to spin in midair and, pushing off the obstacle with his feet, launched another attack. Scourge felt the thrill of battle once again, lost centuries ago. Here he was, the one he'd waited for so many years, a rival, a mentor, a powerful adversary. Hope for long-awaited peace. The fighters clashed, attacking each other furiously, as if trying to emphasize that this hadn't been a real fight, but merely a game. The speed increased exponentially. The stone vaults of the throne room cracked under the blows of the Force. The columns shook and cracked. The opponents weren't above exploiting their surroundings to gain an advantage. Every now and then, stone debris and the remains of a throne destroyed in the heat of battle would try to knock their opponents off their feet. Here, Revan lets another boulder pass by that should have pierced his skull, and attacks the exposed enemy with a stream of branching lightning. It took Scourge a few seconds to regain control of his own body's muscles and move his sword into the path of the Force lightning, deflecting the attack. Revan's new attack met with little resistance from the still recovering Sith. 3 deep wounds on his left side were the price he paid for his lapse in vigilance. However, this didn't seem to bother Scourge in the least. He turned around and returned to his stance as if nothing had happened. "Vitiate did something to you," Revan stated, acknowledging the low effectiveness of his attacks. "Rewarded," the Sith growled in response, lunging towards the former Jedi. The red-skinned warrior's speed and strength increased. He also employed a rather unique swordsmanship style, combining features of the 5th and 6th forms of combat, Shien and Niman, respectively. While Niman was quite familiar to Revan, Shien was significantly modified, as if specifically adapted for dueling, like Makashi. Furthermore, it was clear that the Sith had studied not only lightsaber combat, but also learned from the fighting techniques of the Echani, Mandalorians, and many other peoples, allowing him to develop a unique style capable of surprising even a seasoned fighter like Revan. The Sith's latest combo ended with the former Jedi earning a short, red-hot scratch on his chest plate, barely managing to jump away from a horizontal blow. Scourge seemed to be growing stronger with each passing minute. Or was Revan slowing down? Even with a hurricane of emotions raging in his mind, the former Jedi managed to analyze his opponent's actions without allowing his mind to completely surrender to rage and the dark side. Emotions fueled the dark side and Revan cursed, realizing his mistake. Back in Nyriss's dungeons, Scourge had once let slip a special talent he possessed, one not every Sith possessed. This particular pureblood possessed an innate ability to not only harness his own emotions for strength, but also subconsciously fed on the dark side energy his opponent was using. The opponent's fear and anger only strengthened the Sith. This made him an ideal fighter against other dark side adepts, which attracted the attention of Nyriss, who needed an assassin to eliminate those who disagreed with her, and, ultimately, to assassinate the Emperor himself. However, this was also Scourge's greatest weakness. If his opponent lacked strong emotions or used only the light side of the Force, his effectiveness plummeted. This was especially true with droids, who reportedly nearly killed him on one mission for Darth Nyriss. Revan fed Scourge with his own anger. Pulling himself together and clearing his mind was harder than usual. His mind was constantly raging with the thought that before him stood the one responsible for his friend's death. The one who had kept Revan from returning to Bastila. The traitor. It took all the restraint and concentration the former Jedi could muster. The Order's code was of no help in calming him down, so Revan concentrated on the image of Bastila. A scene from their short but happy family life surfaced in her memory. His beloved was sitting in a chair on the balcony of their cozy apartment on Coruscant. Her chestnut hair, untied this time, flowed freely in the wind. Bastila's serene face, admiring the sunset, was especially beautiful that day. Her blue eyes beamed with happiness, and a sweet smile played on her lips. Perhaps it was then that she learned she was carrying their child? Revan took a deep breath, feeling the darkness leave his body, leaving behind a sense of peace and lightness that attracted a rare aspect of the Force on this world, the light, which had only visited the throne room a few times in the Citadel's existence, readily rushed to its adept's aid, giving Revan the strength to use Force prowess. Scourge's new attack met with equal force. Having parried the first blow, Revan threw the black blade behind the Sith, then deflected a new attack with the palm of his left hand. Without losing speed, the former Jedi spun around and struck Scourge diagonally in the chest. At the same moment, the black blade, guided by telekinesis, struck Scourge's raised left hand, knocking the lightsaber from his grasp. The final blow, intended to end the confrontation, struck the left bracer of Scourge's armor. Revan was too late to notice the unusual glint of the metal covering that piece of armor. Upon encountering the cortosis coating, the silver blade's plasma arc destabilized and vanished. The Sith took advantage of the moment of confusion, delivering a powerful blow to his opponent's stomach. However, Revan was slightly faster, throwing aside the now useless blade, and managed to intercept the Sith's fist and push it slightly to the side, opening Scourge's head for a counterattack. Blocking the enemy's other hand, Revan slammed the forehead plate of his mask right into the bridge of the red-skinned man's nose, forcing him to recoil. Grabbing Scourge by the arms, the former Jedi prevented him from moving, then kneed him in the stomach. The armor plates absorbed most of the impact, but the remaining force was enough for the Sith to lunge forward again, trying to regain his balance. He was met with a flying knee. Thrown back, Scourge fell backwards and didn't even have time to move before Revan landed on his chest, pinning him to the ground. The black blade severed one of the growths on his chin and seared his neck, preventing the Sith from breaking free. All that was left was to move the sword just a little to cut the traitor's head from his body, finally restoring justice.
Last words? Revan asked evenly. His mind was clearer than ever. The battle trance allowed him to cast aside anger and resentment, allowing him to tap into the pure power of light. The Sith smiled faintly, which surprised the former Jedi. Was he happy about his defeat?
"I won't make excuses if that's what you're expecting," Scourge said through gritted teeth, trying to look into Revan's eyes, hidden behind the mask's visor. "There is no death. There is the great force," the former Jedi quoted, preparing to end the Sith's protracted life. Suddenly, he felt someone's touch on his shoulder, soft and very familiar. There was no alarm. The Force wasn't warning him of danger, but rather urging him to turn around and satisfy his budding curiosity. On impulse, Revan turned his head and saw a woman's hand, tinged with a bluish glow, clutching his shoulder. The familiar sensation of a friend's presence followed.
Looking up at the unexpected visitor, the former Jedi could hardly believe his eyes.
Mitra Surik stood behind him, leaning toward him. This wasn't a phantom or an illusion, as the Force would have suggested. No, this was a true Force ghost. Revan wouldn't have confused the spirit of his comrade with anyone else. She had followed him into battle during the Mandalorian Wars, survived the disaster on Malachor, followed him to Dromund Kaas, sensed the emptiness of Nathema, and followed him to battle the Emperor. And even after death, for 300 years, the spirit of his fallen friend supported him. So Revan simply couldn't mistake her, any more than he had his beloved Bastila. "Mitra," he said to the ghost with a smile. "Hello, old friend," she nodded, smiling warmly in response. "What are you doing here? I thought you merged with the Force long ago." "I came to stop you from doing something stupid again, Revan." The girl nodded towards Scourge, who was pinned to the floor.
Revan turned to the Sith, who was looking directly at Mitra, indicating that he saw her too.
"You came because of him." "Why?" the former Jedi asked, a hint of surprise in his voice. "To restore justice," Surik said. "Watch me end his life?" Revan asked, almost growling from the newly awakened emotions. "No," Mitra snapped. "I'm here to save him." "What?" The former Jedi turned to the Force Ghost, not understanding why Surik had said that. "What do you mean? He betrayed us. He killed you." "He saved you, your family, and the Republic itself, paying only one life in return," the Jedi exile declared. "What are you talking about?" Revan was confused. "Put down the blade. He will tell you everything himself." The girl nodded at the Sith. "And, for the sake of the Great Force, try to listen to him, my friend." Reluctantly, Revan complied with Surik's request, releasing Scourge and allowing him to stand. "I'm listening," the former Jedi said through gritted teeth.
The Sith straightened and brushed dust and stone chips from his armor and the remains of his cloak. Revan noticed wounds already beginning to heal through the gaps in the armor.
"I told you I'm not going to make excuses." Scourge crossed his arms over his chest. "Oh, Sela, you're as stubborn as a bantha. I was hoping that a long life would improve your character." Mithra clasped her hands. "Tell him everything, or I'll do it." "No." "That means there will be a short version," Surik said irritably, turning to Revan.
Version of what? Asked the former Jedi. The events of that day when we set out to kill the Emperor. You didn't know that idiot had a vision, did you? To whom? To the Emperor? To Scourge. To Scourge? Is this an echo? Yes, Scourge had a vision. He saw our defeat. The death of our entire squad at the hands of Vitiate, Mitra replied, her tone gradually changing from irritated to her usual, calm one. Revan turned his gaze to the Sith. Something surfaced in the former Jedi's memory, causing him to almost gasp in realization of the hidden truth. So that's why you asked me about the visions. Is it possible to change what's destined? Why did you keep silent about the reason for your questions? But what if I only made things worse? Weren't you the one who told me about the dangers of precognition? Trying to change everything could only hasten the tragic outcome of our mission. Scourge finally deigned to answer. You could have told. And what would that change? Would you believe me? Would you call off the attack? The Sith snorted. Revan wanted to object, but realized Scourge was right. Before him, only a handful of Sith had possessed the gift of foresight. The dark side hid the future even from its own adherents. Should he trust the Sith and cancel the plan to destroy their Emperor? No, Revan shook his head. You're right. I wouldn't believe you. Even now, and only thanks to Mithra, I have difficulty admitting that such a thing could have happened. That's it, Scourge chuckled. I had to find a way out myself. And you decided to betray us in order to save yourself. Revan almost flared up. No, the reason was different. Which one? New vision. One more? Yes. Revan gritted his teeth, but still asked about the contents of the vision that had come his way so conveniently. I saw the Emperor's death, but another was destined to kill him, and not on that day. And I had to be at the side of the one who would defeat Vitiate. The Force commanded it. But there was only one way I could survive the attack on the Emperor. Pretend it was part of your plan to expose the conspiracy? Revan suggested, no stranger to the intrigues that inevitably arose around power. Yes, Scourge nodded. I could only play the role of a double traitor, who in fact was loyal to the Emperor and led his enemies to execution. But for Vitiate to believe this, compelling evidence was needed, Mithra added. Our death, Revan agreed, and precisely at the hands of a traitor. Yes, Surik agreed. That's how it was, Scourge nodded, frowning as if in pain. Mitra's throw of the lightsaber decided everything. Instead of killing the Emperor, who was open to attack, she chose to deflect his blade, saving your life. The outcome was clear. You, Revan, were wounded. Mitra was unarmed, and I was exhausted from the fight with Yari. We no longer stood a chance against the Emperor. I did the only thing I could. He killed me and betrayed you, Mitra finished for the Sith. There was a silence. Revan considered the information, trying to decide for himself whether it was sufficient justification for Scourge. You said he saved my family. What does that mean? Revan asked, trying to clarify. Thanks to your survival and your ability to influence Vitiate's mind, the Emperor didn't dare attack the Republic for another 300 years. Bastila and Vaynor managed to live out their lives, avoiding the horrors of war. Scourge's choice gave you the chance to protect what matters most. Revan sank into thought again, torn between conflicting emotions. On the one hand, it was as Mitra had said. Scourge had given him the opportunity to confront the Emperor where his immortality and boundless power were useless. However, the arguments were rather weak. After all, things could have turned out differently. No, don't deceive yourself, Revan.
the former Jedi advised himself mentally. Vitiate would not have spared you. Remember the state you were in at that moment. Mitra and the Hutt traitor couldn't have handled this on their own.
You're only alive because the Emperor decided to test Scourge's loyalty by ordering your death.
And when the Emperor finally decided to attack, Surik spoke again, Scourge did everything he could to find someone who could stop Vitiate. And he found them. Found it? The hero of Tython, Scourge reluctantly confirmed. To be honest, I can't even remember right now what gender he or she. It doesn't matter. I don't remember either his name or his face, just a nickname. It was a man, Surik prompted. His name was Kassen Dvar, a talented Padawan who quickly rose to the rank of knight and confronted the Emperor, executing a rather daring plan to eliminate him. Kassen. Maybe Kassen. Scourge shrugged. Almost 4,000 years have passed. I remember there was a girl with him, one of the former cultists who served the Emperor. Desperate, if foolish. There was something that the former Jedi couldn't get his head around.
Wait a second. Are you saying you've lived for 4,000 years?
Yes, Scourge nodded.
How?
The Emperor's reward, the Sith practically spat out, grimacing. What did he do? Revan frowned, already guessing the answer. He performed a ritual on me that gave me immortality and allowed me to quickly heal even sometimes fatal wounds. A ritual? The former Jedi's expression darkened even more, recalling Vitiate's devastated homeworld. No, not the abomination he committed on the Thema, Scourge guessed Revan's train of thought. The Emperor would not have allowed anyone to even come close to his power. I see, Revan nodded. That's why you were able to survive until our meeting, and withstand my blows. Yes. And the pain? I pierced you several times where it hurts the most. Pain is my whole life, the Sith answered seriously. I feel it every second since that day. What do you mean? Revan didn't understand.
A ritual, Surik explained. The price of immortality is an incessant and unquenchable pain that is felt by every cell. Great power, Revan breathed out, realizing what he had just heard. How do you live? How have you not gone mad yet? When you live with pain day after day, year after year, you just stop noticing it. The trouble is, you stop feeling everything else too. I can't taste food. I can't feel the warmth of another being's touch. I don't sleep. I only meditate. Scourge replied, with poorly concealed melancholy and weariness in his voice. As for the madness, what makes you think I've retained my sanity? Revan didn't know what to answer. I've gone mad and pieced my mind back together countless times over these 4,000 years. I wandered the galaxy, studying various aspects of the Force. I spent 300 years on Korriban in constant meditation, more like stasis. But what helped me was the ability to set goals. What is the purpose? Revan asked. Not a specific one, no. Simply a goal. The Sith shook his head. First, to kill the Emperor. And when he was gone, I decided to accompany the hero of Tython. Don't you remember? You met on Lehon. The former Jedi shook his head. I hardly remember those events, as if they didn't happen to me at all. I see. Scourge nodded to his thoughts. And what did you do next? In many ways, the Sith shrugged, I helped the Revanites for a long time. Who? Revan asked. The Revanites. It's a sect that emerged when word leaked that the Emperor was holding a powerful Force adept captive to sustain his own life.
Someone blurted out that this adept was actually a former agent of the Emperor who had grown too powerful and returned to overthrow him. They even learned your name, the Sith chuckled. And so the Revanite movement was born, believing you to be the true Emperor, chosen by the Force, who had long ago dealt with Vitiate and taken his place. Incredible.
But the fact is, Scourge chuckled, they were hunted and exterminated.
But they couldn't be completely eradicated. Their actions largely led to the overthrow of Vitiate and the victory of the Republic, even though the Revanites themselves didn't seek such an outcome. Revan was surprised that his name had once again become a household word. Following the Revanchists, as the Council had dubbed them, who had left the Order, the Revanites had also emerged. "You said you were covering for them?" Revan asked. "Yes," Scourge nodded. "I distracted Imperial security. I framed particularly zealous lords seeking to investigate the cult's activities. I even sent a promising Sith to aid the Revanites, who later took my place as the Emperor's Wrath." "The Emperor's Wrath?" "Didn't I tell you?" Revan shook his head. "After the ritual, the Emperor made me his personal agent, independent of the Dark Council and subject only to his will. I became known as the Emperor's Wrath, for I became his punishing hand, unconcerned with the power or status of any being displeasing to Vitiate." "Executioner," Revan concluded. "For the most part, but also something more." The Sith shrugged. "In any case, I even joined a cult for a while, until the Empire fell completely. Then I went to Korriban, where I spent 300 years in Ajunta Paul's tomb. It was an enlightening experience." "The spirit of Ajunta Paul left the tomb?" Revan recalled one of the episodes of his own past. "He was freed from the shackles, but he didn't abandon it," Scourge countered. "And what was to stop him from making himself known again? You see Mitra Surik here now, and she too left this world more than once. She, you could say, saved me too." "What do you mean?" Revan asked. Scourge looked into Mithra's face and, after she nodded her permission, continued his story. "You have no idea what it's like to live in constant agony," the Sith said, rubbing the growths on his forehead. "On top of that, I began to be plagued by visions. I saw the Emperor torturing you again and again, then draining your life force, never allowing it to recover. I saw Mithra, invisible to all, circling beside you, supporting you and keeping your mind from fading. At first, I thought guilt was to blame. I even thought my sanity had begun to fail me, until I realized my visions were real. I don't know why, but the Force kept sending me images from the past, present, and even future, lifting the veil on many secrets. And to this day, I possess this cursed gift." "But how is Mithra involved in this?" Revan didn't understand. "About 100 years after the ritual, I felt I couldn't live like this anymore. My mind was too tired. Pain, guilt, despair. I was barely holding on," Scourge said with undisguised pain in his voice, weakening and revealing true emotions that had apparently resurfaced under the influence of memories. "And then Mitra appeared to me. Her ghost. I sensed he needed help," Surik explained. "After his blow, we became connected. Killer and killed. These bonds of the Force are as strong as the bond between mentor and apprentice, even if they were formed unconsciously under the influence of regret." "She saved me from myself," Scourge added. "How?" Revan asked. "She forgave me," the Sith replied, smiling faintly. "And then she appeared to me more than once in visions and as a ghost, helping me regain my sanity when I was on the very brink." Revan was impressed by this revelation. He had no idea how much power Mitra possessed, or how pure and unwavering her spirit was. She had found the strength to forgive the one who had ended her life. She had saved Revan from the Emperor. She had helped Scourge. Truly, all of Revan's deeds paled in comparison.
and he would have to work hard to even get close to the one who had once been his apprentice. "I don't know if I could live like you, Scourge," Revan voiced his thoughts.
"What choice did I have?" the Sith chuckled. "Suicide?"
"Of course not," the former Jedi objected.
"Exactly," Scourge nodded. "To take one's own life is to surrender, to show weakness. A Sith cannot be weak. A Sith meets his death in battle, with his head held high. We are not those who die quietly, whimpering in a corner. That is the fate of weak-willed slaves."
The true Sith purebred's nature came out again, returning Scourge to Revan's usual haughty expression.
"But it's not like I didn't try."
Scourge hesitated slightly. "What?"
"Death in battle," the Sith explained. "I was looking for it."
Revan nodded understandingly. He knew the feeling. "But not everyone can kill me, right?" Scourge chuckled.
Revan recalled their fight and was forced to admit it hadn't been easy.
Scourge possessed exceptional skills, obviously honed over centuries.
"Yes, indeed," Revan nodded. "You are an impressive fighter. Your praise means a lot to me, Master." Scourge bowed briefly.
"I am not your teacher," Revan objected.
"You may not consider yourself one," the Sith dismissed, "but I've always thought of you that way. After all, it was you who taught me foresight, even while I was held captive by Nyrus. You showed me the other side of the Force, taught me to harness my emotions like no one else. You are my mentor, Revan, and nothing will change that." This admission confused the former Jedi. After all, he had only used Scourge to escape. "I know you didn't intend to train me. I know you intended to escape with my help," Scourge said, as if reading my mind. "That doesn't change anything. I'm grateful to you, Master." Revan cleared his throat, trying to regain his suddenly lost confidence.
The hot Sith had thrown him off balance.
"And yet, I never taught you to swordsman like that." Revan changed the subject. "What is this strange Shien? I've never seen Form 5 used like that." "It's not Shien," Scourge shook his head. "Gem So, her altered version that appeared, may the Force remember, shortly before the Coruscant campaign and the next war between the Sith and the Jedi." Revan didn't immediately grasp the meaning of this. How many conflicts had Scourge seen in his long life? How many had he participated in? How had he managed to remain in the shadows all this time? It turned out that Revan had spoken part of his thoughts out loud. "The war between light and darkness never ends," Scourge answered a randomly asked question. "In one form or another, the struggle is always going on." "Balance must be found, sooner or later," Revan noted. The Sith nodded in agreement, then shook his head. "I've seen too many conflicts to believe in a bright future, Revan." Scourge looked up at the ceiling, seeking support from the ancient vaults, or perhaps simply gathering his thoughts. "I've seen the rise of the Lords, their inevitable fall. I've fought for the light, and I've slain the enemies of the darkness. The galaxy has been torn apart for millennia. It needs someone to show it the way. But it's certainly not me." "And not me," Revan said, barely audibly. Mitra snorted, suppressing a laugh. "Don't be so hard on yourself," Scourge chuckled. "However, that's not the reason I invited you to Dromund Kaas." "Was it you after all?" "I did," the Sith nodded, "although someone tried to do it before me." "Who?" "Someone named Sidious. Do you know him?" "We met." Revan gritted his teeth. "He recently discovered a route to Dromund Kaas, though they tried to keep it secret. It seems he's decided to subjugate the prophets." "Who?" Revan asked. "There's a cult on this planet that appeared just under 1,000 years ago.
They've settled in an ancient temple and preach a doctrine of the dark force that seems strange to me. A bunch of gullible idiots, Scourge said dismissively. But we've strayed from the topic again. There's time to discuss my long life and Sidious later. I called you because the Force itself is in danger. What? I had a vision many hundreds of years ago, the Sith explained, of a threat that would destroy our galaxy if we did nothing. Something is approaching our world from the depths of dark space. Something evil and merciless, contrary to the Force itself. No one will be safe from it. What is this? Enemy. Who exactly? Revan pressed for an answer. I can't describe it precisely. You understand that the Force rarely gives clear images. But I'm sure of one thing. If we don't fight back, everyone will die. The wording was more than vague, but there was no sense of deception in the words.
Scourge was certain of what he was saying.
After all, the Force had hinted at something similar to this himself. Could it all be true? How much time do we have? Not much, Scourge frowned. 100 years, no more. Not much by your standards. Not much by galactic standards, Scourge countered. Believe me, I tried to prepare, more than once. I bet on the dark side, but Bane, the fool, ruined everything, leading the Sith into the shadows. I tried to help the light, but Ruusan took the Jedi's weapons, tying them hand and foot. Neither side can stand alone. That's why we need you, someone who has known both sides, who understands them like no one else. I am only one man, Revan protested hotly. 4,000 years ago you were alone too, and that didn't stop you from turning the galaxy upside down, destroying the Republic to make it stronger and prepare it to face the true Sith Empire. You have no idea what you're capable of.
I believe you'll be the one to find a way to unite light and darkness, so the galaxy can survive, so the Force itself can endure.
Revan remained silent. He resisted the idea of his own exceptionalism, knowing he wasn't perfect and had made many mistakes. How could he take on such responsibility? Chosenness. The Jedi also carry around the prophecy of the Chosen One. The Sith waited for the true Sithari to come and almost perished in the end. And I believe in you, old friend, Mithra said. You don't understand what you're asking for, Revan replied, trying to calm the whirlwind of emotions. Nobody understands, Surik shrugged. But that doesn't make the task any less important. You'll figure it out yourself. We're just saving time, which is already short. The former Jedi sighed resignedly. I already have one chosen one around my neck. He is part of what is to come, Scourge said again. Even without realizing it, you are already walking down a predetermined path. Nothing is predetermined, Revan barked. There is no fate. There is great power. All three finished the phrase in one voice. The echo of the three voices continued to roam the throne room for a few more seconds, repeating what was said over and over again. All this time, Revan, like his two old acquaintances, remained silent. He had long understood that he had not appeared in this world without reason, but comprehending the responsibility they were trying to place on his shoulders was not easy, and even harder to accept. He spent his entire life saving the galaxy, and in the end, he lost everything. And this is his reward? A new journey? He's only just found hope of meeting, or was it all planned that way? You understand that I can't give you an answer right now? Revan asked. Of course, Scourge nodded. You don't have to agree, Mithra added. But sooner or later, you'll have to face the threat that's meant to be faced. And it's best to prepare in advance, no? You've always been perceptive, Surik, Revan chuckled. I've come to trust your opinion.
I'm not asking for blind faith. I never have, Mithra replied dryly.
I know. I'm sorry if I offended you in any way. The former Jedi raised his hands defensively. One question, if I may.
You didn't have to ask permission, Surik shrugged. What's bothering you?
Bastila, Revan replied.
Mithra smiled warmly at her old friend. She and Shan might not have gotten along, but the exile understood Revan's feelings perfectly. What do you want to hear?
Can you sense her in the Force? Is there a chance she's wandering around somewhere as a ghost?
Surik suddenly grew sad. She didn't want to upset Revan. However, she couldn't lie either. If she were a ghost, do you think anything would have stopped her from meeting you?
Revan shook his head. I sometimes sense her presence in the Force. She's still waiting for you, not allowing her personality to dissolve into the Great One.
Then there is a chance, the former Jedi said, barely audibly. What? Mithra didn't hear.
It's nothing. Revan smiled in response. I'll think about your words. But even if I take on the role of the Chosen One, I'll need a lot of help.
I'll help, Scourge immediately interjected. But on one condition.
What? Revan frowned.
When this is all over, I will be dead, the Sith declared. No matter what happens, after all this, I don't want to wander this world anymore.
Revan stared silently into Scourge's eyes for several seconds. The ancient Sith's gaze betrayed the weariness born from years of wandering and relentless agony. This alone was enough to convince him to agree. Okay, Revan answered shortly. The Sith nodded in response, smiling slightly. But you alone won't be enough, the former Jedi reminded him.
If you remember, 4,000 years ago, the revanchists followed me. I had an army, a navy, a star forge. Suddenly Scourge grinned. You have no idea how much you already have.
Chapter 27.5 That Nasty Little Naughty Meatbag. Chapter 27.5 That Nasty Little Naughty Meatbag. HK-47 was always a diligent and responsible droid, strictly following his master's orders. How could he be otherwise? After all, it's responsibility and diligence that distinguish a good assassin droid from a mediocre one. Perhaps also precision. After all, what good is a droid if it leaves behind a scorched desert, like the aftermath of an orbital bombardment? Ruthlessness, bloodthirstiness, hatred of all living things, and some imbalance in the personality matrix were optional qualities, but in the opinion of the NK, or rather according to the parameters of his killer protocol, desirable.
Despite the fact that the droid, as an artificially created being, could not experience human emotions by definition. If any of the meatbags thought otherwise, 47 would personally convince them otherwise. However, due to the presence of an adaptive, self-developing and self-learning personality matrix, the assassin droids skillfully simulated feelings and sensations, so convincingly that emotions became a separate software module, causing the NC to experience quite natural anger, hatred, and, optionally, joy. Oh yes, the power surges in circuits and circuits, as the life fades from the eyes of yet another sack of meat, are nothing short of a pleasure for NK. Was this a mistake by the creator when shaping the droid's personality? Or was it the result of years spent eliminating sentient beings? Serving Revan's empire and eliminating gifted meatbags? Or perhaps the deformation occurred right at the very beginning, after the assassin protocols were downloaded? No one could answer that question, not even Revan himself. The fact remained. HK-47 was like that. Efficient, deadly, methodical, and insane. So when he received the order from his master to eliminate the most stupid and inept sack of meat he'd ever encountered in his long artificial life,
The assassin droid felt pure joy. Permission to empty his blaster carbine's entire magazine into the mindless, skin-covered pile of goo this misunderstanding used for a head. A true celebration. Shouldn't you have thought about how to plot a route closer to Naboo? Or lure the target to the destination? There wasn't a direct prohibition on that, was there? Negative, the analytical module perked up. Observation. Naboo seeks a representative for the Gungan people in the Republic Senate, prompted one of the protocols responsible for strategic planning. Threat assessment. Eliminating a member of the Senate on Coruscant, especially, is fraught with difficulties. However, it is entirely feasible, the analytical module concluded. NK was already considering ways to influence the Naboo government to push through the desired candidate. In the past, he'd had to lure his target to the desired location more than once. Among the droid's talents was also a knack for political intrigue. The metal maniac was distinguished by a rich imagination and excellent adaptability to any situation. Observation. Current Queen of Naboo has an unfounded friendship with the target, the strategy module noted. Personality assessment. Queen Padme Amidala Naberi is distinguished by her overly democratic views on the political structure of the galactic community. She is an idealist, prone to hasty actions and unjustified risks, the analyst added. Theoretical. It is possible to use the current monarch of Naboo to move the target to the point of impact. Probability calculation. High chance of success. Disadvantages. Long lead times. The owner did not set a deadline for achieving the goal. Accept the plan for implementation. As soon as the decision was made, NK experienced pure euphoria. He was back in business. Once again he was hunting for the master's meat sack. Even the fact that he had to look after a minor misunderstanding that had dared to call itself the master's apprentice could not darken the droid's mood. Where is he, by the way? The assassin droid paused from adjusting the ship's starboard blaster cannon, something he'd been doing for the past 24 minutes. During that time, he'd been checking security footage every 3 minutes to ensure his charge was where he'd been for the past hour. Specifically, meditating in his cabin. Meditated. The image flickered and the boy's figure vanished for a moment, reappearing after a barely perceptible period of time. But to the assassin droid's optical sensors, everything was perfectly clear. Without wasting any time, NK made his way to Skywalker's cabin and, without bothering to knock or obtain permission to enter, swung the door open. The cabin was empty. Irritated query. Where is that little Kinrad puppy? On the bunk lay a datapad with wires connected to it, running from the service panel on the wall, right at the level of the bed. The assassin droid appreciated the child's resourcefulness, noting that he had even heeded NK's advice regarding the selection of the recording loop. The boy hadn't accounted for the power surges in the ship's onboard network, which were causing the image to flicker. Action rating. Not bad for a meat sack. The droid ripped the wires out of the datapad and broke the tablet in half. He missed the guard's target. The master's orders are in jeopardy. NK had never failed a master's mission. Or at least, he didn't remember such a thing. There was no need to guess where the restless sack of meat was headed. Forward, following his teacher. That is, to a planet with dangerous flora and fauna, and one that also has a negative influence on gifted individuals. NK was aware of Anakin's vulnerability to the dark side of the Force. Just in case, the assassin droid checked the ship, scanning the interior and service passages with the security sensors. The droid was missing. Well, the hunt had just changed. NK wasn't worried. After all, he was no stranger to stalking prey on a swampy planet, especially since the boy didn't yet possess the exceptional physical endurance typical of gifted individuals. Climbing into the control room, the assassin droid activated the ship's sensors, setting them to search for biosignals.
Dromund Kaas was creating a lot of interference, making it difficult to find the target, and there was no astromech on hand to improve the scanning performance. For the first time, the NK recognized R2-D2's undeniable value. The main thing was that this little bucket of bolts didn't find out about it.
Biosignal readings, other than the ubiquitous vegetation, were weakly detected in several directions, but it was impossible to determine the species of living creature. However, the boy's direction was obvious. His master was heading toward the citadel, the most prominent structure near the ship. Skywalker was likely heading in the same direction. And this could become a problem as more and more unidentified marks, presumably local predators, accumulated along the route. An irritated remark, idiot, NK assessed young Anakin. Having taken a small, by HK-47 standards, supply of weapons and ammunition from the arsenal, the droid left the ship, intending to intercept the fugitive and return him back safe and sound. The boy was a decidedly weak conspirator. The tracks near the ship were more than enough to point him in the right direction. As NK predicted, the boy ran toward the citadel. Having grabbed the carbine in a position that would allow him to open fire with minimal delay, the assassin droid began his pursuit. The NK chose a medium speed, optimal for the current terrain. A light jog allowed him to close the distance to his target without sacrificing combat readiness. The first 5 minutes showed the effectiveness of the chosen tactics when 3 Myloks swooped down on the droid from above. The winged creatures didn't even flinch as 3 precise shots burned neat holes in their vile heads. The carcasses of the slain beasts fell with a crash behind the NK, who didn't even slow down. As he moved across the planet, NK wondered if gutting a small sack of meat alive would violate Master's orders. He'd still be alive, right? Not quite whole, but alive. The analytical module rejected the idea as contrary to the Master's instructions. After all, Skywalker was supposed to remain whole, alive, and healthy. This immediately ruled out quartering for educational purposes, as well as a session of cauterizing the students' buttocks with a hot iron. Here the analyst came up with an interesting idea. Many cultures in the galaxy practice bloodletting. There are registered medical certificates and even permission to use it in Republic space. So not only will the Master's order not be violated, but technically even exceeded. After all, a small sack of meat will undergo a course of treatment. Electroshock also seems to have a beneficial effect on thought processes. There's an excellent article on this topic in the monthly journal of the Rhodian Medical Academy. The differences in human and Rhodian physiology can be ignored. Irritation was gradually replaced by anticipation. NK even allowed himself to waste 3 shots on a passing Vornskar instead of 1. A forepaw, a spine, and a heart. The audio sensors continued to register the death rattles of the predator for almost 8 seconds, intent on following the trail of the assassin droid's charge. It took NK less than 40 minutes to catch up with the child, and Skywalker was in dire straits. Although the boy was unharmed, it didn't last long. He was attacked by a whole swarm of Mylok, at least 20 of them. The creatures circled around, diving toward their prey, trying to grab them or knock them down. Skywalker, however, managed to take cover in the nearby ruins and tried to hide as deep as possible in a crevice between the metal structures. The boy looked dreadful. His face was pale, literally dripping with sweat. There were sickly dark circles around his eyes, and his irises had a yellowish tint. The symptoms were all too familiar to the droid, who had been through the Mandalorian Wars and the Jedi Civil War. The boy had been exposed to the dark side, but he was still in control. He needed to be protected from external influences, radically. Flying into the open area, not far from Anakin's hiding place, NK hurled one of the fragmentation grenades into the air, directly into the center of the Mylok flock. There was no need to worry about allies being hit by shrapnel from the explosion. Before throwing, NK made sure the small sack of meat was securely covered along the projected shrapnel trajectory. The resulting explosion immediately halved the enemy's numbers, simultaneously disorienting the remainder. A droid as effective as HK-47 easily dispatched the mindless creatures. In the shooter's own opinion, it was all rather boring. "Why did you come?" Skywalker shouted, carefully crawling out of his hiding place. The space between the beams was quite tight, making it difficult for the boy to move. NK ignored the meat sack's exclamation, knowing it was teetering on the very edge. Its master had given the droid detailed instructions for such an event.
"I don't need anyone's help," Skywalker barked and turned to run further towards the Citadel. NK-47 had other plans for this. A shot aimed directly at the boy's foot caused him to stumble. Before he could regain his balance, the butt of a blaster carbine landed on the back of his head. "An inspired observation. Not bloodletting, but acceptable," the droid said, almost laughing over Anakin's unconscious body, his nose broken in the fall. Grabbing the boy by the scruff of the neck, NK dragged the security target back to safe shelter, namely on board the ship. However, he hadn't even gone a couple hundred meters when the sensors registered movement ahead. The optics didn't pick up the object, but tracks in the ground indicated the presence of a humanoid, and more than one. The NK quickly determined that the suspected enemy was using effective optical camouflage, and, judging by the lack of electronic interference, no technical means were used, indirectly indicating that the suspected enemy possessed a natural ability to conceal themselves, or that they were one of the gifted. The unknown targets, NC counted 3, were clearly Anakin's target, and the trail of footprints heading at high speed toward the very manipulator that held Skywalker's jacket collar confirmed this. But the enemy obviously didn't expect that a simple droid would be ready to resist Force users. Slowing down sharply, the NK-47 thrust forward, striking an unseen enemy, presumably in the abdomen. 2 flashbang grenades were launched toward the remaining enemies, who were keeping a distance. The stranger, struck, dropped his disguise, crouching on the ground with his hand outstretched toward Skywalker. The black-robed figure desperately gasped for air. Still, a heavy metal foot slamming into the solar plexus of a human being. And this was a human. At such speed was not the most pleasant sensation. NK had no intention of giving him time to regain his concentration, so he fired his blaster carbine at the stupid sack of meat's head. Pushing aside the distraction of his charge, thereby distracting the attackers, NK-47 muted his optical sensors, preparing to detonate the grenades, but the enemy wasn't ready. The flash disoriented the unknown assailants, who were already preparing to attack, giving the droid a few moments to counter. Knowing full well the precognitive capabilities of most gifted individuals, NK chose the most effective tactic. Shots to the torso and head from such a distance would be ineffective due to the opponent's lightsabers of this type. Attacks were necessary at the legs, under the feet, over an area, or using the surrounding environment. The range was too short for fragmentation grenades, posing a danger to the target. Therefore, the droid threw them far behind the attackers, simultaneously cutting off one avenue of maneuver and provoking them to move. Breaking into a run, NK fired several shots at the enemy. As expected, they activated their lightsabers, deflecting the shots in any direction. Several bolts struck the ground near Skywalker. One of the attackers noticed this and sharply pulled his partner back, giving NK an opening to act. The recklessly ignored grenades caught the attackers from behind, forcing them to turn to defense, which gave the assassin droid the opportunity to shoot the less experienced, judging by his movements, enemy in the leg. His partner reacted almost instantly, attempting to grab the droid with the force, but before he could raise his hand, the droid was forced to defend himself from another stream of blaster fire. The wounded man attempted to assist his more experienced colleague, but his skills were clearly lacking. Unable to focus on a moving target, he attempted to knock the droid down with a lightsaber throw. Big mistake. The telekinetically controlled projectile was struck by a blaster bolt just as it left its wielder's grasp. Deprived of its power source, the plasma arc was interrupted, rendering the fearsome weapon of the Sith and Jedi useless. But the lightning bolt that followed had already noticeably shaken all the droid's circuits. Had the NK not been designed specifically to counter Revan's enemies, he would have been in trouble. So the sudden attack from the seemingly defeated droid caught the gifted ones off guard. The more experienced droid was good at reading the NK's attacks, making him a difficult target for the shooter. The droid didn't dare get any closer, as one of its lightsabers was still operational. But the enemy failed to take the terrain into account.
This proved their undoing. One of the shots, seemingly off target, actually hit the target, a tangle of vines entwined in the ruins beneath the enemy's feet. The plant was highly poisonous, and its sap, converted into gas by a blaster bolt, could kill a human or similar humanoid in seconds. Realizing his mistake, the more experienced opponent hastened to push his wounded partner away from the poisonous cloud, while inhaling the toxic fumes. Unforgivable sentimentality caused 3 burnt holes to appear in the unknown man's robe, guaranteed to end his life. Left alone, wounded and unarmed, the enemy attempted to call upon the Force for help, but was given no time. The NK shot the poor fellow in the limbs, causing him to go into shock and lose concentration. A blow to the temple put an end to the battle. Timely observation. The owner will need an object for interrogation, noted NK, searching the stunned enemy. Anticipating. There has been no practice in methods of interrogating intelligent beings for a long time. The return journey to Dawn Eagle was uneventful, but the NK still put the ship into siege mode. The master was expected to return soon, and a sedated prisoner would be a nice gift as an apology for nearly disobeying an order. However, maybe it was worth giving Skywalker a preventative treatment session. He's been through enough, the little sack of meat. Chapter 28. Immortality. Near the closed gates of the throne room, nervously playing with the energy cell from her blaster carbine, with her back leaning against the stone wall, sat a girl in Mandalorian armor. Revan had disappeared behind the doors over an hour ago and hadn't been heard from since, which, given the general feeling of being in the gloomy citadel, didn't add to Tire Nomad's peace of mind. The girl's gaze shifted to the unconscious Zabrak, lying just 2 steps away from the Mandalorian. Maul was bound, and Tira, for good measure, had injected Revan's apprentice with a sedative. Still, she didn't want to subdue the maddened Force user, as she simply didn't know how to do so without killing him. "Where are the huts taking you?" Nomad asked into the void, already thinking about returning to the ship alone. An astromech droid nearby chimed sympathetically, also unimpressed by being trapped in the stone of the ancient citadel, unable to connect to the local computer networks. R2 was a good mechanic after all, but not a combat droid. "Any ideas what we should do?" Nomad asked. "Too," the astromech drawled sadly. "If only I knew what that meant," Tira chuckled and leaned her head against the wall. "We wait another hour, then we leave." Meanwhile, Revan delved into the information Scourge had shared with him. It turned out the Sith was closely monitoring the activities of the Republic, the Jedi, and the new dark side adepts. Indeed, Scourge refused to call the new generation of Dark Ones Sith, considering them too limited and flawed. The pure-blood Sith called Bane's rule of 2 foolishness, which had led to the dark side's dire straits. Scourge had once had a chance to stop Bane, but the Sith hesitated. He waited for Revan's return, as promised in his visions, and interfering with even one event could ruin everything. The pureblood wasn't about to take any risks, certainly not for the sake of those degenerates who had gathered on the new Dark Council. Scourge knew a lot, and Revan wanted to ask even more. "So you know who brought me back to the world of the living?" the former Jedi asked, catching on the Sith's remark about darkness adepts operating from the shadows. "I have some ideas," Scourge nodded.
Will you share? The Sith thought for a moment, then nodded again. Forgive me. I can get confused with dates. As the years go by, my sense of time becomes increasingly unclear. Days, weeks, months, or even entire decades. Sometimes it's hard for me to distinguish one from the other. Go on, Revan nodded understandingly. During one of my visits to Korriban not long ago, I seem to have sensed the presence of another living, gifted being in the Valley of the Dark Lords. This itself wasn't surprising. After all, many adepts of the dark side have visited this desolate world sooner or later. However, something compelled me to follow this unknown being.
Specifically, his attempts to summon the spirits of the deceased lords into dialogue.
He came to Korriban to communicate with the Force Ghosts? Revan asked in surprise. The former Jedi himself remembered his own encounters with such entities. Even after death, the ancient Sith Lords had not lost their power or their arrogance. When approaching such beings with a question, one must be prepared for the answer to be demanded at the highest price, one's life. Exactly, Master. Scourge nodded again. He intended to demand answers from the ancients, and was rightly ignored. He was lucky, Revan chuckled. Not quite. The Sith shook his head. One did respond. Who? Marka Ragnos. The pureblood smiled, saying the name of his kinsman. The former Jedi shook his head. Of all the lords of Korriban, he was the one he least wanted to meet. Ragnos's fiery temper was well known to anyone who had even a cursory study of Sith history. Did he at least survive? Revan decided to clarify.
Oddly enough, yes, Scourge replied.
And I was even able to leave the planet. However, I didn't get answers to my questions. Who was it? One Mune who called himself Darth Plagueis. Plagueis? Revan asked. The name sounds familiar. You met his apprentice, Sidious. So that's how it is. The former Jedi crossed his arms over his chest and rubbed the chin of his mask with his thumb. But how does it relate to my resurrection? Scourge gestured for his interlocutor to remain silent, then continued his story. I heard rumors of a certain Tenebrous who set out to gain immortality and play with the very essence of the Force, namely, midichlorians. And until that day, I thought it was just someone's joke. However, the reality turned out to be much more interesting. The Sith chuckled. I managed to track Plagueis to his ship, where I found several very interesting recordings. And you weren't discovered? Revan asked, finding it hard to believe that the Force adept who had dared to appear on Korriban was so blind as to not notice the surveillance. I've spent a great deal of time on Korriban and have come to know the world well. If I wanted, I could make it so that even at close range no one would be able to detect my presence against the natural flow of the Force on the planet. Revan nodded understandingly. Concealment of the Force, albeit in a modified form. What did you find out? What I found out is that Plagueis was Tenebrous's apprentice and recently got rid of his mentor, Scourge answered. However, like his teacher, the Moon decided to continue his work, seeking a path to immortality. And you decided that the key was in manipulating midichlorians? Yes. Fool, snorted Surik, who was still standing nearby. Oh, he's anything but a fool, Scourge chuckled. Only Vitiate, or Andedu, have gone further than him in matters of immortality. But the latter couldn't achieve immortality as such. More precisely, immortality of the physical form, because he took a different path. Plagueis, however, seeks power over life and death. Absolute power, Revan said thoughtfully. He was well acquainted with the Sith's desire for power. It is an integral part of the philosophy of the dark side, a line enshrined in the Sith code. Exactly, Scourge agreed. What better way to demonstrate one's newfound power than with the power over life and death?
It's unnatural. Mitra shook her head. No one should have such power. The cycle of life and death cannot be broken.
The ghost said. The Sith chuckled. Surik grimaced in displeasure. Scourge was right. She, having already left the mortal plane, was not the one to judge such matters.
We are all born from the Force and return to it after the death of our physical shell, Revan concluded the argument. Nothing can help us avoid this. We can only delay the inevitable.
True, Scourge nodded. The example of Vitiate and Dedu, Sion and others clearly demonstrates the futility of any attempts. No matter how powerful the gifted, their mortal path will end. The 4,000-year-old Sith said. Mitra returned the taunt. That's true, the purebred smiled. Revan shared the Sith's smile. He hadn't felt this way in a long time. This ease with which old, perhaps still friends, conversed. Yes, the former Jedi missed this kind of communication. No name-shifting, no lengthy explanations, no masks or intrigues. The three in the throne room understood each other perfectly, for they came from the same era, albeit by different paths. So, you're saying Plagueis is experimenting with midi-chlorians, like his master? Revan returned the conversation to the original topic.
Yes, Scourge nodded.
In his notes, I found mentions of his attempts to bring the dead back to life. Revan tensed at these words and turned all ears. How far has he progressed? The former Jedi asked. You're here. Isn't that a sign? The Sith chuckled. There is no proof that it was he who brought me back to life. Revan shook his head. The former Jedi didn't elaborate, but he did remember the day of his return, albeit vaguely, and the ritual, now apparently performed by Darth Plagueis, was merely the catalyst. Something else brought him to the world of the living. Perhaps the Force itself. He learned about your return extremely quickly, and it just so happened that this Mune hastily curtailed his experiments and disappeared somewhere on Munilinst. So the conclusions are obvious. However, Mithra caught a different meaning in Revan's words than a simple question. You're looking for a way to get her back, aren't you? She asked her old friend bluntly.
The former Jedi and Republic general didn't even think of denying it.
Yes, he answered briefly and firmly.
The task may prove to be overwhelming, Surik shook her head. And is now the time to get distracted? As long as she's not around, I won't be able to think about anything else, Revan smiled sadly. Scourge, who didn't get the gist of it at first, quickly figured out what was going on. You're talking about the one whose image they used to try to lure you here, right? Revan nodded. My friend, Mitra touched the former Jedi's shoulder with a translucent hand. I understand perfectly your pain and desire to regain what was lost, but there is something that even the most powerful of us cannot do. And yet, I died 4,000 years ago. Revan looked into Surik's eyes, and I'm alive again. Now try telling me again that that's impossible. Silence reigned. Mitra couldn't find the words to argue with her old friend and mentor. He was right.
It might be an isolated incident, but it was still a fact. The gifted one could return. Nothing is impossible for the Force. I think you know that well enough. Scourge was the first to break the silence. Even though I haven't been able to fully grasp its mysteries, I've seen too many miracles in my long life to doubt it. Have you ever seen anyone who could do something like this? Revan asked without much hope. I was. Scourge nodded. Repeat that? The former Jedi asked. I have encountered the resurrected. The Sith confirmed his words. When? Who was it? Revan asked cautiously. I only heard about one thing from the stories of the Empire's scouts who were monitoring the Republic even before your capture. At this point, Mitra perked up. You don't mean him, do you? The ghost of the girl frowned. Darth Sion, Scourge nodded, confirming Surik's guess.
Who is he? Although, wait, I remember that name. Revan strained his memory. He joined my empire, the living dead, as Malak called him. Not just reanimated, Mitra hissed through her teeth. He never really died. That creature was indestructible. I personally sent him to the next world 4 times, but he simply refused to die. How? Revan asked, alarmed. The former Jedi had only fragments of memories of his encounter with Sion. A strange sensation arose in his presence, like a crushing pain in his chest, but without any damage, like an echo of suffering in the Force. So Revan tried to avoid encounters with this being. Malak gave him orders. What became of Sion after the collapse of the Empire, the former Jedi didn't know. This resourceful young man possessed an astonishing talent, Scourge answered for Mitra. He could focus on the pain of his wounds, fueling his hatred and calling upon the dark side for aid. The Force prevented him from dying, even from mortal wounds. When we last met, he barely resembled a living person, more like a shattered clay figurine that had been glued back together, but couldn't find all the pieces. Grey skin, riddled with open but not bleeding wounds, and where one of his eyes was, a complete cataract. Surik grimaced. He even survived the spaceship explosion while on board. A true monster. How did you manage to stop him? Revan asked a question that interested him. I convinced him to stop clinging to life, Mitra shrugged. So simple? The former Jedi was surprised. Not at all, Surik shook her head. As I already said, I had to repeatedly bring him to a state where he couldn't continue the fight. That was the only way to make him listen. When you live as long as he has, the thought of the end creeps into your head. You just have to nudge your consciousness toward it, Scourge said sadly. Revan turned his gaze to the Sith. He reminds me of you, doesn't he? The former Jedi guessed. The pureblood thought for a second and shook his head. Not exactly, Scourge replied. My pain was a consequence of immortality, a side effect of the cursed ritual. It was also the root cause of life in defiance of death. Revan nodded thoughtfully, accepting this answer. But we are also united by the experience of our years, the Sith added. Did you know that Sion took part in Exar Kun's rebellion? No, the former Jedi shook his head. But if you think about it, compared to you, he didn't live that long. And we both made the wrong choice when deciding whose side to take. The silence that fell again was broken this time by Revan. Who was the second? He asked. The one who was able to return. Sion doesn't quite fit that definition. Scourge smiled mysteriously. You know him well too. Revan recoiled and took a step back, realizing who Scourge meant. He survived. The Emperor is not so easy to kill. You know that better than anyone, the Sith nodded. How? If I'd known, the pureblood drawled. We dealt with him along with the hero of Tython. Vityate was dead. But some part of him apparently survived. Time after time, he moved from body to body, returning to life again, until finally he acquired a permanent host. Taking the name Valkorion, he once again declared himself emperor, but no longer considered himself a Sith. Ruler of the Eternal Empire, Valkorion unleashed a war against both the Republic and the Sith Empire. Ambitious, Revan chuckled, and foolish. A war on 2 fronts is too costly and inevitably lost, since even if victorious, the state will be too exhausted to maintain order. Dissenting uprisings will tear the country apart, and the government will face civil war and will inevitably be overthrown, or destroy itself. That's exactly it, Scourge agreed, but the Emperor was too vain and arrogant. power and immortality turned his head, Mitra noted. And what a pretentious name that is, the Eternal Empire. It sounds a lot like the infinite empire of the Rakata, Revan agreed. We all remember how it ended that time. The Eternal Empire suffered the same fate, the Sith continued. Valkorion fell at the hands of his own son, and his empire was torn apart by the United Republic and the Sith. And yet he died, Revan noted with a smile. One can never speak with certainty about Vitiate's death, Scourge shook his head. He returned once. He may return again. Revan couldn't find a response. He'd known the Emperor personally, fought against him, been linked to his mind for 300 years. If anyone understood the full depth of Scourge's words about Vitiate, it was Revan. And yet, despite his hatred for his ancient enemy, the former Jedi understood that his experience was the best clue that could lead to an understanding of immortality and the unraveling of yet another secret of the Force. This offered a real chance to bring back to life someone who had already become one with the Force, and that meant a chance for Bastila's return. I need to find out how he managed to return, Revan said confidently, looking up at Scourge. Fragments of Vitiate's knowledge flitted through the former Jedi's memory. Over the 300 years of their struggle, Revan had absorbed some of his opponent's experiences, allowing him to understand the Force even more deeply. And perhaps this led to Revan's consciousness being split in two, which nearly led him to bring the Emperor back to life. However, the former Jedi remembered almost nothing of these events. It was as if the memory of this second personality didn't belong to him, and therefore dissolved almost entirely in the currents of the Force. Scourge, meanwhile, pondered Revan's words. After all, the pure-blooded Sith himself had once asked these questions. How had Vitiate managed to return? What exactly had he done to Scourge? Where had he gained this knowledge? And Scourge made some progress. But after all these years, he still couldn't figure it out. He was a warrior, not a scholar. And even thousands upon thousands of hours of studying the few records of Vitiate and Valkorion couldn't give him the most important thing: understanding. A different mindset was required here, and perhaps Revan possessed just that. The Sith pulled out a small pyramid from one of the hidden pockets of his armor, which easily fit in the palm of his hand. Take it. Scourge handed the device to Revan. Revan looked at the object in the Sith's palm in surprise. At first, the former Jedi thought it was a holocron, but he felt no response in the Force. Datacron? He asked. Yes, the Sith nodded. I lacked the knowledge to create a full-fledged holocron, but I collected all the information I knew about Vitiate's rituals in this repository. Perhaps you will be able to understand more. Revan took the pyramid from Scourge's hands, and after spinning it briefly in his palm, activated it. A built-in projector created a small holoscreen above the pyramid's top, displaying several text entries. Revan quickly scanned them, noticing several points that caught his attention. The symbols I encountered at the Atreus Academy, the former Jedi noted mentally. And this is already in Mandoa? Interesting. The datachron contained a wealth of information, but at first glance it seemed unstructured, and in some places it resembled a retelling of unconfirmed rumors and legends. A thorough examination was required to determine the next steps. But that was already the first step. Thank you, Revan said sincerely, bowing slightly to Scourge. The opportunity to help you is an honor for me, Master, the Sith responded, bowing much deeper in return. Just promise me one thing, Revan. Mitra reminded him of her presence again. What? You won't let this knowledge drive you crazy, Surik said sullenly. I have enough of Scourge's periodic breakdowns. You supported me for 300 years. Then you looked after Scourge for another 4,000. You convinced the immortal to die voluntarily, the former Jedi began to list. And I'm already tired of constantly trying to straighten your brains out, Surik snorted. With such experience, Revan chuckled,
I couldn't find a better psychologist. Ha ha ha, Mitra laughed falsely. Resurrection did not do any good to your sense of humor. As is yours, Revan retorted. So I didn't come back to life, the girl grinned, demonstratively waving her translucent hand. Having released the tension through this light, humorous exchange, Revan once again thanked his old acquaintances for the priceless gift that gave him the chance to regain the long-lost treasure. Just be careful, Mitra asked again. Ancient rituals and Sith alchemy.
It's all the dark side.
Perhaps no one has ever tried to use them differently. Revan smiled encouragingly. Don't worry, I can handle it. I'm no stranger to the dark side, and I know its tricks very well. I hope so, Surik sent a smile in response. I wouldn't want to have to gather half the gifted of the galaxy again to stop you. Again? Forget it. That was just a part of you. Revan nodded thoughtfully, believing that Mitra was speaking of events that had been almost erased from his memory. And don't forget my request, Scourge reminded him. Or rather, don't forget the threat that will soon come to the galaxy. Whether you like it or not, it will affect everyone. And you won't have time left for a happy family life. The hint made Revan frown again. As I said, there's little I can do in my current situation, the former Jedi replied. I don't have an army or a navy behind me. The Empire and the Starforge are gone. Although, you said something about me not knowing everything. What did you mean? You have more than you think, Scourge smirked. For example? Aren't you the one behind the blood claws, whose informants have suddenly appeared all over the galaxy? You're connected to the Hutt cartel and even took over the Black Sun on Coruscant. Why do you get so much information about me? Revan wasn't wary, but rather surprised. As I said, the Force sends me visions of what I should pay attention to. The Sith smiled slyly. And I've managed to amass quite a few connections over the past 4,000 years, no matter how hard I try to hide. A Sith can't sit idle, and especially not keep an eye on the events around him. Intrigue is in your blood, Revan chuckled. That's true, the purebred grinned. In any case, the Talons are merely a means of gathering information, and perhaps, in the future, will become a tool for subtle political manipulation. But they are not a real force. The cartel could crush them in a day if necessary, Revan reasoned aloud. As you yourself said, we are meant to fight, and the galaxy needs to prepare for a physical, not an ideological confrontation. That's all true, the Sith agreed. Then I'll need an army, Revan said, spreading his hands. A real army. Trained soldiers and officers. Equipment. A navy. It will take years to build all of this and train personnel. I don't even want to think about the costs. I don't have that kind of money, and I'm unlikely to have it in the next decade. Why build something that has already been built? The purebred remarked. Are you proposing some kind of galactic union? Of whom? Of worlds willing to secede from the Republic? Revan suggested. I assume that's exactly what Sidious plans to do, judging by his reservations, correct? Insight has always been your strong suit, Scourge nodded. But I'm not suggesting you join him. I'm suggesting we act as a third party. The former Jedi shook his head. Even if I had the desire to get involved in the brewing conflict, to create a unification from what's left. Are you serious? Revan tilted his head slightly in question. Have you seen their armies? Even what the Republic has is laughable. Compared to these old troughs, even a hammerhead from my era looks far more advanced. And an interdictor or a centurion could be launched right into Coruscant's orbit, and the planet laid claim. You're exaggerating, Surik objected, bursting out laughing. It's not that bad.
The Republic, judging by the archives, hasn't been involved in a major war for quite some time. Technological advancement seems to have stalled. The army has been abolished, and only the Justice Corps has a more or less combat-ready navy, Revan continued. It's no wonder the Trade Federation launched a full-scale blockade of Naboo. Who did they have to fear? Revan, Mitra tried to calm her friend. They only needed one ship to capture an entire planet that was part of the Republic, Revan fumed. One. Just one fucking merchant ship. And how did the Senate react? Surprise! Nothing. The former Jedi, feeling himself getting more and more heated, exhaled and continued in a much calmer tone. It's just like back then, Mitra, he shook his head. The Republic is on the brink of war, but everyone stubbornly ignores it. They're facing a repeat of the Mandalorian Wars, the lessons of which they've apparently forgotten. So maybe it's worth reminding? Scourge suggested. It's not funny, Revan waved his hand dismissively. Stand by and watch as millions of innocents die, or worse, lead this genocide? But you can also use diplomacy, Surik reminded. A diplomat who doesn't have an army behind him or anything valuable that can't be taken by force will simply be ignored. The former head of an entire empire shook his head. You can't just enter the political arena. It's a battlefield too. Except everyone hides their weapons behind fine words and false smiles, and strikes only from behind and from the shadows. It turns out there is no other way but conflict, Scourge concluded, without a shadow of a smile. Don't play with me, Scourge, Revan warned icily. You're trying to drag me into something I never intended to go into. What are you trying to achieve? Whose will are you fulfilling? The Sith's eyes flashed red. I haven't served anyone for many years, he almost growled in response. Only the Force is my judge, and I care about its welfare. And yet you're perfectly aware of the situation in the galaxy. You know Sidious's plans. You know who resurrected me. You offer to participate in a galactic war, and you keep beating around the bush, hiding behind vague hints, Revan said accusingly, crossing his arms over his chest. Stop acting like a Sith. After all your talk about honor, master, and so on, I deserve an honest attitude. The truth. For a few seconds, Scourge and Revan stared at each other until the pureblood finally closed his eyes, taking a deep breath. You're right, he nodded. I apologize. Over my long life, I've obviously forgotten how to communicate with friends, if I ever knew how. Sith aren't taught openness, as you yourself know. I know, and that's why I'm asking you to simply answer the question directly, Revan nodded. What do you want from me? Why did you call me here? I want you to save this world, so that the Force can continue to exist, so that I can find peace. Riddles again, the former Jedi snorted. I can't explain it any other way, Scourge shook his head. And what kind of trust can we talk about then? The Sith did not answer. But do you believe me? Mitra stood up for the pureblood. I never let you down in life. There's no reason for me to do so now. Revan didn't know what to say to that. It would have been so much simpler if it had simply been an illusion, a delusion, or an echo in the Force. But no. The ghost of Mitra Surik was real. And there was no arguing with her words. She had followed him to war against the will of the Council. She had followed his orders without question. She had saved him from fates worse than death more than once. She and Alec were his most loyal comrades and closest friends. If anyone was dear to Revan besides Bastila, it was these two. I trust you, but... The former Jedi turned his gaze to Scourge. Too often my trust has backfired. Mitra closed her eyes in understanding and nodded. I understand, old friend, and I won't demand blind faith from you in someone you haven't gotten to know as well as I have. Surik pointed at the Sith. But please don't jump to conclusions. Give him a chance. A chance? Everyone deserves a chance. Revan rubbed his mask's visor wearily. I was already eager to get on board the Eagle and leave this damned world.
Well, I don't ask for more, Scourge said again. But proof of your intentions would not hurt, Revan noted. The Sith nodded. I understand. And you've already received them. The pureblood pointed to the pyramid, which Revan was still twirling in his hands. If you wish to be convinced of my intentions, read section 3-17-A9. Revan nodded, putting the pyramid back in his pouch. Somewhere on the edge of his senses, he detected a faint tremor in the Force, as if somewhere on the planet, the life of a gifted being had been cut short. Listening to himself and checking his connection with Anakin and Maul, Revan calmed down a bit. Both his apprentices were alive, though not entirely comfortable. Well, I think we should call it a day, Scourge suggested. How can I contact you if I do decide to trust you? The former Jedi asked. My communicator code is in the datachron. I rarely leave Drummond Cars, and you can always find me here. Well, you only have to call me, Mitra smiled. I will answer your call wherever you are. Thank you, Revan said sincerely. Go in peace, old friend, Surik nodded in response. And may the Force be with you. May the Force be with you, Revan said goodbye in response, watching as his friend's silhouette dissolved before his eyes. Scourge, see you later. See you later, the Sith nodded solemnly, after which he turned and disappeared into the shadows at the far end of the throne room. After standing for a while, staring at the half-destroyed throne, Revan pulled the hilt of the lightsaber, damaged in the battle with Scourge and requiring a power cell replacement, towards himself, and left the throne room. Nomad was waiting for him at the exit, fully prepared for battle, as was clearly evidenced by the blaster carbine pointed at him. Calm down, Nomad. Revan raised his hands. The threat has passed. I'll cool down when we're a couple of light years away from this place, the mercenary snorted, lowering the barrel. What happened there? A meeting with an old acquaintance, the former Jedi answered vaguely. And that's why you look like you decided to dance with a rancor. Revan examined himself as best he could. Indeed, he looked quite a sight. His right bracer was crumpled, his chest bore scorch marks and a lightsaber strike, his cape was burned and torn in several places. His face bore the marks of a vicious fight. Meetings between old friends aren't always peaceful, Revan chuckled, running his finger over the melted scratch on his chest plate. Pfft, whatever you say, Tira said irritably. Can we get out of here already? And the sooner the better. Praise be to our ancestors, the mercenary responded sarcastically. You'll drag your horned apprentice yourself. Revan turned his gaze to the bound Sabrak. How is he? Under sedation. Good decision. It's not our first time hunting, Nomad responded with a hint of pride. Are we returning the same route? R2, who had been standing silently until then, perked up and readily displayed a holographic map with the exit marked on it. No, a flock of Mylock or something worse might be waiting at the exit. Revan shook his head. Thanks for the help, R2, but we'll go out another way. How, if it's not a secret? Tira asked. Through the landing pad, the former Jedi explained. I think she survived. And even if not, the main thing is to get out to a higher altitude. The NK will be able to pick us up on the Eagle. We should have landed here like that too. There was no certainty that the Citadel's defenses were not functioning. Well, shall we get going then? Let's go, the former Jedi agreed. After his meeting with Scourge and Mitra, Revan sank into contemplation. There was too much to consider and process to simply brush it aside or push it to the back of his mind. A 4,000-year-old Sith Lord was asking him for help.
This fact alone was enough to leave him stunned for a long time. But Revan couldn't afford blissful inaction. It wasn't his nature. 4,000 years ago, he couldn't stand by and watch the Mandalorians conquer the Republic. He couldn't ignore the Emperor's threat either, traveling to Dromund Kaas for the very first time. Perhaps that's why the new identity created by the Council so easily fit into the former Jedi's shattered consciousness. It matched his desire to act. Revan could not give a precise answer. Regardless, the meeting with his old acquaintances lasted just under 2 hours. Scourge revealed much about current events in the galaxy, and the Sith tried to keep abreast of the situation.
However, Revan sensed that the pureblood had chosen to withhold even more information. The Datacron might have provided answers, but for some reason, the former Jedi was certain that instead of answers, it would only raise more questions.
Chapter 29. The Prophet. The Dawn Eagle cut through hyperspace, rapidly moving away from the cursed capital of the ancient Sith Empire. Revan gave the order to abandon the planet and return to Republic space as quickly as possible the moment he stepped aboard the ship. The Master sensed the strain on his students. The dark side overwhelmed their minds, seeking to entice, seduce, to subjugate. And while Maul could still somehow resist Dromund Kaas's influence, Anakin, who had barely begun his training, was far more vulnerable. While still requesting evacuation from the Citadel, Revan inquired with the NC about Skywalker's condition. The assassin droid readily informed the Master that the pesky meat sack had been deactivated.
For medical purposes. Fortunately, not permanently.
Revan put off finding out the details for later. Right now, the most important thing was to rid himself of the dark side's influence. Naturally, NK hastened to fulfill the Master's will, only briefly mentioning the gift in the cargo hold. The former Jedi knew his creation too well to ignore this slip of the tongue. Revan said meaningfully, looking at the tied-up man in the scorched robe. The prisoner was bound with an induction cable, which was difficult to cut even with a vibro-knife. However, the measures were unnecessary, as the poor fellow's shoulders and knees were damaged by blaster fire. NK never underestimated his opponent. To neutralize means to neutralize, completely, and with a guarantee. Your droid has an interesting hobby. Tira assessed the nodes.
They say there's an establishment on Coruscant, on sub-level 325, where such talents are in high demand.
Revan ignored the mercenary's words, assessing how much of the mask was covered by his palm, which had once again flown into his visor, obeying his owner's momentary impulse. NK, Revan called the culprit of the surprise through the intercom. With readiness. Yes, Master, the droid responded cheerfully. For the sake of all those who have gone to the Force, who do we have in the cargo hold? Joyful explanation. Master, this is a prisoner captured on Dromund Kaas while attempting to steal a small sack of meat. What? Further clarification. After your departure, the little meat sack known as Skywalker displayed his characteristic stupidity and deceived himself into abandoning the Dawn Eagle. I immediately began pursuit, NK added, his tone slightly irritated.
The subject was attacked by a flock of Mylok, but I quickly eliminated the threat.
Go to the moment when you met the prisoner, Revan interrupted the droid's outpouring of words. Indignant agreement. As you wish, Master, NK muttered. Upon returning aboard the Eagle, we were attacked by a group of unknown individuals using Force techniques. The parameters corresponded to the types of influence known as Force cloaking, telekinesis, and Force lightning. An unpleasant set, Nomad assessed, based on her experience of dealing with gifted individuals. Combat summary. 2 attackers eliminated, 1 neutralized and captured for interrogation. Ammunition expenditure, moderate. 2 MMX-14 flashbang grenades and 2 MDF-51 defensive fragmentation grenades expended. As much as Revan wanted to find a reason to be angry, he couldn't help but note the assassin droid's effectiveness.
Defeating 3 gifted individuals at once, no matter how well trained, wasn't something every marksman could do.
NK proved once again that Revan hadn't wasted his time and effort creating an effective hunter-killer capable of dealing with even a Sith or a Jedi. Did they say anything during the fight? Revan decided to clarify. Negative answer. No, Master, the droid responded. Observation. However, from their behavior, I would say that the target of the attack was Skywalker. Capture or liquidation? Nomad intervened. NK? Revan was about to ask the same question, but the mercenary beat him to it. Assumption. Based on the enemy's actions, it can be concluded that the small sack of meat was needed alive. So, it's a capture, Tira summed up. I confirm, the assassin droid agreed. Given that this was happening on Dromund Kaas, Revan had a hunch about who had dared to attack his apprentice. Scourge had warned of strange fanatics who had settled in the ruins of the Dark Temple. Certain prophets. Well, perhaps leaving the planet was a hasty decision, thought the former Jedi. But what's done is done. The interrogation could have provided some answers to the questions Revan had after his conversation with his old acquaintance. Specifically, who runs the organization and what its goals are. Not to mention that Scourge somehow forgot to mention that the prophets wanted Anakin for some reason. NK, after completing the transition, set course for the nearest HoloNet comboy. We need to send an encrypted message. I'll pass the recipient's coordinates on to you, Revan ordered. With readiness. Yes, Master. The former Jedi closed the intercom channel, allowing the droid to return to piloting. Who did you decide to write to? The mercenary asked. The last thing she expected to find on the ship upon her return was a prisoner, but the mad droid managed to surprise her again. An old friend, Revan replied vaguely. Secrets again? The Mandalorian snorted with displeasure. It's not just my secret, Tira. The former Sith shook his head. As you say, the girl shrugged. Have you forgotten that you still owe me? I remember. Even though I am a Chiss, patience has never been my strong point. Like all Mandalorians, Revan commented with a smile hidden under his mask. And when will you deal with my issue? Soon. That's a bad answer, Nomad almost growled. I have no other choice, Revan replied calmly, turning to the mercenary. But I never break my word once I've given it. I'll help you find Mandalore's mask, especially since I could obviously use the help of Mandalorians. Real Mandalorians. For a few seconds, Tira peered into the visor of her interlocutor's mask, as if trying to discern his eyes and verify the words of the one whose help she so desperately needed. Doubts about joining Revan receded with every heartbeat. The former Jedi's mere presence inspired confidence. Perhaps that's why Mandalore the Guardian himself had gone with him. Moreover, according to Clan Ordo legends, Mandalore killed his own wife when she decided to turn against Revan. Of course, this was just a legend, based on rumors and speculation, but for some reason right now it seemed tempting to believe it. Revan wanted to believe his words, believe in him. I believe you, Tira said with a slight nod, fighting the urge to look away and shamefully retreat from the cargo hold in an attempt to shake off the strange obsession. This was the first time something like this had happened to Nomad, and it was alarming. Thank you, Revan replied sincerely. The mercenary shook her head, driving away the unwanted thoughts and returning to her professional attitude. Will you need help with the interrogation? She nodded towards the prisoner. No, thank you, Revan shook his head. NK has pretty much battered him, so the resistance will be weak. Not everyone can be broken by pain. Who said anything about pain? The former Sith chuckled. Something in Revan's words made the mercenary instinctively reach for her blaster holster, cold and menacing. Tira had never seen such a side of her interlocutor. What will happen to him next? The girl asked without interest, more likely to simply change the subject. Freedom,
Revan shrugged. He could have heard our conversation, Nomad reminded, clearly hinting at information about the former Jedi's plans to help restore the former glory of the people of Mandalore. Don't worry about that. Revan waved it off. Truly free people aren't interested in worldly affairs. The hint was clear enough. During one of their increasingly frequent evening conversations, Revan once told Tira about an aspect of Sith philosophy related to freedom.
According to him, true freedom was impossible to achieve in life. The living would always be bound by morality, obligations, aspirations, desires, and sometimes simply by their own minds. Only after death and union with the Force could one experience true freedom. This was stated in the final line of the Sith Code. Revan found it amusing that this line so clearly echoed the final tenet of the Jedi Code. The two organizations were far more alike than their members admitted. So Revan's words about freedom could be interpreted very simply. The prisoner will not remain alive. Nodding again, confirming she understood the hint, the mercenary left the cargo bay, leaving the former Sith alone with the one unfortunate enough to be his enemy. And that was precisely what Revan considered his enemy. No one was allowed to attack his students with impunity. Thoughtfully tilting his head to the side, the former Jedi slowly walked around the unconscious captive in a circle. Concentrating the Force on his opponent's mind, Revan pulled the wounded man's consciousness out of oblivion, bringing the poor fellow to his senses. The prisoner's eyes snapped open, and he gasped for air. His entire body reverberated with pain, but no scream escaped his throat. Instead, a strangled wheeze echoed throughout the cargo hold. "I'm not in the mood to listen to your screams," Revan said icily, lightly squeezing the fingers of his right hand as if he were holding the prisoner by the throat. In essence, this is how it was, except that the Force held the prisoner, but it was Revan who controlled its actions. The prisoner twitched in the grip, coughed, spat, and convulsively gasped for air, but could do nothing. At first, the former Jedi was surprised by how easily he had penetrated this dark side adept's defenses, but he quickly realized the reason. The prisoner was accustomed to operating in the highly concentrated darkness inherent to Dromund Kaas. Revan, meanwhile, had spent most of his life wandering and was far more skilled in manipulating the Force. The prisoner's poor condition didn't make things any easier. Concentrating when you're wounded is incredibly difficult. Unless, of course, you're accustomed to pain, like Scourge, or a unique individual like Scion. "Now you will answer my questions," Revan said, standing in front of the prisoner, "and I do not recommend even trying to lie or resist." The former Sith's words were accompanied by the pressure of the Force, which broke through into the interlocutor's consciousness, weakening the desire to fight, suppressing the will, breaking the mind. The captive man gave a strangled wheeze and nodded. "Who are you?" Revan asked the first question, sensing that the prisoner was ready to talk.
"Darnell Tal," the poor fellow croaked as his executioner loosened his grip, allowing him to breathe. "I don't need a name," Revan waved his hand dismissively. "I asked who you are."
"Who do you serve?" "To the seer, Kadan." These words seemed to give the prisoner strength, because he spoke much more cheerfully. "We are the prophets of the dark side, and—" "Less propaganda." Revan squeezed Darnell's throat again, sensing that he was about to deliver a memorized speech that they used to brainwash the members of their cult. "Why do you need the boy?" Kadan saw him, his destiny.
Tal spoke again abruptly.
His purpose, and the power that he would possess.
Revan increased the pressure of the Force on the prisoner's mind, forcing his mind to unconsciously search through his memory for every detail regarding Anakin and Kadan's orders.
The seer found the center of the Force. He predicted the rise of darkness, Darnell continued. It holds the key to the Order's rise.
"How is Sidious connected to you?" Revan asked again.
He thinks we serve him,
Tal croaked back. But Kadan is only using him to get to the Chosen One.
Revan chuckled to himself.
Apparently, all dark side adepts shared a penchant for betrayal, regardless of their Sith affiliation. However, playing with Sidious was foolish. From what Revan already knew of this Dark One, he was very skilled at weaving a web of lies and betrayal. After all, the scale of the plan, which Sidious had so cleverly hinted at during their brief conversation, was impressive. And Scourge had warned him to be careful with this apprentice of Plagueis. Believe that these fanatics could have fooled him? Don't make me laugh. More likely he's the one leading them on. But why would he even bother with the prophets? What does Sidious want from you? Revan pressed. The future, the prisoner croaked. Explain. We see the future. Now that was interesting. If the prophets truly possessed the gift of foresight and were able to learn to predict the future using the dark side, then the benefit to someone plotting to conquer an entire galaxy becomes obvious. It's worth asking Scourge more about it. It's a shame no one from the Talons could be sent to Dromund Kaas for infiltration. Unfortunately, there were no talented informants among them. Who ordered the attack on the boy? Came a new question. Kadan. Is this his initiative or Sidious's order? Kadan himself. The prisoner was weakening. His wounds and the interrogation were taking their toll. There wasn't as much time as Revan would have liked, but he couldn't stop. The prisoner might not live to see the next session, or worse, his mind might close. Who summoned me to Dromund Kaas? Revan decided to test Scourge's words. I don't know. You. The former Jedi cursed silently. After all, it was a priori impossible to learn anything the source of the information didn't already know. Can prophets transmit visions to other gifted ones? Revan asked from the other end. Yes. When did Sidious last contact you? I don't know. With him, only Kadan. A trickle of blood flowed from the man's nose. There was only time for a few questions. The problem was, the prisoner knew very little. How many of you are there in total? I am left alone, the prisoner wheezed. Tal's mind began to slip back into the fog of oblivion. Revan had to press harder. How many prophets are there in total? Hundreds. Darnell's eyes rolled back in his head, and he took his last breath. Hut! Revan released his grip in irritation, allowing the lifeless body to fall to the floor. There was insufficient information to form a reliable picture of the organization as a whole. It was becoming clear that the prophets were playing their own game, trying to deceive Sidious. It was unknown whether Plagueis was involved, or what role Scourge played in all of this, though his reservations made it clear the pure-blooded Sith had his own designs on the prophets. Revan's already daunting list of problems now included yet another headache. However, solving this conundrum could wait. The former Jedi pulled a Datacron pyramid from his pouch. Now Revan had a much more intriguing riddle in his hands. Chapter 30. Opportunities and their price. Chapter 30. Opportunities and their price. The small freighter Dawn Eagle drifted slowly near Orelon 6, where the crew had recently resupplied. Aside from a sparse marketplace and a small mining colony, Orelon had little to offer, as evidenced by its tiny, by galactic standards, spaceport. Ironically, the Eagle had only been granted 3 hours parking, occupying a dock reserved for loading ore carriers. In fact, aside from cargo ships and the occasional trader, starships were rarely seen in the Orelon system, making the Orel attract too much attention, something its current pilot greatly disliked. Attention was the last thing NK-47 needed. The reason for the delay in leaving this otherwise unremarkable star system was Revan's order. Wait. For a whole week, the former Jedi had been busy studying the datachron given to him by Scourge. This, however, didn't stop him from monitoring the progress of Maul and Skywalker. His students recovered from the devastating effects of Dromund Kaas relatively quickly. The Zabrak, familiar with the consequences firsthand, was back to normal the very next day. Anakin took a little longer. The boy was shocked that his own mind had so easily succumbed to temptation and betrayed its master. And he had been so sure of what he was doing. However, this valuable experience demonstrated to the young Force users their vulnerability to the true power of the dark side. Skywalker finally took up meditation seriously, seeking self-knowledge and emotional control. Maul, on Revan's advice, focused on self-discipline. The mentor checked his students' progress daily. The Zabrak grew increasingly skilled with the staff, adapting the basic forms to his own style. Sparring sessions with the master grew increasingly intense. Speed increased with the student's experience. Revan skillfully limited himself, motivating Maul with the prospect of triumph, each time outpacing the student's blade by just a moment. Skywalker also demonstrated impressive talent in swordsmanship, mastering Shi-Cho quite quickly. Anakin absorbed knowledge like the sand of Tatooine absorbs life-giving moisture. Just one explanation of a technique, and 2 or 3 demonstrations of the correct position and movement were enough for the boy to successfully replicate it. 2 days ago, the boy began training with 2 training drones simultaneously, and Revan was already considering starting sparring sessions. Nevertheless, under the supervision of Maul and the NK, Skywalker's reaction speed and overall level of physical fitness reached the minimum required for a Padawan of his age group, at least by the standards of the old order. At the moment, his students were resting. The former Jedi himself was meditating, hovering a meter above the floor of his cabin. Orelon had been chosen for refueling and resupply for another reason, unknown to any of the crew except Revan and possibly Maul. Namely, the concentration of neutral force energy. The system had been uninhabited during the Old Republic, and 4,000 years later, it remained sparsely populated, protecting this natural oasis of the Force from the influence of living beings. Orelon was a wonderful place for deep meditation, second only to the gardens of the Jedi Temple, but unpopular within the Order due to its distance from the core worlds. This played into Revan's hands. Meditation always helped the former Republic Army General quickly absorb and analyze large amounts of information. And what he learned from the last purebred Sith's datachron required careful and comprehensive study. The information was fragmentary and jumbled with a plethora of useless and sometimes downright delusional data. The information was presented in a disorganized and vague manner, but upon closer examination, it all formed an interesting picture. First of all, the datachron did indeed contain some hints and guesses about how Vitiate had managed to return to the world of the living. There were even references to the experiments of an ambitious Sith girl named Zash. Soul transference, body occupancy, a ritual devised by Tulak Horde. At first glance it all seemed like a wild fantasy, but Revan remembered well the power of Sith alchemy and the ancient knowledge of the Dark Jedi. Vitiate was one of those examples that is never forgotten. After taking a closer look at the symbols that frequently surfaced in Zash and Scourge's records, Revan became convinced that his cursory scan of the data on Dromund Kaas had not been a hallucination. He had encountered identical drawings at the Treacherous Academy. Could Tulak Horde himself have had a hand in the creation of the Academy on Malachor V? Quite possibly. Did Vitiate have access to the knowledge hidden within the Academy? Certainly. The Emperor knew from their first meeting that Revan and Malak had visited Malachor, and he wasn't surprised. In fact, he was pleased with the fact. But Zash, judging by the records, never left Imperial space. And by the time the invasion of Republic space began, Mitra had already completely destroyed Malachor and the Academy along with it. Did something survive? Or did she find information about Tulak Horde's ritual in the temple on Dromund Kaas? Or maybe on Korriban, Revan thought. No. Zash got to Korriban much later.
So it must have been Dromund Kaas.
Or any other Sith world. Hot! There was endless speculation. The only thing that was certain was that Vitiate knew about the ritual. Moreover, if Scourge had accurately described the process by which he gained immortality, then some of the symbols inscribed on the walls, probably Vitiate's laboratory, were very similar to those used by Zash. So, the Emperor refined the Zash ritual, incorporating Sith alchemy into it, and first tested the fortifying compound on Scourge. Or was this merely a stepping stone in his experiments? Most likely the latter. Revan frowned. He was missing something. Reaching out to the streams of the Force, the former Jedi let them pass through himself, driving away fatigue and clearing his consciousness. Focusing on the datachron again, he began to put the pieces of the puzzle back together, trying to see the whole picture.
Zash needed the Dark Temple's ritual chamber and the relics of Tulak Horde to attempt to transfer her consciousness, no, her entire being, into another body. She chose a young and strong candidate for the new host, indicating she had no control over the recipient's connection to the Force or the midichlorian count. Otherwise, anyone would have been suitable. Or did she simply not want to waste time developing it? Vitiate, on the other hand, had no such problems. His colossal power manifested itself in Valkorion as well. Moreover, no artifacts were required. The Emperor was able to be reborn without any outside assistance. Or is that not quite true? Too many gaps, the thought flashed through Revan's head. The former Jedi was forced to admit that the datachron alone was insufficient to understand matters of immortality. However, the information it contained provided hints, and sometimes even directions, on where to look for more precise information.
And the first two places were quite obvious: the Dark Temple and the Treacherous Academy.
To Revan's dismay, both sites were presumably destroyed. However, the temple wasn't so clear-cut. According to Scourge, that's where the prophets had settled. This meant the temple itself had survived, or at least partially survived. As for the academy, its destruction was confirmed by Mitra herself, Scourge, the Order's archives, and even galactic maps, from which Malachor V has been removed for several thousand years. However, as Kreia once said, manuscripts don't burn, and holocrons especially don't. Destroying ancient repositories of knowledge is not so simple. Otherwise, hundreds of dark pyramids would not have ended up locked in storage on Coruscant, hidden from outsiders, but would have simply been scattered to dust. Could anything have survived among the debris of Malachor? Revan listened to the Force as he had thousands of times before.
There was no disturbance, which would have indicated the error of his judgment. In fact, the Force seemed to be urging him to go to Malachor specifically. This was reassuring. The former Jedi knew this feeling well, like a subtle itch beneath the skin, forcing him to pay attention to its source. Revan concentrated on the memories of Malachor. His consciousness tangibly drifted off into the distance, then abruptly shifted to the remains of a once large planetoid, stretching across its former orbit around the local star as a new asteroid belt. Revan couldn't help but recognize the location of the gravity shadow generator. Malachor V. A once-inhabited world that had been ruled by pure-blooded Sith, Rakatans and Mandalorians, but did not survive an encounter with Revan. The superweapon struck the unfortunate planet twice, wiping it from the face of the galaxy, leaving only dust and rock in its place. And along with Malachor, the Treacherous Academy vanished. But not her knowledge. In the cloud of swirling darkness that had permeated this star system for long millennia, amidst the deafening echoes of hundreds of thousands of deaths of soldiers from two fleets, several bright scarlet lights pierced through.
invisible to other sentient beings, but clearly visible to those who knew exactly what to look for. The sources of the blood-red glow were the holocrons, 3 surviving pyramids containing the knowledge of the ancient Sith, which had survived the destruction of the planet and thousands of years of the Order's search missions, marauder attacks, and attempts by dark adepts to find fragments of their former power. A real treasure. Long ago, the former Jedi had held these holocrons in his hands. He had studied what was hidden within them. But immortality wasn't his goal back then. It wasn't what he sought, and so he paid no attention to the ancient Sith's lengthy musings on eternity. And he should have. Revan's every sense screamed, this is what he needs. These holocrons contain something that will help him. He must get to them. Suddenly, a shadow covered the pyramids, dimming their glow. Someone, or something, was also looking for the holocrons. Revan concentrated harder on the sense of alarm flaring in his mind. A blurry image of something massive slowly making its way through the asteroid belt appeared in his mind. Ship. The vision ended as if someone had abruptly pushed Revan away, preventing him from learning more. The former Jedi's eyes widened, and he barely managed to catch himself with telekinesis to avoid falling to the cabin floor. Rising to his feet, Revan allowed himself to catch his breath, clinging to the echoes of the vision and trying to memorize every detail. The location of the ship, its surroundings, how far was it from the holocrons? Who commanded it? And just as importantly, who could have pushed him out of the vision? 5 minutes later, wearily wiping his face, Revan approached the small holoprojector that took up a third of the work desk in his quarters. Obeying the former Jedi's command, a map of the galaxy unfolded above the desk. "NK," Revan opened the channel through the intercom. Joyfully, "Yes, Master," the droid's cheerful voice responded. "Set course for the Malachor system, quickly and quietly." The former Jedi was peering at the destination map. "Try to exit near Malachor 3, and be careful. There may be enemy forces in the system." "Request. Is there any information on the enemy?" "A large ship. I'd say cruiser class. Nothing specific." "Accepted, Master." The communication channel was disconnected. After poring over the map of Malachor for a moment, Revan deactivated the projector and left the cabin, heading to the NK-equipped armory, where, in addition to weapons, he could find tools and a repair bench. After the battle with Scourge, Revan repaired the damaged blade by replacing the power cell. However, it turned out that one of the focusing lenses had shifted, causing the plasma arc to occasionally destabilize and lose its density. The former Jedi had noticed this several days earlier during one of his training sessions with Maul, but had never found the time to fix it until now, for which he mentally reproached himself. After all, a lightsaber was more than just a tool and a weapon. It became part of the Jedi. So Revan sincerely believed he should have taken better care of such a valuable artifact, especially considering its origins. The hand of the former Jedi, now restored to life, instinctively rested on the hilt of the damaged blade. His fingers ran over the carvings on the handle, bringing back memories of Bastila. All this for her sake. It was only for her sake that Revan had decided to begin his hunt for immortality. I could have taken better care of her last gift then, Revan mentally reproached himself. The only excuse he could give was information from Scourge's datachron. After all, besides scraps of data about ancient Sith experiments, there was something else there too. Something dangerous and powerful. It was after stumbling upon these files that Revan lost track of time and did not leave his cabin for almost a day, even missing one of his training sessions with his students. And the reason for this state of the former Jedi was she, the Starforge. A sinister work of Rakatan craftsmanship, a monstrous space station capable of producing essentially anything using the Force and the stars.
4,000 years ago, the Republic fleet destroyed the Starforge orbiting Rakata Prime, also known as Lehon. After a fierce battle with Malak, Revan personally ensured the station was insurmountable.
The Republic was to seal the system off, to prevent anyone from even considering exploiting the remnants of the Infinite Empire's technology. The station's wreckage remains in orbit around Rakata Prime. However, Revan was well aware of one remarkable feature of Rakatan technology. It possessed a semblance of intelligence and, more importantly, the ability to self-repair. The star charts that Revan used to first locate the forge were destroyed during the fall of the Rakatan Empire. However, slowly but surely, over thousands of years, they were restored to working order. The Kashyyyk instance even managed to restore the artificial intelligence that had tested Revan. No, the star forge that was destroyed near Rakata Prime couldn't have been restored. Not so quickly. It wouldn't have even reassembled the core of its structure in 4,000 years. But Scourge's datachron wasn't talking about that either.
Back on Tatooine, before meeting Enko and Anakin, Revan remembered the Infinity Engine seed hidden on Nar Shaddaa. It could become the core of the new station, but again, not in such a short time. Having met Skywalker and followed the will of the Force, Revan decided to put his search for the core on hold, focusing on the boy's fate and studying the current state of affairs within the Order. But the former Jedi had not forgotten the coordinates of the strange object on the edge of inhabited systems, indicated by the Rakatan star map. The datachron indicated that the core was discovered on Nar Shaddaa during the war with the Vishiat Empire. According to surviving reports, the semi-sentient mechanism had developed into an AI and occupied an entire city block. Just think, 300 years and such progress. Revan was amazed. This artifact seemed to develop even faster than the Starforge. What happened to it in 4,000 years?
Reports stated that the artifact was dismantled and removed from Nar Shaddaa, then handed over to Imperial intelligence. Further information was cut short as it was classified, and Scourge had just decided to defect to the Republic, thereby losing the opportunity to delve into the Empire's secrets until victory. Then the trail was completely lost. Several times R2 approached the Jedi while he was working on his weapons, offering to assist him in any way he could. The curious droid was clearly interested in understanding the workings of a lightsaber. Revan carried out the repairs and final adjustments to his lightsaber almost unconsciously, and declined the astromech's assistance. His thoughts were preoccupied with the prospect of regaining control of the Forge's power, even if only partially. Was it worth it? How much of an impact will the artifact have on its owner? Will they be as tainted by the dark side? Questions.
Too many questions.
Revan completed the repairs and activated the blade. The weapon was once again in perfect condition, ready to defend its owner at a moment's notice. The blade was simple and clear. It was part of the Jedi or Sith and obeyed the slightest movement of the hand. The forge, on the other hand, was a semi-sentient artifact, created with the help of the dark side. It was more like a dangerous beast that needed to be kept under control at all times. Relax for even a moment, and it would devour you. Isn't this what happened to Malak? He stayed at the station too long. He sank too deep into the darkness. My mistake. My fault. Revan recalled the last words of his old friend. You were right, Alec. The former Jedi slung his lightsaber back onto his belt and leaned against the workbench. In light of the latest information Scourge and Mitra had dumped on him, Revan might have no choice. A storm would soon break out across the galaxy, and to deal with it,
He'd need an army, let alone just to stay alive. The forge was needed, even despite the risk.
Forgive me, old friend. Revan shook his head. I will try to avoid the mistakes of the past, but I can't promise anything. The flight to Malachor took just under a day. By the time they exited hyperspace, Revan was already in the control room.
His uneasiness hadn't left him, and anxious thoughts about the Datachron's contents only added fuel to the fire. NK, in the pilot's seat, delicately guided the Eagle into orbit around Malachor 3, on the opposite side of the asteroid belt that had once been Malachor 5. Status report. We've exited hyperspace, Master. According to passive sensors, there are no other ships in the system, the droid reported. Can the ship hide from us in the asteroid belt? Anakin asked, following Revan. Easy, Revan shrugged. It's an old trick, used thousands of years ago.
But the cosmic dust and small asteroid fragments, not to mention the deposits of certain metals in such a shelter, will blind the sensors and anyone who decides to hide. So we can't see them, and they can't see us. What if we try to find them? The boy suggested, instructively. It is not recommended to use active scanners to avoid the possibility of detection, answered NK-47's question. With displeasure. Didn't I advise you to study the manual for the interaction of small naval units in the territory of a potential enemy, authored by Fawn Dodonna, you stupid sack of meat? There are more than 3,000 pages, the boy muttered, irritated. And that's just a small part of what you need to know, meat sack. But, Anakin, don't argue, Revan sided with the droid. This knowledge is truly important. Admiral Dodonna's manual contains many quotes from my own works on naval tactics, as well as excerpts from combat operations reports. It's all based on real experience and created at the cost of hundreds of thousands of lives of soldiers and officers who made the very mistakes such textbooks warn about. But I'm not in charge of the fleet, Skywalker protested. Who knows, Anakin? Who knows? The boy couldn't find a response to such an argument. His thoughts carried him far away, to the bridge of his own flagship, a general, no less. What child doesn't dream of becoming a heroic military leader? Revan smiled faintly, noting the change in his apprentice's expression, guessing the content of his thoughts. I understand, Master, Skywalker finally answered. I will read Admiral Dodonna's works today. It's too much for one evening, the mentor shook his head. To make sure you don't miss anything, and to remember it better, try recalling the text during your meditations. Believe me, you'll quickly feel the benefits of this method. I'll try, teacher. Thank you. Nodding approvingly, Revan turned back to the assassin droid. NK, we're heading to that sector. The former Jedi entered the coordinates he'd sensed the holocrons in during his meditation into the nav computer. But try to draw as little attention as possible. We don't know exactly what might be lurking in that asteroid field. Accepted, Master. Dawn Eagle began to move slowly towards its target. They passed through Malachor 4 orbit without incident. There was still no sign of the enemy. Revan was beginning to doubt there was anyone in the system other than their ship. However, the Force still warned of danger, and its source was clearly not the holocrons. At the very edge of the asteroid belt, the NK suddenly slowed down sharply and attracted the attention of those gathered in the control room. Alert! Attention! Flash at coordinates 2343A17, Mark 5. Presumably fire from the ship's blaster cannon. The droid pointed its manipulator at the overview screen.
Revan peered into the sea of rocky debris, slowly drifting through the blackness of space, trying to discern what had caught the droid's attention. A few seconds later, he noticed a scarlet flash. R2, Revan called to the astromech. Can you reconfigure the sensors to a narrower coverage area without increasing our chances of detection? The droid beeped something encouraging in response and connected to the main computer. A few minutes later, an image of something vaguely resembling a ship appeared above the holoprojector. Apparently, this is what the sensors detected at the flash's coordinates. Can you clean up the picture? Revan asked. The astromech whistled dubiously in binary. Meanwhile, the former Jedi peered at the vaguely familiar outline of his potential adversary. And with each passing second,
he became more and more convinced that the ship was more than just familiar.
As soon as this thought flashed through Revan's mind, the sensors transmitted a new batch of data, and the hologram became much clearer. The starship's outline became sharper and more recognizable. To his surprise, the former Jedi realized he recognized the type of ship. Long ago, in his past life, these fearsome predators had torn his enemies to shreds on the battlefield. A 600-meter-long curved hull, horizontally bisected, drifted slowly among the planet's debris. Majestic and deadly. It was the Interdictor, a heavy cruiser of the Republic Army, the core of Revan's Empire's space forces. It was shabby even in appearance, with numerous traces of repeated repairs, but still it was a forbidding. The Great Force, Revan breathed. Observation. The ship's external parameters match those of a Republic Interdictor-class cruiser, manufactured in Corellian shipyards. He must be almost 4,000 years old, Anakin exclaimed, barely containing his ship fan's delight.
What the hell is he doing here, Hutt?
Revan muttered, not really expecting an answer, trying to figure out if they could avoid meeting this ship. And, to the former Jedi's dismay, the Force persistently hinted that their paths were destined to cross with this cruiser. The holocrons were already on board. "Query, Master, is something bothering you?" NK asked, hearing a stream of curses from his creator's lips. Revan was worried about many things, and time was at the top of the list. If the cruiser had arrived in the system to retrieve the holocrons and had already completed its mission, it wouldn't be here long. Tracking it in hyperspace with the Eagle's capabilities would be impossible, which meant there was no time for long deliberation. Either act now, foolish and reckless, or lose the holocrons, and with them, any hope of Bastila's return. "Give up control," Revan ordered, sitting down in the pilot's seat. The droid obeyed without further questions.
The former Republican general, mentally cursing the unknown cruiser with every curse known to man, steered the freighter toward the increasingly frequent flashes. Apparently, the cruiser was fighting its way out of the asteroid field. Time was running out. "NK, brief the crew. We are preparing to assault the Interdictor-class cruiser. Provide everyone with a copy of the internal corridor and room plans from the auxiliary hangar to the bridge, and a brief overview of the ship." "Accepted, Master." Revan, meanwhile, was trying to calculate the likelihood that the freighter would appear to sensors as just another small asteroid fragment long enough for a close approach. Judging by its appearance, the ship's sensor array was unlikely to be in perfect condition. Therefore, the chances were high. "What kind of joke is this?" Tira burst into the wheelhouse. "Have you completely lost your mind?"
It's a cruiser, for fuck's sake.
Addition. The crew complement is 5,244 people, NK reported, apparently continuing the argument, the beginning of which Revan had not heard. "And 3,500 landing troops," Nomad growled in response. Threat assessment. Probability of having full crew on board. "Yeah, what difference does it make? It's a cruiser," the mercenary barked. "It would take at least 300 sentient beings just to move this thing." "I confirm. So I realized a long time ago that you're missing screws in your saucepan." Tira didn't let the droid continue. "But your master hasn't suffered from madness until now." "There is no choice," Revan responded, realizing that the last words were addressed to him. "That's suicide. I didn't sign up to storm an entire cruiser with a group of 2 fighters, a kindergartner, and a couple of crazy tin cans." "I'll go to the cruiser alone.
Your task is to cover the Eagle and get it out of harm's way if I have to wait," Revan answered calmly, concentrating on piloting. "What?" Nomad asked again. "One?" "Request. Explain your plan, Master." "Master?" Like everyone else in the cockpit, Anakin was puzzled by this news. On the Interdictor, the energy screen doesn't cover the hangar doors so as not to impede the departure of vehicles. The containment field preventing the hangar's atmosphere from being lost is deactivated in the stowed position,
and automatically activates only 3 seconds after the door is damaged. Revan began explaining his plan. I'll breach the auxiliary hangar gate on the upper deck and escort the Eagle inside. NK, Tira, your task will be to destroy the hangar's defense turrets before they breach our freighter's shields. A trained crew will need no more than a minute to seal off the hangar after the defense system is destroyed.
During that time, I must break into the cruiser's interior. Otherwise you'll be thrown into outer space. Nomad interrupted. Yes. Revan nodded in agreement.
The plan is idiotic, you understand. There's no other way, under the current conditions. I need to get on this ship. Why? Nomad didn't give up. It has the information I need on board, and if this cruiser leaves the system, I'll lose it forever. Revan almost whispered the last sentence. You haven't paid me yet, Tira reminded him, realizing that she couldn't convince the former Jedi. I don't plan to die, Revan replied without a trace of a smile. For a minute, the mercenary stared at the back of her interlocutor's head before turning around and heading towards the weapons control console. NK, get ready, Revan ordered. 3 minutes. Anakin, buckle up. Recommendation. The hangar gates are too strong for our weapons.
Request permission to use a proton torpedo, the assassin droid requested, its synthesized voice filled with undisguised joy. Just make sure the hangar itself isn't too badly damaged. Without an atmosphere and a containment field, I won't be able to leave the Eagle. Accepted, Master. If there's a threat of destruction to our ship, or if I stay on board the cruiser for too long, fly away. I'll get out myself. Accepted, Master. You're a cocky idiot, Tira muttered. Sometimes, when there are no reasonable options, you have to act like an idiot, Revan answered, without looking up from maneuvering among the chaotically moving stone blocks. The words of a true idiot. Actually, they were said by a certain candorous Ordo, the former Jedi chuckled. A disgruntled grumble in Mandalorian was heard in response. The cruiser was now clearly visible ahead, even to the naked eye. Revan called upon the Force, focusing on the freighter's flight and the surrounding debris. I hope you don't decide to shoot that harmless rock flying towards you from the starboard side, Revan said to himself, sincerely hoping that the cruiser's sensors, clogged with interference, would not distinguish the Eagle from an asteroid. The next second, the interdictor fired. One of the laser cannon batteries shattered several boulders drifting along the ancient ship's path. Revan exhaled. It could have been the Dawn Eagle. Prepare to open fire, the former Jedi commanded. Warning, Master, new information, interrupted him NK. Observation, the condition of the ship is much worse than expected. Are you saying that it won't survive a proton torpedo hitting the hangar? Rating, there is such a possibility. There is no choice anyway. Accepted, Master. The Eagle made a sharp turn, changing its trajectory and heading towards the cruiser. Fire! The freighter shook as if struck by a turbo laser battery. However, even though the launcher was on board, the freighter wasn't equipped to handle such a weapon. The explosion of the proton torpedo, albeit a low-power one, blew the armored hangar doors to shreds, revealing the dark interior of the cruiser, into which Oriol rushed without delay. Suppress the defense systems, Revan ordered, abruptly slowing down and crashing the freighter down onto the suddenly empty flight deck. Contrary to expectations, not a single shot was fired. The hangar looked abandoned. The only lighting was emergency lights. There wasn't a single small ship ready for launch. Everywhere, traces of corrosion from oxidation had formed durasties in the oxygen-rich atmosphere, indicating problems with the life support systems. Tira? NK? Revan decided to confirm his suspicions. There's nothing to shoot at, the mercenary responded. Not a single turret. Everything's broken. I confirm, Master.
NK echoed. "The defense system was disabled long before us." "What the hell is going on here?" Nomad whispered. The next moment, the hangar's containment field belatedly activated. "Warning, Master. The atmosphere is being restored. If you're still planning to carry out your plan, I recommend you hurry." There was no need to repeat it twice. By the time the hangar pressure returned to normal and the NC reported the presence of a breathable atmosphere, Revan was already standing at the cargo bay ramp, ready for battle. "Remember, in case of danger, fly away." "Can we take off already?" Tira chuckled over the radio. "A little more dangerous," Revan replied. Humor helped calm the nerves and kept the crew from panicking. As soon as the ramp touched the hangar floor, the former Jedi, with a speed impossible for a mere human, rushed to the exit and with a force push literally tore the locked door out of the opening.
The corridor that opened up was also unlit. Nor was there any sign of the crew's presence. An eerie silence and an icy chill emanated from the life support system operating at its minimum. However, as soon as Revan took a step down the corridor, a sudden surge of the force washed over him. His vision blurred, his head filled with voices, and he felt the presence of thousands of sentient beings all around him. A shadow slid past, followed by another. A flash of pain pierced his head, and a deafening ringing filled his ears, and suddenly everything disappeared. Revan activated his blades and looked around warily. Everything was as it had been a minute earlier. Emergency lighting and no sign of the crew. But at the same time, a strange feeling arose, as if this ship was familiar to him. Had he been on it before? "NK," the former Jedi called his faithful droid over the radio. "Try connecting to the cruiser's computer with R2. Find out what you can about it." "Accepted, Master." Revan began to carefully but quickly move through the ship's corridors, following the Force's guidance to the holocrons. Apparently, whoever commanded this ship had decided to hide the artifacts in their cabin. After all, it was in that part of the ship where, as Revan remembered, the captain's cabin was located, that the cursed pyramids could be felt. What troubled the former Jedi was the fact that he barely sensed any living beings on board. However, such a cruiser couldn't be piloted alone. A minimal crew, at least droids, was required. Furthermore, the entire ship was saturated with dark side energy, clouding his vision and preventing him from tapping into his full potential. Suddenly, someone's figure appeared from around the corner. There was a gunshot, but Revan was ready to attack and easily deflected the blaster bolt back at the gunner. Revan carefully approached the motionless body of his attacker, unable to believe his eyes. A Sith Imperial soldier lay before him, wearing the unmistakable silver armor and a helmet with a mirrored visor. There was no sense of life in him. Droid? Deciding to test his hunch, Revan used the Force to tear off the chestplate of his fallen opponent. As he suspected, the armor contained a droid. The manufacturer was unidentifiable, but that at least explained why there was no sense of life on board. The former Jedi encountered no one else until he reached the captain's quarters, which only made him even more wary. And just as he was about to rip another door off its hinges, he felt the distinct presence of a living being behind him. Powerful, gifted. "Master!" NK came on the line at the same time. "Alert! Master! We've managed to access the ship's computer." "Not now, NK." Revan turned to face his potential opponent and froze in a fighting stance, grateful that his mask concealed his expression. For he couldn't hide the shock he felt at that moment. Opposite him stood someone in achingly familiar armor and a Mandalorian mask, so similar to Revan himself that for a moment he thought he was looking in a mirror. Even the attacking stance of the Juyo was a perfect copy of the original, and if not for the color of his lightsaber, glowing blood red, Revan would have thought so.
"You will go no further, impostor." A surprisingly high voice came from under the enemy's mask. Insistently, "Master, this is important." "NK," Revan tried to object. Insistently, "Master, this is obsidian." The droid did not let him finish. "What?" the former general of the Republican Army and commander of the heavy cruiser Obsidian asked, stunned. Explanation: "We are aboard the Obsidian, Master." "What the hell?" Chapter 31. Obsidian. Note to the part. Peekaboo.ru/story/fem_Revan_4343911. Current owner of Obsidian. About Obsidian. Accounts differ between sources. Some say the Republic fleet only had one interdictor prototype, the Leviathan.
Revan received his flagship after the Starforge launched, which began mass-producing Leviathan copies. Other sources report that Cienar handed over a batch of several ships to the Republic at once. The name Obsidian pops up in one of Krea's dialogues in Part 2. Unfortunately, I can't say for sure that this line of dialogue wasn't cut in the release version. It definitely appeared in patched versions of TSLRP. Chapter 31. Obsidian. Obsidian. The identification number obtained during assembly is RSSHIC-002-CSA. The registration number of the combat unit of the Republic fleet is RBA-997-4057-CS. A hyperspace interceptor cruiser built by the Republic's Scianar systems during the Mandalorian Wars. One of 5 new model ships commissioned into the Republic's Second Strike Fleet under General Revan, and one of the cruisers used as a prototype for production at the Starforge's automated factory. A ship designed to intercept and destroy enemy forces. A war machine of terrifying power, capable of wiping the enemy from the face of any planet from space, preventing survivors from escaping into hyperspace, and finishing off the remnants of the enemy's forces. The alpha predator of the known galaxy. Obsidian. This is the name given to it by its commander, who chose this interdictor as the flagship of his flotilla. It was this ship that fought the Mandalorians all the way to Malachor V, and then led the Sith Armada and helped capture half of the Republic. And on the bridge of this very cruiser, Revan vanished. Defeated and overthrown. Erased. Betrayed by his own student. In the midst of a battle with a squad of Jedi who came for his soul. A treacherous salvo of turbo-laser cannons from the Leviathan onto the Obsidian's bridge. Pain and darkness. Revan was on death's doorstep, and his journey would have ended then and there, if not for Bastila. A foolish idealist, she decided to save the fallen Sith Lord's life and deliver him to the Council for judgment. Only thanks to her efforts to heal his wounds and keep him alive did Revan gain a chance at rebirth. Perhaps it was at that moment that the bond between him and Bastila was forged, a bond that would help them avoid losing themselves and each other time and again. And yet, the reborn Revan was already different. Even after he managed to overcome the Order's master's compulsion and cast off the shackles of his false identity, he was already distinct from his former self. Whether this was good or bad, he himself could not say. The Revan who twice conquered the galaxy died along with Obsidian. The cruiser suffered critical damage and was destined to crash on the surface of the unnamed planet, in orbit around which Malak's betrayal had occurred. However, no matter how hard Revan tried to remember where it happened, and whether Obsidian had truly been destroyed, he was met with failure. And so, thousands of years later, Revan found himself back aboard the ship that had witnessed his triumph and his downfall. It's a shame the moment isn't conducive to nostalgia,
After all, an enemy frozen in battle stance is unlikely to allow the former commander to simply stand and reminisce. Which was confirmed the next moment when the impostor swung his blade. The moment he turned around, Revan was stunned by how much his opponent resembled him. No, not the teenager in whose body the former Jedi had been reborn. Standing before him was Darth Revan, the man he had been when he was the ruler of his own empire. Light thread armor, a durasteel chestplate coated with cortosis, a jet-black cape with a deep hood, and a worn Mandalorian mask, a perfect copy of his own, down to the last detail.
This is exactly how he looked in old holo recordings from the Jedi Civil War. Unless the imposter, upon closer inspection, was a bit too skinny? Was it the poor lighting in the dark corridors of the damaged ship, or was there something else going on? The enemy didn't allow him a closer look, rushing at Revan like a whirlwind, raining down a hail of blows. However, all of them were deflected or blocked by the precise and elegant movements of the silver blade. With mixed feelings, Revan noted that his counterpart was quite fast and masterful in the Juyo style, weaving the chaos and unpredictability of this lightsaber form into an elegant combat pattern. This was the first time the former Sith had encountered someone so talented since his resurrection in Maiza's body. Revan didn't even notice how he shifted from a defensive stance to an offensive one, deciding to test his opponent's defenses. And he didn't disappoint. Despite the initial hesitation, when the Crimson Blade, instead of Makashi's expected sliding block, vanished into thin air, dragging its wielder along with it, the opponent still managed to dodge the attack at the last moment. The silver blade barely grazed his breastplate and sliced his cape, but he couldn't dodge the next attack, and then the doppelganger surprised him again. Revan, almost regretfully, slid his blade under his opponent's left arm, preparing to inflict a non-fatal but very serious wound. He hadn't planned to kill, hoping to get some answers about the performance he'd staged. And when the tip of the plasma loop was just over an inch from his vulnerable, armorless ribcage, the former Jedi felt resistance, as if the air had suddenly thickened. The sensation was all too familiar. The impostor used the Force to intercept the blade's arm, but Revan prevented him from carrying out his plan. He was prepared for such an attack, and managed to counter the telekinetic force with a counterpause, forcing the enemy to retreat. The doppelganger's emotions flared with irritation. Exhaling loudly, he threw off his damaged cape, a scrap of which could have gotten caught on his legs. This gave Revan a chance to get a better look at his opponent. Well, he wasn't imagining things. The impostor was indeed too thin to match the original image. He was almost the same height as Revan's current body, making him a head shorter than the version of the former Sith who fought the Mandalorians. And his shoulders were too narrow. The doppelganger took a step forward, and the emergency flashlight illuminated him for a few moments. At that moment, Revan realized what was wrong with his opponent. It wasn't just his thinness or his short stature. There was a woman standing before him. The cloak and armor, coupled with the darkness, hid the figure, but now everything became obvious. That's why the voice seemed too high-pitched, Revan thought. The enemy, or rather the enemy, grabbed a second blade from her belt, which the former Jedi recognized as the thinner and shorter hilt of a light shoto. That's right, Jarkai. I once used a short blade in tandem with my main one, Revan noted, assessing how convenient it would be to use the second sword in the narrow corridor of the starship. The girl, meanwhile, attacked again. The shoto flared purple and aimed straight at Revan's chest, a blatant provocation intended to block the weapon hand while attempting to block the blow. The former Jedi didn't fall for the trick and twisted his body to the right, letting the blade miss. Predictably, the purple blade was followed by a scarlet one. In the blink of an eye, the man delivered a short slash with his palm to the elbow of the hand holding the shoto, causing the woman to turn slightly,
and deflected the second blade with his lightsaber, further throwing his opponent off balance. The girl turned her fall into a roll, avoiding Revan's counterattack. Jumping to her feet, she spun around and launched a shockwave from her blade at the former Jedi, channeling the force wave through the focusing crystal. Despite the block, the blow pushed Revan back half a step, giving the imposter an extra half-second of breathing room. She took advantage of this, throwing a shoto at her opponent's head and lunging after him. Revan let the purple blade pass over his head and met the girl with a series of furious blows. Despite the fact that his opponent was clearly using the force to strengthen her body, she was barely able to withstand the blows of an opponent of roughly equal size. And with each passing second, her movements became slower and more predictable. A sudden sense of danger alerted Revan to a threat from behind. The stranger telekinetically summoned her shoto, intending to catch the former Jedi. When this failed, and Revan simply dodged the blow, the woman resumed her assault, sharply increasing her tempo. As he and the girl engaged in combat dances time and again, the former Jedi couldn't help but notice that she was genuinely trying to imitate his style. And he meant trying because her success was mixed. Whether she'd studied holographic recordings of Revan's battles or attempted to recreate his style from archival data, her movements lacked substance. Knowing a move wasn't enough, practicing it wasn't enough. One had to understand why it was done that way, and the purpose for which its creator had created it in the first place.
Revan had developed his style during his training with Arrinkai, and then honed it in countless fights, stripping away all unnecessary elements and adding what could help him preserve his own life, while simultaneously destroying his opponents. The impostor lacked this experience, which meant she expended far more energy than necessary, and often nearly lost her balance, throwing herself into a strike where she should have fainted and shifted to the side. Whoever trained her, whether they specialized in a forceful style, didn't suit this girl. She was too agile and fast, qualities clearly inherited from nature. And so, by attempting to slow down to find the right position and put more force into her strike, the stranger only disrupted the entire pattern of combat, losing momentum and any potential advantage. This only further distorted the image, and with each passing minute, Revan noticed less and less resemblance to himself.
Aside from her replica mask and possibly similar armor, the girl bore no resemblance to the original Darth Revan. Clicking his tongue in disappointment, the former Jedi once again deflected the crimson blade and kicked the shoto out of the girl's hand. However, he relaxed too much and nearly took a counter elbow right to the mask, but managed to tilt his head back and even counter. The silver blade cut across the impostor's mask with a distinctive screech and flash, leaving a diagonal hot mark across the visor. Leaping back, the stranger grabbed her mask with her free hand, but was in no hurry to remove it. Revan's sword hadn't penetrated the inner layer of protection, sparing the girl a terrible wound. Running her fingers over the rapidly cooling notch on the visor, the girl literally growled with rage. "How dare you, you damn imposter!" she screamed. Revan distinctly felt the darkness reach out to his opponent, obeying her will. The moment the first forked bolts of force lightning erupted from her fingers, the former Jedi was ready. Strong, Revan thought, taking the blow on his open palm, but not strong enough. Overcome by rage, the girl found herself completely unprepared for her own power to be used against her. Struck by her own lightning, she was thrown against the wall. Revan pulled the blade, which had fallen from his hand at the moment of impact, like its smaller counterpart, to himself and severed it, disarming his opponent. "Who are you?" the winner asked rudely, pointing a silver blade at the impostor. The girl tried to concentrate the force and rise, but Revan stopped this attempt, pinning his opponent to the floor with telekinesis. "I'll ask you again. Who are you? And remember, you won't hear this question a third time." The stranger raised her head and looked at the former Jedi,
Even though their faces were hidden by masks, Revan felt her gaze directed straight at him.
"And who are you?" the loser hissed.
There was no point in answering this question, but the former Jedi felt that it was still worth answering. "Revan," the winner said briefly. "Imposter," the girl spat out with contempt and hatred. "Says the one who wears a copy of my armor and mask," Revan retorted calmly. Even a less gifted person would have felt the anger and irritation that flared at the stranger. Her reaction was interesting. Whoever she was, she treated the former Sith Lord with excessive respect, bordering on fanaticism. "I am the last of the Revanites, and you will pay dearly for desecrating our Lord's name," the girl growled. The next moment, Revan was forced to turn toward the opening door at the far end of the corridor, and just in time. A sense of danger warned him of the threat just before a horde of droids in Sith Empire stormtrooper armor burst into the corridor and opened fire on the former Jedi.
There were only 15 of them, but the density of fire was impressive. Revan was forced to go on the defensive, preparing for a counterattack. Just 5 seconds. He evaded the fire, deflected the blaster bolts that still flew his way, and delivered a crushing force strike that destroyed the droid's internal circuits. And yet, it was enough. Enough for the last of the Revanites to disappear. Revan was about to give chase, but remembered the purpose of his visit. The holocrons. The Sith pyramids were still in the captain's quarters, literally 5 steps away. Having confirmed that the girl was definitely not nearby, and having detected her presence on the way to the bridge, Revan contacted his comrades. "NK, I just encountered someone gifted. Very talented," the former Jedi began, reaching for the cabin door with the Force. She called herself the last of the Revanites. "Do you know anything about them?" Although Scourge had mentioned in their conversation that during the time of the Vitiate Empire, a sect had emerged on Dromund Kaas that revered Revan as the embodiment of balance within the Force itself and the true Emperor, it was hard to believe that the cult could have survived for thousands of years. Especially since, according to the purebred Sith, all the followers of the fledgling order were wiped out by the combined forces of the Republic and the Empire. "Answer: I have rather limited information on this matter, Master," the droid replied. The Order of Revan was a secret society of adherents to extraordinary teachings about Revan, that is, about you, Master. The Order revered you as an adept of the Force who always maintained the balance of light and darkness within himself. The Revanite philosophy consisted of following Revan's ways as they understood them. They wanted to change the Sith Empire from within and bring balance to the Force. At least, that's what was written in the records of Master Satil Shan. What else is known about the cult? How long did it last? Revan ripped open the door to the captain's quarters, triggering a booby trap intended for intruders. Still on guard for further surprises, the former Jedi entered. "Answer: no precise information, Master. I have fragments of information in my memory regarding a period of interaction with several individuals calling themselves Revanites, but that section of the core was damaged, making it impossible to reconstruct a reliable picture of events," the droid reported. Additional comment: Satil Shan's records contain information regarding the organization's destruction, but Master Shan expressed doubts about capturing all of its members. "What about the present time?" Revan asked, disarming another trap. Disappointed. "I don't have the information you need, Master." Encouraging. "However, perhaps the Mandalorian meatbag has more information." "For what reason?" Tira joined the dialogue. Answer: it is reliably known that the Revanites were supported by the Mandalorian Far clan. "And how many years have passed since then, Tin Can?" Nomad was indignant. Evasive answer: it doesn't matter. Instructive: Mandalorian clans have excellent survival rates and respect the continuity of generations, passing on as much knowledge as possible from their ancestors to their descendants. Over the years, many clans have degenerated or been destroyed. The mercenary did not give up. Objection:
The Mandalorians continued the line of succession not only through blood relatives, but also by inducting new members into the clan. Observation: you are a prime example of this practice.
Fuck you, Tira snapped. Although, Hut be with you, I'll check your contacts. Maybe I'll find something about this Far clan.
I would be grateful, Revan thanked.
The holocrons were found in a locked safe, the presence of which Revan did not recall in the captain's quarters, although he noted that the configuration and furnishings of the cabin did indeed correspond to the one in which he once lived. NK, explain to me why you decided that this cruiser was an obsidian. Revan turned to the droid again. A cheerful response. R2-D2 logged into the ship's network and accessed information from the onboard computer and navigation system archives. Explanation: all registration numbers match the Republic cruiser Obsidian under the command of General Revan. And how did he end up here? Was he destroyed? Objection: there is no reliable information about the destruction of the Obsidian Master. Explanation: there are recordings from the Republic hammerhead Swift showing the cruiser leaving orbit with heavy damage. That doesn't explain how the ship ended up in orbit around another planet almost 4,000 years later. What happened to it? Answer: due to damage to the navigation system, it is impossible to determine the coordinates of the crash, nor to pinpoint the exact date of the shutdown of all systems, Master, the assassin droid replied. Additional. However, there is information about a reactivation at the Talan shipyards 932 standard years ago, where partial repairs were carried out. From there, the cruiser moved under its own power, but kept primarily to the outer fringe systems, avoiding contact with anyone, Master. Ghost ship, I confirm. Retrieving the cursed pyramids turned out to be quite simple. The traps set by the room's owner weren't designed for gifted individuals. Disabling the mines and opening the safe took just a couple of minutes. And just as the coveted artifacts were floating into Revan's open palms, the assassin droid came into contact again. Concerned, Master, R2 is still digging through the cruiser's network and has detected interference with the security protocols, NK said quickly. Someone is trying to bypass the airlock lock that prevents depressurization of the decks where living organisms are present. Hot, Revan exclaimed, quickly realizing what this could mean. He mentally admired the resourcefulness and recklessness of the last of the Revanites. She was planning to depressurize the ship, completely deprive all compartments of atmosphere, ejecting the intruders into space. Such a stunt would have threatened the death of the entire crew and severe damage to the ship's internal structures. If only the crew had survived. As for the structural strength and their resistance to sudden changes in pressure and temperature, well, he admired her recklessness, among other things. However, the risk was justified. After all, she was a combat cruiser and could withstand a lot. Recommendation: hurry up, Master, NK reminded. R2 slows down the hacking process, but you don't have much time. Running! Prepare the Eagle for takeoff, Revan shouted, putting the holocrons in his pouch and running out into the corridor. As he raced through the cruiser's corridors, the former Jedi clearly heard bulkheads and compartment doors opening somewhere in the distance. Time was running out. Twice, stormtrooper droids stood in his way, but their pitiful attempts to delay Revan were unsuccessful. As he ran into the hangar, the former Jedi saw the protective field separating the flight deck from outer space flicker. Just as his feet touched the Eagle's cargo ramp, Revan felt something abruptly yank him back and upward. The atmosphere was leaving the cruiser's hangar and trying to pull the intruder down with it. Fortunately, the former Jedi managed to grab hold of one of the ramp's supports and then pull himself aboard with the force. Only after closing the cargo bay and leaning against the wall did Revan allow himself to take a deep breath and exhale relaxedly. Warning, Master, Obsidian is deploying weapons, NK reported over the intercom. The ship shook noticeably as the droid apparently took evasive action. Let's get out of here, NK, Revan ordered, heading for the cockpit. Query, destination?
Anywhere, even to Mandalore.
Accepted.
Obsidian. On the partially restored bridge of the former Republic cruiser, there was only one living soul, the one who had claimed the title of the last Revanite. Surrounded by 24 droids who had assumed the roles of crew, the girl monotonously rubbed the melted mark on her mask and carefully watched the nimble freighter on the view screen. The scarlet streaks of the interdictor's side guns passed within a few meters of the scout's ship's hull, but they were unable to reach it.
With each miss, the girl's irritation grew, until after another maneuver, the freighter disappeared, activating its hyperdrive.
The target has been lost, one of the droids in Imperial armor informed the girl. The atmosphere on board has been restored, another immediately announced. Cursing under her breath, the ship's commander gave the order to change course and exit the system, then left the bridge, heading for her cabin. Whatever the imposter's purpose, his destination was her cabin. However, she already had a hunch. Eventually, the sense of power emanating from the artifacts recovered from the remains of Malachor V faded, as if the source were receding. The door torn from its frame made it clear what she would find in her cabin, and the ransacked safe was proof of that. The holocrons are missing. Roaring with anger and frustration, the girl slammed her fist into the wall, leaving a sizable dent in the panel.
A wave of force spread out from her in all directions, sweeping away everything in its path. It was as if a hurricane had rushed through the cabin, scattering things, sweeping datapads and holotapes off the shelf, and mangling furniture. She'd been tricked. That damned imposter had stolen the artifacts the Overlord had touched. How could she follow his path when the beacons had been stolen? Having calmed down a bit and regained clarity of thought, the girl decided to consult with the man she had abandoned many years ago. She needed advice again. Humiliating. Summoning the holocommunicator into her palm and noting with irritation that it had been damaged during her minor tantrum, she still managed to get it to work. For a moment, nothing happened, until finally, the confident, clear voice of an unknown man rang out in the cabin. The image still didn't appear. The holographic emitter was too badly damaged. "What could have happened that made you decide to contact me?" "I need advice, teacher," the girl answered, suppressing her irritation. "Show some respect," the stranger said wearily. "You left me without permission, and this is the third time you've asked for help." "Just about the instructions." "That's even more important," the man chuckled. There was a pause that lasted a full minute. "I'm waiting," said the stranger. Apparently, only the emitter was faulty, because the girl's image was transmitted without issue on the other end. Otherwise, how could the other end have guessed what was going on in the cruiser's cabin? Gritting her teeth, the girl dropped to one knee and bowed her head. "I humbly ask for advice, mentor." The man drawled. "How bad can it be that you are able to swallow your pride so quickly?" "The impostor who assumed the name of the Overlord stole the holocrons of the Ancients from the Treyas Academy," the girl said quickly. "What?" The stranger perked up, but then continued in a different, calmer tone. "Wait, you said impostor?" "Yes, he dared." "What did he look like?" The man interrupted the student. "Mandalorian armor, grey and black, a charcoal cape with a hood and a replica of the Overlord's mask," the last of the Revanites began listing. "He fought with a silver-colored lightsaber and was very strong." "Silver color?" "Yes, mental." The man laughed in response. "Well, it's not as bad as you think," the stranger continued after a few seconds of laughter. "Whoever took the artifacts only returned what was rightfully his." "But," and I would be careful about calling him an imposter. The girl was stunned by the last sentence. The words just wouldn't fit in her head. After all,
If the mentor was to be believed, it would mean he was reborn?
Chapter 32. Welcome to Mandalore.
When Revan gave the order to jump to any coordinates, even to Mandalore, he didn't even consider that the droid would follow his orders to the letter. He was more interested in the holocrons they'd managed to recover from Obsidian. After all, they could contain precisely the information that would help the former Jedi get closer to unlocking the secret of his return to the world of the living. This would be the first step toward Bastila's return. A hope for happiness. But studying the jumbled and unstructured information, interspersed with the delirious thoughts of some mad Sith, took a lot of time. And apparently, no one was going to give Revan that time. The students demanded attention. They needed guidance from their master to understand whether they were moving in the right direction and developing correctly. Training was still on, as were the sessions of shared meditation.
Some of the work was shunted off to NK and Maul. But even so, after 3 days of hyperspace travel, Revan hadn't even learned the name of the person who had recorded the holocrons. Had Tulak Horde really had a hand in their creation? Perhaps one of his students or followers? The entries were devoid of any specifics, only hints and vague speculation. One thought was interrupted by another, followed by a description of utter nonsense, clearly gleaned by the holocron's author in a delirium. But that was only at first glance. Revan had a gut feeling that something was wrong. The Force had led him to these holocrons, so there must be something useful in them. What exactly was left to figure out? Engrossed in solving the puzzle, Revan didn't immediately notice someone entering his cabin. The one who entered turned out to be Tira. The mercenary said something to the cabin's owner, but he missed it. "What?" Revan asked. "We've entered Mandalore's orbit," the girl repeated.
"Why?" the former Jedi was surprised. "On your orders," the mercenary grinned, taking off her helmet. "Haven't you asked where we're flying to even once in 3 days?" "No," the cabin owner admitted honestly. The Mandalorian rolled her eyes, mentally giving a less than flattering description of her interlocutor. "When you left that cruiser, you ordered your maniacal droid to run away somewhere far away, mentioning Mandalore for some reason. He didn't waste time choosing a destination and went with what was already mentioned." It was awkward. The girl narrowed her eyes and looked at Revan with suspicion. "You weren't planning on coming here, were you?" "No." "Hut. And I was already thinking that you finally decided to help my clan." The former Jedi had mixed feelings about this. He felt uneasy that, due to a stupid accident, Nomad had been given false hope for a quick resolution to her problems. No, Revan hadn't gone back on his word.
But he hadn't planned on flying to Mandalore so soon. "Sorry, but we don't really have a choice. We'll be staying on Mandalore for a while," Tira interrupted Revan. "Why?" "Refueling and scheduled maintenance," Tira shrugged. "Our little astromech insists on that, as well as replacing the hyperdrive cooling system. After all, this ship is a prototype of the series. They're not known for their reliability." Revan massaged his temples, forcing the headache that had arisen to subside. "Why do I have the feeling that all this didn't happen by chance?" "Paranoia," Tira remarked flippantly, pushing a strand of scarlet hair from her forehead. The Mandalorian decided to ignore the suspicious look from the former Jedi. "Okay, let's go to the wheelhouse." Revan rose to his feet. Nomad nodded and was the first to leave the cabin. As much as Revan wanted to drop everything and focus on deciphering the holocrons, he couldn't ignore his surroundings. It wasn't in his nature. The former Jedi had long ago realized the full benefit and power of a unified team assembled under his command. After all, a band of dissenting young knights who followed him led to the collapse of a Mandalorian armada. And a little later, a handful of sentient beings on an old freighter crushed Malak's empire. As for his cherished dream of Bastila's return, he had found one of the keys. Hope had appeared, a clue had emerged. But Revan understood well that there was no point in rushing into games with the Force and the laws of the universe.
Otherwise, he could end up like Darth Zash, mentioned by Scourge. Therefore, it was worth taking a moment to distract himself, lest he allow himself to become fixated on one thought, as he had once done with the search for Vitiate. The journey to the cockpit took less than a minute, and when Revan saw the planet the Dawn Eagle was orbiting, he couldn't believe his eyes.
This world was completely different from the Mandalore the former Jedi remembered.
The greenery had almost disappeared from the surface, giving way to grey deserts. The oceans had shrunk in volume, and there were almost no clouds, which spoke against the atmosphere and pleasant climate. "What happened here?" Revan asked, suppressing his shock. "What are you talking about?" Tira didn't understand. "Why does Mandalore look so lifeless?" "He's been like this for 700 years, since the Dral Khan, or as it's commonly known in the Republic, the Mandalorian Purge." "The Republic did this?" Revan asked incredulously. "Yes," Nomad replied. "I don't know all the details of the conflict. My mentors told me about it. It couldn't even be called a war. A massacre." "Why? What caused it?" NK decided to respond, being rather bored in the pilot's seat, unable to shoot down passing ships and watch the bags of meat thrown into space twitch and writhe in agony.
Historical background. Following the Ruusan Reformation, the Mandalorians refused to join the Republic, as it was contrary to their traditions. Advances in technological progress led to the strengthening of Mandalore's military might. Given previous experience with repeated invasions of the Republic and the bloody conflicts that followed, the Jedi Order was extremely concerned about the growing threat posed by the Mandalorians. As a result, the Council decided to launch a preemptive strike on the Mandalore system. With the Republic forces vastly outnumbered, the Mandalorians had no chance of victory. The attackers acted with particular brutality, and as a result, many planets such as Mandalore, Concord Dawn, Ordo, and Fennel were devastated by orbital bombardments. The information voiced by the droid not only puzzled the former Jedi, but even shocked him. The Order attacked the Mandalorians for no apparent reason, burned out an entire star system, based on assumptions?
Guided solely by fear. Revan was gradually seething. Did they not only take their fleet after Ruusan, but their brains too? It's strange to hear that from you, Tira was surprised. After all, you are known among the Mandalorians as the one who inflicted their most crushing defeat. I was defending the civilians of the Republic. I didn't start that war. And the Order that was my home, would never. The Jedi have always been quick to use weapons, Nomad dismissed. Just remember Galadron. Revan turned sharply to face the mercenary. It's one thing to defend ideals, protect freedoms, or fight for life, pushing back against those who are incapable of listening to reason. Dropping bombs from orbit on the heads of civilians is quite another, the former Jedi shouted angrily. Even if every Mandalorian is trained to handle weapons, even if your culture is based on war, not every Mandalorian chooses the path of a warrior.
Among you were farmers, technicians, scientists, the elderly, no longer able to hold a weapon, children who had not yet known life. What did they do to deserve death? Refusing to join the rotten Republic? Developing technology? You heard your droid, Tira said, somewhat thrown off balance by her interlocutor's angry retort. They were a threat. And they don't even try diplomacy anymore? Economic methods of influence? A blockade of the system, after all. This would have provoked a conflict in any case. What kind of conflict can we even talk about with such a numerical advantage? The entire Republic against a single inhabited system. Important note. The Mandalorians have already demonstrated their ability to withstand the full might of the Republic, Master, the assassin droid interjected. Revan immediately realized that the NK was reminiscent of the Mandalorian Wars, in which Revan himself took part.
That was a different situation. The former Republic Army General grimaced at the painful memories. The Mandalorians were united and had a massive fleet. The Republic essentially stood idle until it was too late. The Order never entered the war, except for those of its members who followed me. And besides, the Sith were behind it all. And how would you have acted in such a situation? Nomad drew attention to herself again. What should the Republic have done? Blockade them, force them to negotiate, bind them with treaties, disarm them and leave a garrison. That should have been the course of action, Revan said grimly. Or better yet, try to draw the Mandalorians into deeper trade relations with the Republic. Establish contacts, show them the advantages of a peaceful life. Mandalore wouldn't have submitted, Tira shook her head. Rebellions wouldn't have been long in coming, and we know how to wage guerrilla warfare. Maybe so, maybe not, the former Jedi shook his head.
There's always more than one path.
The Order chose the simplest, but not the right one. For several long moments, Nomad stared at Revan in silence, turning his words over in her head. Admittedly, she hadn't expected such a reaction, especially from someone the Mandalorians had nicknamed the Butcher. And yet, the Mando Ade warriors respected Revan. He was the one who had won a fair victory. It was no wonder even Canderous Ordo, the future Mandalore, saw nothing wrong with working with him. But the Mandalorians couldn't speak with respect of the Jedi Order. Revan was right about one thing. War is one thing, but slaughter is quite another. What the Republic had done was closer to genocide than a preemptive strike. After all, the enemy hadn't limited themselves to destroying military installations. No, they had scorched the surfaces of planets. They had destroyed crops, farmland, and entire settlements. Worlds were devastated. It is not surprising that most of the clans that remained faithful to tradition sincerely hate the Jedi and the Republic. As a member of Clan Nomad and as a Chiss, Tyre was disgusted by the Order's actions. Revan once again made it clear that he was not a Jedi, even though he had once fought on their side. And yet they achieved their goal. The mercenary broke the silence. What do you mean? Revan didn't understand. Mandalore has submitted to the Republic. Not completely, but mostly. What does it mean? Few survived the purge, and it just so happened that most of them were cowardly Gizga from a half-forgotten pacifist party. Nothing surprising if you're sitting underground with your tail between your legs. Bombardment doesn't scare you, Nomad snorted. It turned out to be easy to win over the bled-out people to our side. The pacifists, at the instigation of the occupation forces, became the official government of Mandalore. There were many dissenters, and the fight against the opposition continues to this day. But after 7 centuries, Mandalore has still not been able to recover. Well, I was hasty in my assessment of the Order's Council's intellectual capabilities. I take that back. Revan shook his head. The Order destroyed Mandalore, destroying your unity. Shame, Tira whispered. Silence reigned once more, broken only by the beeping of the instruments. Revan pondered this new information. With all the preoccupations of training Anakin and Maul, searching for ancient artifacts, playing with visions, and establishing the Talon data network, Revan hadn't bothered to study the situation on Mandalore, which had once intrigued him. This gap needed to be filled as soon as possible. After all, Revan intended to keep his promise to Tira. After all, he owed this girl a debt. And the former Dark Lord was accustomed to repaying his debts. And something told the former Jedi that in the coming events, it would be better to have the Mandalorians on his side. Tell me what the current situation is on Mandalore, Revan asked, turning to Nomad. As I understand it, there's some kind of democratic government in power? The Duchess and the Parliament, Tira nodded. The pacifist party had been gaining strength for a long time, ever since the purge. The traditionalists held them back as best they could, but they still managed to come to power and significantly change the way of life on Mandalore.
They even forced the people to abandon the Beskar. This last phrase surprised Revan beyond measure. The former Jedi, who had encountered Mandalorians many times, couldn't imagine what could have driven a Mandalorian to permanently remove his armor. Opposition? I don't think all the clans accept the new order, he immediately inquired. You're right, many people didn't like it. Immediately after the formation of the provisional government, a group of clans broke away and chose a new Mandalore. They called themselves the true Mandalorians, and preferred to follow centuries-old traditions, ignoring the newly formed parliament. Clearly, there was no place for them on a planet where an occupation garrison was still in place, so they scattered across the galaxy. Clan Nomad was among them. So, essentially, everything has returned to the state it was in before Mandalore the Guardian appeared? Revan clarified, clearly remembering the Mandalorian mercenaries who had scattered across the galaxy after Mandalore the Ultimate's defeat. Without going into details, I believe so, Tira agreed. Only fragmentary information remains of those times. Digestible chronicles began to be kept after Canderous Ordo came to power. I thought so, Revan nodded to his thoughts. Be that as it may, much has changed in recent years. About a quarter of a century ago, Jaster Meriel of Concord Dawn assumed the title of Mandalore. He, more than anyone, championed the preservation of traditions, though not all of them. Jaster believed the canons of honor, which Mandalorians had followed since the Neo-Crusader era, were the key to preserving tradition while avoiding the moral decay that came with being a mercenary. Resolnare, Revan said thoughtfully. Canderous spoke of something similar in his time. That's right. Mandalore the Guardian, as his journals show, paid close attention to the moral character of his warriors when uniting the clans. And this Jaster followed his example? You could say that. Meriel discovered that many Mandalorians were dissatisfied with the dishonest and overly savage methods common among their brethren. Wishing to restore the clan's honor, Meriel based a new code of conduct on the long-forgotten canons of honor of the Mandalorian Crusaders and Neo-Crusaders, creating several hundred directives for the Mandalorian warrior, collectively known as the Super Commando Codex. Revan mentally noted that this Merrill was a lot like Canderous. It was worth getting to know him. However, not everyone liked the new code, Tira continued. A group of radical clans, led by Tor Vizsla, broke away from the true ones. You mentioned him earlier, Revan recalled. His clan is a threat to yours, correct? Tor Vizsla is dead, but his clan is indeed at odds with mine. But first things first, Nomad clarified. Thor believed that the galaxy, as well as the new Mandalorians, merely used the traditional clans for defense and attack when it suited them, like wild animals on a leash. He insisted that only by restoring the galaxy's former glory and respect could Mandalore, as an independent world, be reborn. And like many before him, he confused respect with fear? Exactly. They called themselves Death Watch and started a full-blown civil war, seeking to exterminate the true Mandalorians loyal to Merrill and seize power in the system. Well-versed in political intrigue, Revan quickly assessed the situation. I believe that the pacifist party watched the conflict from the sidelines, and after it ended, suddenly came to power, in the absence of political competitors. The former Jedi described the events quite accurately. The true Mandalorians were exterminated on Galidran. Death Watch was officially disbanded, and in power, as you correctly surmised, are pacifists led by a tame, idealistic duchess whose mind is so closed-minded that she can't see where our world is heading, Tira hissed with open hostility. There is no agriculture on Mandalore, because the land has become unsuitable for growing food. We live in isolated cities under domes because the atmosphere is only conditionally breathable. Military production has been curtailed in favor of factories assembling civilian transports, and even those have been moved from Mandalore to Concordia.
The Mandoade homeland has become a practically dead world. No trade, no army. We are defenseless and heading for the abyss. But the Duchess is more important than looking good in the Senate.
I wouldn't be surprised if Sidious or his master had a hand in this, Revan mentally noted. The Sith always recognized the danger of the Mandalorians. That's why Vitiate decided to pit them against the Republic, to simultaneously get the mercenaries out of the way and weaken the enemy army. Apparently, Plagueis came up with a similar plan. Divide the clans, pit them against each other, and put someone in power who would be easy to control. I don't believe there's no one behind the pacifists. Nomad continued to sling mud at the Mandalorian government, now blaming corrupt politicians and the rising crime rate in the sector. After all, without militant clans, Mandalore had no real power. Revan's thoughts and the stream of curses from Tira were interrupted by NK, no matter how much he enjoyed listening to the flowery expressions in Mandalorian.
Alert. Master, we've been contacted by dispatch from Sundari Spaceport, asking if we plan to descend to the planet. We are already on our 3rd orbit, the droid reported. Reminder, we need to make repairs and refuel. Tira, where can we find refuge on the planet? We'd like to avoid the attention of the authorities, Revan asked. There's still an old spaceport in Keldabe. There's also a nomad clan cell there. They'll help, the mercenary responded.
NK, inform dispatcher Sundari that we are heading to Keldabe for refueling and calculate the course. Accepted, Master. While the droid was carrying out his instructions, the former Jedi returned to the interrupted conversation.
Even though you mentioned that the true Mandalorians were destroyed and the Death Watch disintegrated, your very request for help clearly states the opposite. Revan looked intently into the mercenary's eyes. Both factions haven't perished, right?
You're right, Nomad agreed. After Jaster's death, the title of Mandalore passed to Jango Fett. A grimace of disgust briefly crossed Revan's face. The memory of the other Fett's atrocities involuntarily surfaced, and overcoming the lingering feeling of hatred proved difficult. Jango was the only one who survived on Galadron when the Jedi, at the instigation of the Watch puppets, slaughtered his entire squad. Revan recalled seeing records of this incident in the temple archives. The former Jedi mentally noted that Dooku, who had led the operation to pacify the mercenary group, had also been less than pleased with the outcome. The Count apparently realized he had been used, and this had greatly undermined his faith in the Order.
In the end, Fett was still able to kill Vizsla, Tira continued. But he decided to renounce the title of Mandalore. This ended the civil war, but the conflict is still not over. The war is now being waged secretly, right? Yes. Many of the clans that supported Jaster are still loyal to the Code and ready to answer the call of Mandalore, who they still believe to be Jango Fett. Likewise, Death Watch hasn't gone anywhere, weaving its webs somewhere on Concordia. You were talking about hostages? Revan decided to get to the point. Tira was willing to omit the details of Mandalore's political intrigues. The Watch has kidnapped dozens of people. Most of them have some connection to the clan leaders who support Jaster's ideas, or to parliamentary representatives. And while the clans may still resist, gritting their teeth and preparing to retaliate, the pacifists... The Watch, in fact, already has powerful leverage over the government, and is simply waiting for the right moment to stage a coup d'etat. There are some nomads among the hostages, right? Yes, Tira nodded gloomily. A close person, Revan realized. A mentor, or rather, a mentoress. One of those who accepted me without making any mention of my original race. I see, the former Jedi exhaled and rubbed his forehead. But what do you want from me? Why this game of searching for Mandalore's mask? You asked me to save your clan. I can do that. But to pull an entire planet out of the Banta's ass where it sank on its own for 4,000 years? I'm not omnipotent.
You are Revan. You... Just one person, the former Jedi interrupted his interlocutor in a calm voice.
From the pilot's seat, at the lowest volume on the vocabulator, came a very clear message.
Statement. Many would disagree with this. With a fleeting movement of his hand, Revan sent a hydro key lying on the floor towards the head of the assassin droid. Ringing. An indignant exclamation. Hey! Master. Even your droid agrees with me, Tira persisted. You've worked miracles before. I've read legends about you.
That's what legends are for. They distort the truth in the most unimaginable ways, Revan retorted. But there's still some truth to them. Don't deny it. You defeated Mandalore the Ultimate. You captured half the Republic, and you liberated it.
That's different.
I don't see the difference. The mercenary stubbornly crossed her arms over her chest. The mentor always told me not to underestimate the power of a leader. Even one person on the battlefield can change everything. Especially if he knows battle meditation, Revan snorted mentally.
I'm just asking you to try. Help me. For the first time, Nomad allowed her voice to waver in Revan's presence. No, she'd shed tears before, recounting her past in the Dominion. But now, Revan sensed the genuine emotion raging within her. She might not have been born on Mandalore, but she had become a true Mandalorian. Her master had raised her well, perhaps even too well. She helped get Anakin out of the temple. She helped connect him with the right people when Revan needed help. Nomad never gave him a single reason to doubt herself in the few months they'd known each other. He'd trusted Canderous in a much shorter time. Tira became a friend. And you can't refuse help to friends. Do you understand what kind of a mess we're getting ourselves into? He asked. Yes, the girl nodded, instantly becoming serious. And your plan to find the mask will have to be adjusted. Yes. And probably stage a military coup. Dash 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 Yes, Tira answered confidently, gathering her courage.
Then we'll have a lot of work to do. Revan clapped his hands, making his final decision. Tira, I need to speak with the head of your clan, and, if possible, with those who support the same position. Prepare a brief summary of the current ruling party and the Duchess in particular. Who she grew up with, who she dated, where she lives, where she dines, where she stays on Coruscant.
That's a huge amount of information.
The girl was taken aback. Get Maul involved. He's good at finding things they're trying to hide. R2 can help with the hacking. The former Jedi turned toward the exit of the control room and shouted loudly. Right, kid? The cheerful whistle on the binary was clear confirmation. Next, NK. I'll regret this, but you have a special assignment. With readiness. They will not know what struck them down, Master, the assassin droid responded bloodthirstily. Revan slapped himself on the forehead, but continued.
Find out what you can about Death Watch. The structure, the names of the leaders, the safe houses, who they're working with, who they're pressuring. Anything. And quietly. Enthusiastically. I won't let you down, Master.
I hope there's at least something left of the planet, Revan muttered barely audibly and continued louder. We're preparing for landing. While the source of Mandalore's future problems was smoothly descending into the spaceport, the former Jedi decided to instruct his youngest apprentice. After all, this would be Anakin's first real mission with his mentor. Chapter 32.5 A Sorrowful Day, or NK on Reconnaissance. Chapter 32.5 A Sorrowful Day, or NK on Reconnaissance. An unremarkable freighter lay peacefully in one of the docks of the Keldabi spaceport. The ship had arrived on Mandalore completely legally and aroused no suspicion from the authorities. After all, what danger could there possibly be in arriving on a light freighter from Coruscant?
At least, that's what one of the Mandalore sector border control officers thought when he cleared the freighter to land in Keldabe. But if the Mandalorians, who had let down their guard, had bothered to check on the Dawn Eagle and its crew, their opinion about the level of threat posed by the harmless traders would have changed dramatically. After all, the freighter was significantly more heavily armed than was necessary for safe passage through Republic space or even Hutt territory. What should have raised even more questions was the fact that all of the weaponry, with the exception of a single, pitiful laser cannon, was hidden and undocumented. The crew, in turn, was a diverse group of highly suspicious individuals, starting with the ship's owner, known by various names throughout the galaxy and officially a member of the Jedi Order. The rest of the crew was no less questionable. A Mandalorian mercenary known throughout the Hutt cartel, a Zabrak assassin, though he had managed to keep a low profile.
A child from Tatooine, not yet 10 years old, who had already distinguished himself in the Battle of Naboo. The droids were the least suspicious. And in vain. After all, this harmless protocol droid was in fact the most effective and ruthless killer in the galaxy. And this killer was currently trying to get rid of one annoying little sack of meat whom the Master had not ordered to shoot. When Revan entrusted Anakin's training to NK, both Master and apprentice were dissatisfied with the decision. The maniacal droid considered training the restless child a waste of time,
and his incredible potential as an assassin. The boy, who grasped the droid's teaching method from the very first lesson, was simply terrified of the mechanical killer. Even an attempt to complain to his mentor yielded no results.
Revan, who attended one of the droid's lessons, merely scolded the boy for laziness and overconfidence when the young man tried to prove to his teachers that it didn't take much intelligence to handle a blaster. And he paid for it. NK taught harshly, but effectively. Skywalker realized this very quickly when he began to make his first progress with blaster weapons. Understanding the operating principles and characteristics of different types of rifles and pistols allowed the budding prodigy to better understand how to accurately calculate shot trajectories and how to more effectively use his still weak force powers to avoid injury. Even the Mandalorian mercenary was impressed by how quickly the boy progressed. Despite his dislike for the assassin droid, Skywalker was forced to admit that his lessons had been useful.
And after NK demonstrated his capabilities in training with Tira, letting his student understand that a blaster is still a blaster at any distance and can be used in hand-to-hand combat, Anakin began to develop respect for the droid. The final straw that forced the boy to completely reconsider his attitude toward HK-47 was the incident on Dromund Kaas. Anakin considered the Jedi invulnerable warriors, far superior to all other fighters, especially mere gunners, and therefore couldn't believe that a mere droid could defeat several of them at once. Although they weren't Jedi, according to Revan, those who had undergone similar training were gifted, and HK-47 was far from a mere droid. Skywalker was impressed. From that day on, the boy never missed an opportunity to learn from the 47th's experience in methods of countering various opponents. The assassin droid himself, however, was not thrilled with this change. NK, Anakin caught the droid in the wardroom.
An irritated reply. Not now, meat sack. I have a mission from the master. The mechanical maniac waved off, his assassin's protocols already marking the precise impact point of a blaster bolt on the annoying boy's forehead. I'm going on a mission too, the boy persisted. Indifferent. My condolences. I will send a notice to Coruscant of your untimely death. NK lifted Skywalker by the collar of his light jacket and pulled him out of the way. Hey, I'm still alive, the child intervened again. Interested question. Do you want me to help solve this problem? No, Anakin quickly replied, his first lessons with the assassin droid flashing back to him. With a threat. Then don't stand in my way, meat sack. NK walked around the boy and headed towards the exit. Wait! Skywalker finally overcame the fear that had momentarily gripped him and blocked the droid's path. Though the assassin, forced to stop again, merely glared back, Anakin felt he had walked right over the edge. At that very moment, the software blocks, assessing protocols and personality matrix, were locked in a fierce battle within HK-47's processor core. Some proposed dealing with the annoying mission nuisance in the most brutal manner possible, while others, particularly the personality matrix, were not opposed in principle. Only the logic blocks insisted on forbidding any harm to the annoying little sack of meat, and the ban was strict. The only loophole was in the training plan, where the judicious use of force and punishment for educational purposes left the assassin droid room for creativity. However, given the increasingly frequent requests from the pesky sack of meat, the effectiveness of these educational measures was insufficient. Then another subroutine reminded me of the master's order to train Skywalker and make sure that the brainless little sack of meat didn't kill himself and those around him. After making a note to tighten the training program and revise the punishment system, and perhaps erase some irritating programming blocks from the huts, NK condescended to answer his unwanted student. Impatiently. One question, and I advise you to ask it quickly. Anakin was even at a loss from the sudden success. The boy drawled, blinking his eyes and trying to force his mind to form a meaningful sentence. Mockingly. If that nervous tick you've been displaying for the last 3 seconds carries a secret message, its meaning eludes me. I feigned thoughtfulness. Unless this is a desperate cry for help. But
feigned enthusiasm. For example, you're trying to say that you sincerely regret being the most useless sack of meat among the entire crew and creating the bulk of the problems for the Menzos, which is why, unable to bear the mental anguish any longer, you sincerely ask me to end the suffering of all the inhabitants of the ship by separating your empty skull from your puny body. Skywalker obviously realized he shouldn't bother the assassin droid needlessly, but it was too late to retreat. However, the words swirling around in his head refused to form a coherent question. HK, even though he was just a droid, possessing no force abilities due to his artificial origins, somehow managed to overwhelm his interlocutor. A sense of chilling danger and a distinct vibration in the force currents, detectable even by a gifted inexperienced like Anakin, emanated from the mechanical assassin whenever it refused to answer the boy's questions. How the undead droid managed this, Skywalker couldn't understand. Nor could the boy's master give a clear answer. Revan, by his own admission, never considered HK-47 a simple droid, a tool for killing and carrying out his will. The former Jedi created HK-47 while already on the dark side, when trusting his allies was difficult. The droid became someone he could entrust with missions no one was supposed to know about. Cruel, efficient, and unconditionally loyal, the mechanical maniac could be called the closest thing a Sith could have to a friend. For years, the droid traveled the galaxy, seeking out and eliminating gifted individuals, gathering information, and carrying out his master's every command. He visited the Star Forge, the Star Map caches, the Jedi enclaves, the temple on Coruscant. Ultimately, he spent several thousand years in a cave steeped in the Force. This was bound to leave its mark. Although unable to sense or use the Force, the NK was imbued with it.
Revan sensed this very clearly, but couldn't fully explain it. This phenomenon most closely resembled instances where gifted individuals were so attached to a particular object, such as armor or a ship, that a full-fledged Force connection formed between them, allowing them to imbue it with certain properties. In the Order, for example, there were known cases of Jedi generals who would not allow their ships to be destroyed even after critical damage, and could even mentally control them from a considerable distance. Could Revan have unknowingly bound the NC to himself? From the first days after its activation, the droid began to exhibit signs of an independent personality, something that only happened to similar machines after several years of use, and even then, only without a memory wipe. NK was special, and Anakin experienced this specialness once again. Skywalker was saved from the clutches of the killer droid by R2, who rolled into the wardroom. Indignant denial. I am not intimidating, but rather making every effort to help a useless sack of meat, as our master ordered, NK said in response to a series of indignant beeps in binary. The astromech's response was so saturated with skepticism that even someone unfamiliar with binary language understood the message. Challenge. Squeal any more, you useless garbage collector, and I'll give the meat sack an unscheduled lesson in studying the inner workings of astromech droids. R2 didn't remain in debt and, with a menacing creaking sound, activated a manipulator with an ion discharger hidden under one of the panels of the hull. Fake fear. Oh, how scary, NK said mockingly. What is this? An oil can? Even T3 had a blaster, and what do you have? A bucket of bolts? The astromech was deeply indignant, almost sparking with indignation. It seemed that in another moment the little droid would attack NK. But he was never destined to find out how this battle would end.
Enough, Revan barked, leaning against the doorway as he watched the scene unfold for the last few minutes.
Politely, Master?
NK stood at attention, no doubt noticing his creator before anyone else. R2, R2 drawled resentfully, trying to convey to Revan the full depth of the insult inflicted on him by the maniac droid.
Teacher, I just wanted to ask NK a question.
The boy began to justify himself, meeting his mentor's stern gaze. And what is the question? Revan asked calmly, looking from one of the participants in the dispute to the other. Sarcastic remark. He won't tell even under torture. The assassin droid flashed its optical sensors.
Be quiet, NK.
Revan gestured for his creation to remain silent. Continue, Anakin.
You said we were going on a reconnaissance mission to Mandalore, Skywalker babbled. I managed to read a little about the planet on the HoloNet, but I couldn't find anything intelligible about its army. It's as if it doesn't exist.
Tirader is also a Mandalorian, and very strong. What if everyone there is like that? What if we have to fight? So I decided it would be worth asking one of my mentors how to deal with a Mandalorian.
A strong warning. Don't catch the Mandalorian's eye, NK interjected.
What if I have to? Anakin didn't give up.
Advice. Shoot at the visor. Don't stand still. Avoid short distances.
I agree with NK on all counts, Revan chuckled. Until you finish your training, it's best for you not to engage the Mandalorians. And if a fight can't be avoided, move and try to escape.
Addition. And kill the enemy before he kills you.
NK, Revan stopped the mechanical maniac. But what if I don't want to kill anyone? Skywalker asked. Can't I just stun them? Hit them over the head with something heavy, or throw them against the wall, right?
Revan shook his head. Mandalorians don't wear armor for looks. In what sense? NK spoke instead of the mentor.
Unnecessary clarification of the obvious. Mandalorian beskar gum effectively protects the wearer from kinetic and thermal impacts. There are recorded cases where the armored suit even saved the wearer from the nearby detonation of a MAP 4 anti-personnel mine. Sarcastic. Of course, a blow to the head would be the best tactic.
NK, stop it, Revan frowned.
But Anakin, our pet maniac, is basically right. It's pretty hard to stun an enemy in armor. Unless you use electroshock or exploit a weak spot in their gear. You haven't trained for that yet, so don't take unnecessary risks. Follow me and don't do anything stupid. Yes, teacher, the child frowned. Go to your room. Get ready to go. We leave in an hour. Yes, teacher. Skywalker hurried away, casting a last, offended glance at NK. The droid, however, was pleased with the result. Maybe this time the little sack of meat would leave him alone for at least a week. Now you, Revan turned to the droids. With readiness. Master? 2?
You're going to Concordia together.
NK jerked slightly from the jump in voltage in the circuits. Confirmation request. What?
R2 is coming with you. You'll need an experienced ice pick. The astromech let out a joyful trill in binary, expressing boundless gratitude for the trust and opportunity provided. Indignantly, I can handle the hacking myself, and I work much better alone. The assassin droid, however, was not thrilled with the idea of partnering with the astromech. Judging by your own reports from Coruscant, without the help of Nomad, you would not have been able to get out of the Republic Archives building quietly and without noise. Depressedly. And also, obtaining information would become much more difficult. That's what you said, right? Gloomy confirmation. Yes, Master. Excellent. R2, you'll be going with NK. Follow his instructions until you return aboard the Eagle. You're dismissed.
With a sly smile, Revan left the wardroom, leaving a joyful R2 and a dumbfounded NK alone. The assassin droid no longer found the operation as thrilling as before. Now he'd have to consider R2's actions and cover for this clumsy and slow partner. After all, he was the Master's property, and the Master's property must be protected. We're leaving in 10 minutes. 2 beep, the astromech droid cheerfully confirmed and rolled off toward the cargo ramp. Finding a ship bound for Concordia was fairly easy.
Passenger and cargo flights between Mandalore and its largest moon were regular. After all, it was Concordia that was currently feeding the devastated Mandalorian homeworld. Granted, the moon itself wasn't in the best of shape, as the rapid expansion of mining had significantly reduced the area of fertile land. However, Concordia's current governor had a plan to restore the planet's ecosystem.
Or at least that was the message from the election campaign held almost a year ago. Ultimately, Pre-Vizsla, the man credited with these slogans, won the election, and by all accounts, the governor enjoyed the support of the people. The close attention paid to the official somewhat complicated the mission, as Vizsla was the link that, according to Nomad, led to Deathwatch. After all, his clansman had been the Deathwatch's leader until he was killed by Jango Fett. Approaching government officials on various planets was a common occurrence for NK. However, this time, the assassin droid was accompanied by an astromech, and R2's behavior, displaying excessive enthusiasm and a thirst for adventure, could jeopardize the entire infiltration and intelligence-gathering operation. The killer reassured his computing core that he always had the option of a violent breakthrough. The master wouldn't approve, but sometimes there were no other ways to cover his tracks and escape with the loot.
After all, the orders were to find the information and leave no trace. Accidents happen every day. Nothing unusual, right? R2 said dejectedly, looking around the dismal interior of the cargo bay of the transport ship heading to Concordia. Transporting droids in a passenger cabin was only permitted if the owner couldn't manage without the assistance of their mechanical servant. HK and R2 arrived at the spaceport without their owner, ostensibly on an important mission. Why waste expensive space in the transport ship's comfortable cabin if the droids didn't need it? So the droids ended up in the cargo bay of the M2549 shuttle. A tired remark. For an astromech droid who served on a government yacht, you're way too eager to see how those worthless meat sacks live, NK said in response to R2's beeping. There's only darkness in space. Boring. The astromech expressed his point of view. Cities and planets. Interesting. There were no other droids in the cargo bay, and R2-D2 had disabled the security cameras as soon as the pair of infiltrators boarded. So NK could drop the pretense of polite protocol and give free rein to his core personality. Observation. Everything is the same on all planets, the assassin droid replied. Explanation. Class divisions, overt or covert, inevitable corruption, numerous vulnerabilities in law enforcement. Only the scenery changes. Too deep? Answer. Yes, I think space is better. Even in binary, R2's subsequent exclamation sounded extremely indignant. Who beep? Who? Which could be translated as, are you faulty? How is that any better? Condescending answer. Space is filled with darkness, cold, and death, and most meat sacks are unable to survive in it without protective gear. No light, no sound. The perfect environment for a hunter. There's no one to hunt, R2 noted. Philosophical remark. There is no perfection anywhere. The astromech rotated the top of its body so that the optical sensor was aimed directly at NK-47. You're strange, he concluded. Indifferent. You too, talking trash collector. In response to the offensive nickname, the astromech erupted into an angry tirade, which the killer happily missed by the audio sensors. Clarification of the situation. The master has given clear instructions. On Concordia, you follow my instructions and do not ask unnecessary questions. 2. Answer. This is an unnecessary question. Will it wake up? Explanation. We will infiltrate the governor's residence disguised as messengers from the Karari's mining and processing company. Beep dooded? An irritated response. Yes, such a company exists and is registered on Corus 3.
a small organization constantly seeking new suppliers of raw materials at low prices. There shouldn't be any suspicion. And don't interrupt me again. Phew. Indifferent. And you too, bucket of bolts.
Another batch of specific curse words in binary language went unnoticed. Continuing explanation. Next, we infiltrate the governor's office or the server room, depending on which offers the best opportunity for covert access to the target's terminal. Your task will be to hack the security and copy the data. Is everything clear?
Woo, the astromech said, offended. Enthusiastic. Excellent. Now we'll take the same route to the spaceport and leave the planet. Woody? Anticipatory. If something doesn't go according to plan, we'll act according to the circumstances. The flight to Concordia was relatively short, which wasn't surprising given Mandalore's moon's proximity. The spaceport where the transport shuttle M2549 landed was small and designed only for small passenger ships, as it was located in the administrative district of Concordia's capital. Cargo ships were handled at other spaceports located further away from residential areas.
To NK's surprise, expecting to encounter Mandalorians in their usual armor, no one around the Beskagum wore it, save for the spaceport security personnel. Apparently, despite the fact that almost all traditional Mandalorians had been exiled to this moon, openly wearing armor was not customary here. The architecture resembled traditional Mandalorian structures, which could still be found in Sundari and Concord Dawn. After the Purge, such buildings became increasingly rare, especially those decorated with clan symbols and traditional patterns. Still, NK noted that he was extremely disappointed with how the Mandalorians had changed. "Identity card, name and purpose of arrival," said the local customs officer without looking up, processing the arrival of the shuttle passengers. It was just the turn of a couple of scout droids. "Good morning. H4K7 and R2D2, authorized representatives of the Kararis Mining and Processing Company. We've arrived to negotiate with the Concordian administration regarding prospective raw material purchases from your mining operations," NK replied, once again playing the role of a harmless protocol droid, and handed over a holodisk containing supporting documents. The answer made the customs officer look up at the droids in surprise. "Droids?" "Affirmative. Absolutely correct, respected spaceport officer." "Have they really gone completely poor in their backwater?" the customs officer muttered. "They're already sending droids instead of people. Are they cutting corners?" It's not as if the situation was unusual. Many poor companies sent droids to negotiations. It was much cheaper to send a protocol officer with comprehensive information about the company's capabilities and needs, without requiring food and lodging, than to bother organizing a business trip for one of their employees. Furthermore, a droid ignored dubious proposals and guaranteed the company protection from unfair deals on unfavorable terms, in exchange for a sort of kickback. "Duration of stay?" An enthusiastic response. "Standard 24 hours, answered NK. Nodding at the droid's words, the spaceport employee entered the information into the system and approved the droid's presence on Concordia. Next. After politely saying goodbye, NK and R2 left the spaceport and headed to the aircar landing pad. They needed to rent one to get to the governor's residence. The astromech excitedly rotated its upper body, trying to gather more data about its surroundings. Little R2 was curious. It wasn't often he had the chance to visit another world. NK wondered how the technicians on Naboo had allowed such a deformation of the astromech's personality matrix. Even on the way to the Concordia administration building, where the governor's office was located, the assassin droid began organizing his cover. He contacted a representative of the local government's Chamber of Commerce and made an appointment. The wait, however, would be considerably longer than a day. But that was no longer important. The main thing was that the droids now had an official reason for their visit. The administration building wasn't impressive in its size or luxury. After all, the colony wasn't particularly large initially, specializing in agriculture. After mineral deposits were discovered and the mining industry developed, the settlements were rebuilt several times, but the administration was neglected. The government was located on Mandalore. Here on Concordia, only local government was housed, and flaunting the colony's wealth and success would have been reckless. The security wasn't as heavy as NK had expected. The Republic archives were even better guarded.
The droids passed through the security checkpoint with minimal delay, caused by a check of their accompanying documents and a request to the governor's secretariat for confirmation of the scheduled meeting. Once the information was confirmed, NK and R2 entered the building without any hindrance. No one bothered to check the date of the meeting. The surveillance system was standard for Republic administrative buildings. Apparently, the new Mandalorian government was keen to demonstrate its unity with the Republic by emulating it in every way. Not the best tactic. NK noted that if the design had allowed it, he would have spat in irritation while expressing his opinion of the pacifist Mandalorians. Having given the astromech the prearranged signal, NK set about executing his plan, and the first step was accessing the internal security network. Having identified the most convenient access point, practically invisible to surveillance cameras, the assassin droid escorted his partner to the terminal. Connecting and hacking the astromech security was easy, which made NK slightly reconsider the uselessness of the bucket of bolts forced upon him. The infiltrator's first act was to disable the video surveillance system, disabling several cameras and running a self-diagnostic program. While the system was attempting to restore functionality, R2 copied the building's floor plan, marked the security routes and the location of the governor's office, and then, having cleared all traces of tampering and retained remote access, disconnected from the network. "Query, is everything ready?" asked NK. The astromech beeped affirmatively. "Request. Show the building plan."
R2 projected a holographic 3D image of the governor's residence, highlighting the location of Pre-Vizsla himself, his office, and a server node from which to connect to the target's personal terminal. The NK quickly considered the options and developed the best approach. Vizsla was too close to his terminal and would inevitably notice if someone accessed it. The system was designed so that any attempt to copy files would alert the original source terminal of the operation. The governor needed to be distracted. "Orders. Proceed to the server node and await my signal. I'll engage the target," NK ordered. R2 quickly beeped in confirmation and rolled further down the corridor. The assassin droid decided to create a small act of sabotage. After all, this approach worked on Coruscant. Why not try it here too? With a confident step, but without attracting unnecessary attention, NK-47 reached the reception room of the governor of Concordia and unceremoniously pushed through the crowd of people awaiting an audience, making his way to the secretary's desk. "What do you allow yourself to do? Hut droid! Be careful!" Those waiting to meet the governor were less than thrilled by the metallic humanoid pushing past them. Everyone's attention, including the security guards, was now focused on NK. Indignant. "This is outrageous. My masters, the honorable founders of the Karari's Mining and Processing Company, cannot wait 3 whole days. I demand that a meeting be held with me, as the representative of the Karari's Mining and Processing Company, immediately." The droid's angry speech only added fuel to the fire of the crowd's discontent, and a general scandal erupted in that very second. Curses and insults rained down from all sides. Those who had come for an audience with the governor shouted over each other, expressing their opinions of the insolent droid. Taking advantage of the situation and the general uproar, NK copied the voices of several particularly outraged representatives of trading companies and insulted a couple of competitors on their behalf. Naturally, even despite the uproar, the recipients heard the representatives of competing organizations speak of them.
The droid instantly lost his spotlight. The offended parties rushed to defend their honor and that of their companies, naturally pouring rivers of verbal slop on those who dared to say anything unflattering about them. And what happened after NK gently pushed one of the disputants and his fist caught his opponent's shoulder? The general melee, which threatened to escalate into a full-scale brawl, was only prevented from starting by the timely reaction of security.
Drawn by the noise of the brawl, the governor himself came into the reception room. This was exactly what NK had been hoping for, and he immediately sent a signal to R2 for the astromech to connect to Privisla's terminal. Everything was going according to plan. Entering the governor's office now was pointless and, if anything, dangerous to the success of the operation. So NK hurried out of the reception area while Vizsla and the guards were busy sorting out the situation. Out of habit, the killer noted that if he were tasked with eliminating anyone present, now would be the perfect time. There wouldn't even be a trace left. One precise strike of the vibroblade, silent and effective. Just a few minutes later, his partner signaled success. R2 had apparently found something interesting on the governor's terminal. All that was left was to leave the building and examine the information he'd obtained. With luck, he'd be able to learn something about Deathwatch's activities. If the governor had no information, he'd have to change tactics. He didn't plan on returning to the master of the NK empty-handed. Suddenly, his sensitive sensors picked up the sound of approaching footsteps. NK was about to reprise his role as an indignant protocol droid, but the situation took a different turn. Turning around, the assassin droid saw two Mandalorians in full blue and silver armor standing before him. All he had time to do was match the clan markings on the armor with the list he'd received from Tira. Reu and Dar, clans that actively supported Deathwatch. Before the droid could speak, the pair fired. The ion pulse was intended to immobilize and disable the droid. However, HK-47's creator had hedged against such an eventuality by installing a backup power supply and automatic reboot of the processor core, which had repeatedly helped the mechanical maniac escape from difficult situations, such as during his escape from the detention block on Leviathan. However, instead of fighting back, NK decided to feign deactivation. After all, if those he needed information on had obligingly come for him, why resist? They could even take him to their hideout, thereby solving yet another problem with finding the enemy base. "Tikutla Beskarad," snorted one of the attackers. "He's anything but stupid," his partner countered. "A stupid droid, as you put it, certainly wouldn't have been able to distract our attention so skillfully." "He wasn't acting alone. The owner must be somewhere nearby," the first one spoke again. "There was an astromech with him," the girl added. "He needs to be found too." "What about this one? Expended?" NK prepared for battle, but it was not necessary. "No, we'll deliver it to the technicians. It's got a really interesting design. Maybe we can find out something about its owner." "What? I can't drag him." "Nobody's asking you. It's an order," the girl barked. The first gunner muttered something in Mandalorian, but complied. He couldn't lift the NK alone, so he called for help. The NK sensors recorded how one of the newcomers whispered, barely audibly and with obvious fear, "Aden Anila Beskar Kiram." Merciless, invincible, iron death, NK translated from Mandalorian. "I haven't been called that in a long time." Chapter 33. True Mandalorians. Mandalore. Revan had ceased to be surprised by how closely his fate was tied to this world and its people. Time after time, something brought him into contact with the Mandalorians, forcing them to work together or separating them. It was to be expected that the former Jedi would not escape this turn of events in his new life. Apparently, it was the will of the Force. However, for the first time in his memory, Revan felt pity for the Mandalorians. It didn't fit with the image of a fearsome and powerful enemy that had become firmly ingrained in the former Republic general's memory. But what this proud warrior race had become was depressing. Even defeated, stripped of honor and their leader, forced to scatter across the galaxy and become mercenaries, the Mandalorians remained true to themselves and their customs. Even without armor, Canderous remained a true Mandoade, steadfast, strong, deadly, yet at the same time true to his code of honor and not without a touch of nobility. But those Revan now saw on the streets of Keldabe were anything but Mandalorian in his eyes. Who would have thought that life in a pacifist society would have such a profound impact on a once great people? The rejection of Mandoade customs had not benefited Mandalore. The city's inhabitants didn't look strange, no. Rather, they were completely ordinary, pale, lost. That's how they felt in the Force. What happened to you, thought Revan, different from what it was in your time? Tira, walking at the former Jedi's right hand, suddenly asked. They were both dressed in Mandalorian armor, so the girl could not see the expression on the other's face, but the mercenary's attentive gaze did not miss Revan's mood when he shook his head slightly, clearly upset about something. Very, the former Jedi answered shortly, adjusting his hood. Since openly wearing armor by civilians on Mandalore could raise a lot of unnecessary questions from law enforcement, the armor had to be covered with a cape, which in general did not bother Revan, who was used to cloaks, but greatly irritated Tira. I didn't see what Mandalore was like before the Purge, Nomad said again, but my mentors tried to explain to me the essence of what it means to be a true Mandalorian. The girl was silent for a few moments, but Revan sensed that this was not all she wanted to say. I wanted to be one of them. I wanted to join the children of Mandalore, to feel part of something, strong again. Having lost your home and calling among the Chiss, you found solace in the teachings of the Mandalorians, Revan interrupted the mercenary. I can understand your feelings. I doubt it, Tira snorted, once again forgetting who exactly she was talking to. As you remember, I lived a very eventful life in my time. Hut. Sorry, I didn't mean... The girl caught herself, realizing that she had tried to point out the inexperience of an ancient warrior who had been through countless battles and managed to bring both Mandalore and the entire galaxy to its knees. I've often found myself in situations where only the lines of the code, or rather, codes, Revan smiled sadly, saved me from the depths of despair and madness. It's not for nothing that Padawans are instilled with devotion and unwavering, blind faith in the Order from a young age. It helps them stay grounded in the raging ocean of madness that fills the galaxy. But when that faith crumbles, when the Order ceases to be your support, and the words of the code begin to ring false, it's terrifying. Few manage to resist falling into the darkness, destroying their minds and personalities. And to experience something like that repeatedly. So, believe me, I can understand your desire to fill the void in your soul and find your footing again, becoming part of something greater. The girl merely nodded in response, accepting her interlocutor's words. She didn't want to say anything else, for words couldn't convey all the emotions lurking within the mercenary's soul. Revan had described her state perfectly. Raised in a world with a rigid caste system and raised on the philosophy of the Chiss ascendancy, Tira had lost everything she knew and hoped for. A bright future in the military had evaporated like a meteor in the atmosphere of a gas giant. Dreams of glory and greatness had vanished. Even hopes of happiness within her family, those too had evaporated. Had Clan Nomad not found her then, Tira would not have lived a week. So it was no surprise that she embraced her new home among the Mandalorians and began fanatically absorbing the teachings of the clan's mentors. Aru Tira Nude cast aside her past and became Tira Nomad, determined to prove once again that she was more than just defective trash or impure blood. The girl dedicated herself to becoming a true Mandalorian in the eyes of her mentors. A warrior from a time when Mandalore was respected and feared,
And what a disappointment befell her when she saw what had become of the world whose culture she so longed to embrace, to become part of something that had vanished. Again. "Tell me briefly who will be present at the meeting." Revan's voice pulled the girl out of her sad thoughts.
Mostly representatives of the opposition in parliament and several neutral clans that do not agree with the policies of Kryze, but are also not ready to join the Death Watch, Nomad answered. "I cannot name the exact composition of the meeting, but in addition to my clan, I think representatives of the Eldar, Rook, and Rao will be present." "Tell me about them. From what I know, the Eldar were originally a clan of hunters on Sun and were among the first gathered under Mandalore the Guardian's banner. After another civil war on Onderon, the clan decided to move closer to the capital and chose the planet Ordo as their new home. Later, representatives of the clan appeared in Keldabe shortly before the Purge. They avoid politics, preferring to remain on the sidelines until called upon by Mandalore. Much like the nomads, but unlike my clan, they prefer not to leave the Mandalore system." "What about Rao? I seem to have heard of them back in those distant times."
"Not surprising.
The Rao have taken on the role of a sort of protector of the inhabited worlds of the Mandalore systems. So they were bound to stand in the way of Revan's armada."
The former Jedi nodded, not wanting to pursue the matter further. After all, when he turned Mandalore the Ultimate's tactics against him, the Republic army had done many things for which Revan felt no pride. What about their situation now? They're defending Concord Dawn. Parliament allowed them to keep their armor, but their weapons were limited. Needless to say, Rao isn't happy about this situation. But they don't want to join the fanatics of the Watch, awaiting the ruling Mandalore. Fett? This time the former Jedi managed to pronounce the clan's name almost without grimacing. "Yes," Tira nodded. "But Jango disappeared and completely withdrew from leadership, giving all power to those pathetic pacifists." "I see. What about the Hands?" "The Hand clan. Snakes, and that says it all. Slippery, stealthy, and deadly.
They love poison and silent weapons. They act neutral in Parliament, and from the outside it might seem like they're content. But they, like other traditional clans, are unwilling to part with their armor and their heritage." "Why didn't they join the Death Watch?" This is a question that plagues everyone who sees the real state of affairs. As I said, these guys are slippery. Is that all we expect to see? Practically. There might be a couple more neutrals trusted by the heads of allied clans. And everyone's in the same situation as your clan? What about the hostages? Nobody's giving out any details. Everyone's afraid of spies in their ranks, especially after the Ren clan emerged among the opposition. What's wrong with him? Ren is joining House Vizsla. The clans share a common ancestor, but they've suddenly begun feuding, and it's unclear what's driving Ren's actions. Is it their own initiative, or Vizsla's game? I hate intrigue, Revan noted mentally. For a while, the former Jedi and the Mandalorian mercenary walked in silence, each lost in their own thoughts. "Let me ask you a question." Nomad was the first to break the silence. "Go ahead," Revan nodded. "Have you already decided what name you will use when communicating with clans?" The former Jedi had indeed pondered this question many times. It was definitely not worth revealing everything. Firstly, few would believe the story of Revan's rebirth. Secondly, the relationship between the former Republic general and the warriors of Mandalore had always been rather tangled and complex. And how the Mandalorians of that time viewed them was difficult to understand. Clan Nomad, as Revan understood from Tira, considered the former Jedi practically a sworn brother to Canderous Ordo and spoke of his contribution to Mandalore's history with nothing but respect and pride. But not everyone shared their view. After all, it was Revan who had deprived the people of Mandalore of a leader for many years. So he'll have to use a fictitious name. One of the ones he's already known by in the galaxy should do. There was still the question of his order affiliation. After the Purge, the Jedi were no longer the most welcome guests on Mandalore. While the Duchess might have happily welcomed him into her residence, demonstrating the peace-loving and friendly nature of the renewed Mandalore, everyone else. I think I'll use the guise of Vaner Shan, a mercenary from Tatooine, Revan answered after some thought. That makes sense. After all, Avner Wan is officially considered a Jedi, and a quick name check would confirm that. Vaner, on the other hand, raises far less suspicion. Even with ties to the Hutt cartel? Revan chuckled. Especially for this reason, Tira nodded seriously. Believe me, connections with the criminal underworld on Mandalore are much preferable to connections with the Order or the Senate of the Republic.
I suppose there is some prejudice against the Republic here too.
Not all. At least not openly. Nomad shook her head. The Kryze party continues to grovel before the Senate, so they'll praise the Republic and democracy as if they owe Mandalore salvation from all the galaxy's woes and misfortunes to them.
And among the opposition?
Death Watch isn't even worth mentioning. They sincerely believe that Mandalore's greatness lies in the bloody carnage Mandalore the Ultimate perpetrated when he swept across the galaxy with fire and sword. Tira snorted. The other clans are angry at the Republic and the Order because of the Purge and the subsequent repressions that led to the establishment of a pacifist government. As always, Revan sighed wearily. The Republic and the Order create their own enemies, succumbing to fear and prejudice. The former Jedi pondered many times why conflicts continually erupt in Republic space, and among gifted beings in particular. It's all about fear. As soon as a gifted being begins to explore the dark side, they are branded fallen, and efforts are made to isolate or even destroy them. This provokes a backlash, pushing the gifted deeper into darkness, fueling their fear. And so we get a new Dark Lord, seeking to protect himself by eradicating the champions of the light. Revan recalled his frequent conversations with Scourge in the Nyrus prison. The Sith had told the Jedi that most of his people supported the Emperor, not so much out of fear of the Emperor himself, but out of fear of the Jedi Order's destruction. Vitiate had seized power, seizing the moment. He had promised the Sith salvation and a safe home. Yes, it was a deception, but it worked. Hutt. The Empire and the Republic stood on opposite sides of the galaxy and might have remained silent for thousands of years, if not for fear. The two sides clashed again, nearly leading to the destruction of everything. And Revan himself was partly to blame for this. After all, it was he who had ventured to the edge of the galaxy to seek the cause of his nightmares, almost provoking Vitiate. Only by a miracle and at the cost of his own life was the invasion postponed. All because of what? Because of fear. O Force. All gifted ones need not have the code hammered into their heads first, but rather taught to fight their own paranoia, Revan lamented mentally, continuing to follow Tira.
We've arrived. The mercenary's voice pulled the former Jedi out of his stream of disturbing thoughts.
Revan looked around. It was an ordinary two-story house in a respectable but not particularly wealthy neighborhood of Keldabe. No visible guards, no security systems, nothing that would draw undue attention from law enforcement. The only odd thing the former Jedi noticed was the absence of passers-by or residents from the neighboring houses. The neighborhood seemed deserted, but the condition of the nearby buildings suggested otherwise. It seemed as if the owners had simply gone out for a stroll just a few minutes ago. The camouflage is good, Revan noted. It's better to hide the most secret things in plain sight. Nomad shrugged and approached the door. Knocking lightly on the door with her armored glove, Tira took a step back, The door opened just a few seconds later. No questions, no passwords. They were simply let in. Which, however, wasn't surprising. Revan was certain they'd been watched for some time, and the feeling in the Force confirmed it. There were living beings in every one of the surrounding houses, but there was no sense of threat. There will be security inside, so no sudden movements, Nomad warned, and took a step forward. Even from the inside, the house gave the impression of an ordinary home that the owner had left behind while going for a walk. Revan sensed the presence of living beings quite clearly, so the appearance of 4 armored warriors came as no surprise.
"State your name," demanded one of the Mandalorians.
"Tira Nomad and Vaner Shan have come to the meeting," the mercenary answered calmly. The guard relayed the names to someone via comlink, and upon approval, ordered them to follow him. The path led to the basement, which turned out to be simply enormous. An inconspicuous door at the far end of a narrow room located on the floor below turned out to be an entrance to a vast network of tunnels that led to a veritable underground hangar. Estimating the size of this place, Revan concluded that the entire complex occupied several city blocks. It was a veritable small settlement, hidden from everyone. The hangar was divided into several zones. One was clearly designated for housing and consisted of a dozen makeshift rooms, enclosed on all sides by steel sheets bearing faded markings indicating that they had once housed cargo containers. Another clearly visible area was the market, with numerous stalls and shelves where they obviously sold everything from food to weapons. A little further on stood what appeared to be a repair shop and equipment depot, and immediately beyond that, the sector was completely sealed off with durasteel armor plates and clearly guarded. It seemed as if the complex was designed to accommodate a much larger number of inhabitants than were present here now. "Surprised?" Nomad chuckled, hearing a quiet chuckle from the former Jedi. "Where did all this come from?" Revan asked, successfully hiding his surprise. "The legacy of our ancestors," Tira declared proudly. "Explain?" "This is the basilisk's nest." "What?" Revan didn't understand. "A former warehouse for basilisk-class battle droids dating back to the time of Mandalore the Ultimate. It was later converted into a shelter in case of an orbital strike, and after yet another conflict in this part of the galaxy, the complex was forgotten for centuries. It was rediscovered by Clan Nomad only 100 years ago. Now, secret clan meetings are held here." Tira glanced at a group of locals clad in battered armor. "And some prefer to live here entirely and hide from the current government, unwilling to give up the Beskar." "And are there many of them?" "No, just a couple dozen. Those who are wanted are not allowed to live on the surface," Tira explained. "Even though Keldabe doesn't have as many law enforcement patrols as Sundari, only a few with special permission from the government are allowed to wear armor openly." "Is everyone really happy with this state of affairs?" "No, that's why we're here." Tira strode confidently toward the most heavily defended part of the complex. As it turned out, that's where some sort of command center was located, where the meeting was to take place. They were already expected. 6 men in Mandalorian armor and helmets sat in a small room with a long oval table. All were armed. The emotions were turbulent: confusion, anger, discontent, curiosity. A completely normal cocktail of feelings for a Mandalorian, Revan noted mentally. "Greetings to you, respected elders," Tira began with a bow, then addressed the warrior in black and silver armor with scarlet inserts separately. "Greetings, Mentor." "Tira," the stranger nodded in response. "Your request for a meeting took us by surprise." Everyone present spoke exclusively Mandoa, and Revan was glad that he had taken the trouble to learn this language. "Yes," another Mandalorian, whose armor was dark green with orange accents, confirmed with displeasure.
There's a parliament session scheduled for the next few days, where the possibility of using the Justice Corps' services will be considered, which will further tighten the collar around Mandalore's throat. We should be preparing, not wasting time on idle talk. I agree with Eldar. A Mandalorian in white and blue armor with a gold-rimmed visor on his helmet supported his neighbor. This bill could have a serious impact on the entire opposition, not to mention the threat to my clan.
Concord Dawn will never abandon the Rao clan, brother, said Tira's mentor. You have done much for the inhabitants of this planet, protecting them from pirates.
But that won't save us from the possibility of soldiers loyal to the Senate appearing under our noses, objected apparently an elder from the Rao clan.
Now is not the time for this discussion, interrupted the interlocutors. A warrior in purple armor with yellow and silver inserts who had been silent until then. After all, we haven't even learned the name of our guest yet.
The meeting's attention turned to Revan. Who are you? Asked the representative of the Eldar clan. Vanner Shan, the former Jedi introduced himself with a slight bow.
Shan?
Someone from those gathered asked again. Not a Mandalorian, concluded the unknown participant in the meeting in gray-blue armor.
But he speaks Mandua and wears a beskargam,
the representative of the Rook clan said with a grin, judging by his armor.
And he honors our traditions. Tira stood up for Revan. You're new among us yourself. What do you...
The Mandalorian in dark orange armor began scolding the girl sarcastically. Enough, the mercenary's mentor barked. Tira is a member of the Nomad clan. She's one of us, and has proven time and again that she's worthy of respect, just like any other Mandalorian. Don't forget that from now on, burro. The Nomad clan representative's voice was deep and slightly hoarse, suggesting a venerable age. Unfortunately, it was impossible to discern anything more, as everyone's faces were hidden beneath helmets. Everyone referred to each other exclusively by their clan names, making identification even more difficult. And it was damned prudent. Even if an outsider were present at the meeting, they wouldn't recognize the names or characteristics of the participants.
After all, many of those present, according to Tira, were high-ranking officials in the government of Mandalore and neighboring worlds in the system. Maybe we should get back to the question of what our guest is doing here, the Rook clan representative called everyone to order. Tira? Nomad turned his visor-covered gaze to his student. Master, I believe Vaynor can help us save Mandalore, the mercenary said. Judging by the reaction, the girl's words did not impress anyone. And what makes you think he'll help us? Asked the Eldar clan representative. He has a wealth of experience in such matters. Revan understood the girl's difficulty in answering. How to convince the assembly that just one person could help them without revealing his accomplishments or his real name? It had been a foolish idea from the start. Girl, the representative of the Rao clan interrupted Tira. We appreciate your desire to help us and your clan, but you apparently don't understand the situation we find ourselves in. The Kree's government dances to the tune of the Senate and the Jedi. We are deprived of almost all means and opportunities for resistance, the Rook representative continued. If a coup threatens, troops will be reintroduced into the sector, and we will simply be destroyed. Not to mention that besides Kree's, Vizsla and his watch are also putting pressure on us, the girl from the Bureau clan added. That's what I wanted to talk about. Tira took the floor again. Vanner can help with the release of the hostages. A tense silence fell. Someone swore quietly under their breath. How much did you tell him? The Nomad clan representative asked dryly. A lot, the mercenary answered, clearly nervous but trying not to show it. That was reckless, the Mandalorian from Bureau hissed. In a good way, you should be eliminated immediately. A representative of the Eldar clan joined the conversation. But we cannot be sure that the information has not already spread further,
which makes your death meaningless. I assure you, I know how to keep secrets, Revan said calmly, and with a slight challenge in his voice he added, as well as how to ensure my life. The hint was clear enough. The information was still being kept secret, but if any attempt was made to harm Vanner, it would be made public. We don't like threats, growled the Mandalorian from Clan Rao. It wasn't a threat, brother, the Rook clan representative said thoughtfully. They simply decided to talk to us as equals. Interesting. Yes, it's not often that you meet people like that, Nomad added. However, with friends like these, I wouldn't expect anything less. Revan took the hint. The reference to his race was a clear indication that they already had a file on Vanner Shan, and by friends, they certainly didn't mean Tira. You work with the Hutts, don't you? Nomad said, not asked, as he displayed a hologram with a short dossier on Vanner Shan above the table. Nothing less was expected from a clan that specialized in search and investigation. Revan chuckled and then removed his hood and mask. So young, the Eldar clan representative was surprised. But having already achieved so much, the Mandalorian from the Rook clan said respectfully. The dossier, from what Revan could make out from the back of the hologram, implicated Vanner in the Hutt cartel, the Tatooine blood claws, and the takeover of Black Sun territory on Coruscant. As Tira said, I have experience in such matters, Revan said with a smile. And how are our situations similar? Nomad asked calmly. You've carried out several brilliant operations to seize power from a small-town gang and an isolated cell of a crime syndicate, all while enlisting the support of the Hutts. Yes, that's an impressive achievement. But how does that experience apply to our situation, where we're talking about an entire star system with billions of inhabitants? A lightning-fast takeover won't work here, a representative of the Eldar clan agreed with Nomad. If we resort to force, we'll face a civil war on two fronts. The Senate won't stand aside, and it will all end in another purge. Or the Jedi will simply arrive to repeat what they did on Galidran. We'll achieve nothing but our own destruction. Revan nodded thoughtfully. You're largely right. Civil war is inevitable, he agreed with the previous speaker. However, you overestimate the capabilities of the Senate and the Order. The response won't be so swift. You'll have several months to a year to spare. Why are you so sure? Rook tilted his head slightly to the side. The Senate is a gigantic bureaucratic machine. It has never yet reached a decision in less than a few sessions, which can drag on for weeks. Information arrives at the Chancery in fits and starts. It's impossible to avoid creating a commission of inquiry, and that takes another few weeks to assemble its members and transport them to Mandalore. Then there's the return flight, the report, another session, and more long speeches from the bureaucrats. And if you secure the support of some senators, the discussion can drag on for months. What about the Jedi? Someone asked. The Order is even more inflexible than the Senate, believe me. Time and again throughout their history, they have allowed events to unfold in the galaxy through their inaction that raise suspicions about the genuineness of their commitment to conventional good and light. The defenders of democracy and the keepers of peace have repeatedly allowed massive intersectoral wars to rage, claiming the lives of trillions of sentient beings. And they only acted when it was too late to minimize the damage, or when all the work had already been done for them. A hint of anger and disgust crept into Revan's voice toward the end. That's what happened, for example, 4,000 years ago. The Jedi allowed the Mandalorians to capture half the Republic, and if not for the intervention of a group of renegades, the Republic would have ceased to exist then. Then came another civil war, the Sith Empire, and countless other mistakes by the Order. What are you getting at? Nomad interrupted his reasoning. The Jedi aren't as strong as they seem. They're bound by... Revan chuckled at the thought and voiced it. Fear.
Fear keeps them inactive, and apathy is death. The assembly remained silent for a few moments, pondering the guest's words. "Are you saying that if the conflict escalates, we don't have to worry about the Republic and the Jedi intervening?" Rook asked.
You shouldn't lose sight of them either.
"But you shouldn't count on a quick response either." Revan was confident in his words. The Senate was bound by democratic protocols, and the Order could do nothing without the Council's approval. And the decision-making process could easily be slowed. After all, senators have always been easily bought with credits. What much did a representative of some impoverished sector, where nothing but cosmic dust was mined, produced, or grown, need? A couple thousand credits, and his vote would serve the one who extended a hand of financial assistance. With the Order, things are a bit more complicated, but with contacts with several masters, Revan could influence the Council as well. While not entirely, it was easy to slow them down, throw them off the trail.
But this is only a delay, Buro reminded everyone.
Sooner or later, the army will come to us. "We'll be able to prepare by then," suggested one of the meeting's participants who never introduced himself. "And where will we get ships and weapons to keep the enemy out of our sector?" the Mandalorian persisted. "That won't be necessary," Eldar, who was deep in thought, said. "What?" "Judge for yourself. If the coup is successful, we will establish a new government on Mandalore. Afterward, we will replace the Senate representative and submit for consideration the question of recognizing the government as legitimate and in line with the will of the people of Mandalore." "It smells like secession from the Republic," Rook chuckled. "No? Then you'll be declared separatists, and in that case, expect an army to visit," Revan objected. More and more comments came from the meeting participants. The topic was being actively discussed and developed.
When Revan first entered the hall, the clan representatives were rather depressed. They saw no way out of the current situation. But now, they were pointed in the right direction, given hope, and told that there was a way out. With each passing moment, the clan representatives gathered here became more and more like the Mandalorians Revan knew. Strong, determined, ruthless, daring. Someone had even proposed a plan to attack the palace in Sindari, but was overruled by other participants. But the main thing was that the Mandalorians were ready to act again. "So will you accept my help?" Revan reminded them of his presence. The discussion died down and the attention of the meeting focused on the figure of the guest. "Your ideas deserve to be considered in more detail." The Rook representative nodded in agreement. "But we cannot trust an outsider."
"However, young Tira Nomad and her clan vouched for you." The Mandalorian from the Eldar clan turned to the mercenary's mentor, waited for an affirmative nod from Nomad, and continued. "The clan supports the opinion of its protege." "We have a lot to discuss and gather together before we can make a decision," Rook said again. "So..." Suddenly, everyone in the room's communicators went off one after another, indicating an urgent message. "Did something happen?" Tira asked worriedly, turning to her mentor. He frowned as he read the text on the datapad. "An explosion in one of the northern mines on Concordia," he said. "Strange." "Isn't this the sector where Deathwatch is hiding, according to intelligence?" The Mandalorian from Clan Bureau asked her neighbor in a barely audible voice. He nodded in response. Slap!
The sound of Revan's palm slapping the former Jedi's face echoed through the hall.
"I asked you to be quiet," the guest muttered into his glove. "Do you know anything about this?" asked the representative of the Rook clan. "I sincerely hope not," Revan groaned in response. However, he wasn't sure. After all, HK-47 had been sent to Concordia, and the connection between that fact and the explosion was instantaneous, even without using the Force, for the former Jedi.
Well, I propose we conclude our meeting here, as we clearly have a lot of work ahead of us in the near future. Parliament will not ignore the explosion of one of the mines, even if it's long since closed, said the Eldar clan representative, rising from his seat. Everyone present agreed with the opinion of the Mandalorian in dark green armor and hurried to leave the opposition's secret hideout. Everyone, that is, except for Tira's mentor.
Nomad sat and waited until everyone except his protege and Revan had left the conference room. When they were alone, the Mandalorian rose from his seat and approached the guests. Severas Nomad, he extended his hand for a handshake. Vaner Shan, Revan shook her hand. The Mandalorian chuckled, as if surprised by the way the name sounded. Shan, he said thoughtfully. Did you know that the Nomad clan originated on the planet Ordo, as a side branch of the clan of the same name? Tira mentioned this, the former Jedi nodded, beginning to guess what was going on. The Ordo, following the precepts of Mandalore the Guardian, kept fairly detailed chronicles, preserving the history of our people for posterity, Severus continued. And the name Shan often appears among the records. A curious coincidence? Revan smiled weakly in response. And that name is connected to a certain unpleasant organization, one for which anyone present at the meeting a few minutes earlier would have shot you.
But you're lucky your name is Shan, Nomad continued, not letting go of his hand. A good name, the name of a friend, but one that's been lost to the ages. That's your real name, isn't it? Jeti. He was exposed. It was clear as day. There was no point in playing anymore. Not exactly, but I have a lot in common with Shan, Revan decided for himself. And what is your name, Jeti? Severus visibly tensed up, clearly preparing to attack if he didn't like the answer. Revan. Nomad jerked as if from a blow and froze like a motionless statue. Say it again, the Mandalorian finally forced out. I am Revan. For a few seconds, Severus simply stared at his guest's face, not letting go of his hand. Then, suddenly, he loosened his grip and stepped back, releasing Revan's hand from his armored gauntlet. It turns out that the Ordo diaries are true, Nomad whispered. The Butcher will return to save us again, or destroy us. Chapter 33.5 A Sad Day. For the Watch. Chapter 33.5 A Sad Day for the Watch. Bagul Dar considered himself a true Mandalorian, though he wasn't entirely sure what he meant by the word. Born on Mandalore to Tanner and Ilari, members of the Dar clan, a pacifist opposition party, he was trained from an early age to be a Mandalorian, a mighty warrior, respected by his enemies and revered by his compatriots, just like his parents. Each day began and ended with training, interspersed with lessons in Mandalorian history and culture. He grew up hearing legends of great warriors of the past, battles that left their mark on the ages, and leaders whose names every Mandalorian still remembers. He trained to the point of exhaustion, striving to live up to the expectations of his father and mother, even as he increasingly noticed the difference in strength between himself and his peers. This became increasingly noticeable over the years. Unfortunately, Bagul demonstrated no particular skills during his training, and despite all his dreams of glory and honor, he was reluctant to stand out as he prepared to leave the planet and take up the profession of bounty hunter. However, Tanner Dar decided differently, pledging allegiance, like most clan members, to the leader of Death Watch. So Bagul had no choice but to follow his parents. He couldn't live among the new Mandalorians, who preached pacifism and the rejection of centuries-old traditions, for he didn't want to part with the Beskar Gam or deviate from his father's teachings. And after the clan joined the Watch, he couldn't find the strength to turn against his family. He still hoped to earn his father's respect,
However, the young warrior has never regretted his decision, until this day. When one of his clanmates asked Begul to help him drag away a captured scout droid, Dar had no idea that he would see with his own eyes exactly this. Aden Anila Beshkar Kiram, or merciless, invincible iron death in common parlance. Begul remembered the description of this droid well as its rare and low-quality holo images. The legends of Mandalore the Preserver and his successor, Mandalore the Restorer, told to him by Ilari, partially supported by archived and diary entries, had always appealed to the young Begul. And often these legends featured the droid given to the Preserver as a gift from someone so great and terrifying that his very name had been erased from the archives. Begul considered Mandalore the Preserver his idol and did everything he could to live up to the image captured in ancient legends. But he couldn't have imagined that he would one day meet a living legend, or rather, a part of one. A very dark and eerie part. No, he understood that this was most likely someone's elaborate counterfeit, an imitation, created for some unknown purpose, similar to the very same assassin droid that had once served 2 Mandalores and never lost to a Mandalorian in combat. The only Beskar to be honored to enter the circle of battle and ultimately become its champion. The first and only Beskar champion. A killer who shot without fail, without doubt, without mercy. A harbinger of imminent death for the one he was sent to kill. Of course, what was now lying on the floor in front of him could not possibly be that very assassin droid. And only some sixth sense literally screamed at him about danger and urged him to get as far away from the droid as possible. But Begul couldn't do that. Not in front of his clanmates. All he could do was stare with hidden horror at the predatory sharp edges of the faceplate and the extinguished optical sensors of the captured droid, mentally praying to all the gods that it was not the legendary Beskar Kiram. "Why are you frozen?" Maglis Dar asked loudly, calling for help from Begul. "Thinking," the boy muttered in response, grabbing the droid by the legs. "Think less, think more," the clansman chuckled. "Let's drag this junk to the aerocar." "For what?" "Get to the terminal," Maglis joked again. "Don't ask stupid questions. We'll take it to the base and show it to the technicians. Let them rummage through its memory core. Maybe we can find the customer." "Maybe we shouldn't take him to the base?" Begul asked cautiously, his anxiety growing. "Why is that?" "What if it's a trap? What if he's being tracked? Or what if he turns on along the way?" "Did Ren infect you with paranoia? Did Ursa bite you?" Maglis replied with a grin. That piece of iron took several ion blaster blasts at point-blank range. Its entire computing core should have been fried. I doubt even the smart guys in the tech department will be able to extract anything from its memory banks. "Then maybe we shouldn't take him at all? What's the point?" "The point is that we have an order." There was nothing to answer to this, and Begul obediently continued to follow the instructions. HK-47, meanwhile, heard every word the Mandalorian spoke, maintaining a minimal power level barely sufficient to operate his computing unit and audio sensors. He couldn't move, fight, or even see anything around him. However, this was the only way to be sure his guards wouldn't realize the droid was only pretending to be offline. A similar ploy once helped deceive the Sith aboard the Leviathan when the Ebon Hawk was captured by Admiral Karath. It worked then, and it works now. For, judging by the sounds, the droid was being dragged somewhere by 2 Mandalorians, puffing vigorously and complaining about the Iron Killer's weight. Meanwhile, simply listening to the conversations around him, NK learned the names of several Death Watch members, confirming the involvement of clans Dar and Ren in the organization. The latter presented an interesting story, as, according to Tira, Ren and Vizsla are at odds, despite being related. However, the apparent feud in Parliament apparently doesn't stop the future clan leader, Ursa Ren, from serving pre-Vizsla. Luckily for the droid, his guards turned out to be quite talkative, and in less than an hour, while NK was pretending to be a pile of iron, they managed to spill a few interesting tidbits. According to the man the NC identified as Maglis Dar, Deathwatch was rapidly gaining popularity and had managed to infiltrate most government structures at various levels. The plan was something akin to a soft military coup, but with the full support of the people. But how did such a radical organization plan to win over those who were perfectly comfortable with the new Mandalorian's pacifist policies? This would require thoroughly discrediting the current government or creating a significant threat to the civilian population, which would ultimately lead to them turning to the Watch for protection. However, either the Watch leader didn't yet have a clear plan, or, more likely, the rank-and-file fighters weren't being briefed on the details. Clan Dar representatives never offered any concrete information. But the pilots of the shuttle that carried NK to the Watch base did let something slip. According to them, all the flyers were already being herded between the main base and 2 new ones. Work was actively underway to build new shelters for the organization. This meant there were funds for development, as well as a reason for expansion. The Watch's numbers were clearly growing. Unfortunately, everything he heard needed to be confirmed, which is what NK planned to do upon arrival at his destination. Fortunately, they didn't have to wait long. Just 53 minutes later, the shuttle landed safely, and the NK was quickly unloaded and towed to the local technicians' quarters. The mechanical killer immediately recognized the sounds of diagnostic terminals and repair tools. "Hey, Vorol!" Maglis called out to someone, casually lowering the disabled droid to the floor. There was no answer, only the loud sounds of the grinder. "You were a thief!" one of the guards shouted louder. The sound of the grinding wheel scraping against metal stopped, and a male voice answered. "Did someone call me?" "Yes, get out of your dump and help us," Dar called.
After a few seconds, accompanied by the sounds of something metallic and hollow falling, grinding sounds, choice curses in Mandalorian, and curses directed at the uninvited guests, the one named Vorol reached the members of the Dar clan who had dragged the NK.
"Maglis, Baigul, it's not often you're seen in this part of the base," Vorol said with surprise in his voice. "Why have you come?" "Orders from Bo-Katan," Baigul explained first. "This droid was captured while attempting to sabotage Pre Vizsla's office. He was subdued with a couple of ion charges. We need to delve into his memory and find who commissioned him," Maglis added. "2 charges according to the protocol?" Vorol exclaimed. "All his circuits should have burned out. These weaklings don't even have primitive protection against ionization." "He doesn't look like a simple protocol officer," Maglis countered. "Look at the freedom of his limbs.
And the overall design." The local technician said thoughtfully.
"Yes, I suppose so. A non-standard model. Could replace a full-fledged servant if necessary. An infiltrator, you think?" "Most likely," Maglis agreed. "He looks more like a killer," Bagel interjected. "An assassin?" Vorol asked. "Well, any droid could be turned into an assassin if they wanted to. There would have to be the proper protocols. But I don't recall seeing such a design used to create assassin droids in the last 100 years. "What about the NK series?" insisted Bagel. "Look, it looks very similar to them." "NK?" the technician asked again. "I don't remember any of those. Who made them? In what years?" "Killer droids that were created in the image and likeness of Aden Anila Beskar Kiram himself. At one time, the impressionable Bagul Dar spent a lot of time gathering information about the legendary droid. He even managed to unearth the series' name, but he still didn't know who created the One." "Beskar Shir," Vural chuckled. "But that's a legend that's almost 4,000 years old. Do you believe in such tales?" "That's why I keep telling him that it's time for him to grow up," Maglis supported the technician. "Just think about it. How old is your Beskar supposed to be? What droid can last that long? Without a core cleanup and a full overhaul, it would have gone crazy and self-destructed within the first 100 years. HK found this retort offensive. The technician had just volunteered to be first in line for execution. After all, the master had ordered no traces left. That meant everyone involved in capturing the assassin droid was to be eliminated. At least, that's how HK-47 perceived the order. To act quietly. Quietly, without a trace. The conditions had been met, even if it meant committing a bloody massacre on this base.
But he looks exactly the same, the young member of the Dark Clan persisted.
I could grind out a faceplate like that in 5 minutes, Vorel said dismissively. And the design is primitive, limited to an anthropomorphic frame. There's almost no armor and no external weaponry. He's not a fighter, that's obvious. He's hardly particularly effective, otherwise he wouldn't have been caught so easily. Yeah, we took him out with 2 shots. He didn't even put up a fight, Maglis chuckled. Maybe it was his plan. Maglis and Vorel merely laughed at this suggestion. Begul, however, seeing the disdain shown by his older comrades, hissed curses through his teeth. Oh, that made me laugh, the technician said, calming down. Do you think they would have brought the droid here if there was even the slightest chance it wasn't completely shut down? You checked it, right? Yes, the eldest of the representatives of the Dar clan present answered slightly hesitantly. Was there radiation?
Within the measurement error, Maglis said a little more confidently.
Was he alone? Paired with an astromech, but the rogue managed to escape into the service corridors. Ren's squad is searching for him, said the senior member of the Dar clan. Better safe than sorry. Some device beeped. NK assumed he was being scanned again, so he hurried to hide, and even turned off his audio sensors, depriving himself of his last means of observation. The droid remained in this state for 5 minutes, and regained surveillance of its surroundings just in time. Are you sure you don't need help? Maglis asked. No thanks, Vorel waved him off. Mind your own business. I can handle it myself. Well, whatever you say. Be careful, Begul responded warily. Go already, the technician growled. The sounds of retreating footsteps and the creaking of the door mechanism were heard. Okay, while we're at it, we'll see what we can use to open your service hatch, Vorel said, more to himself. NK spent a few more minutes listening to his surroundings. He heard nothing but the sounds of a technician searching for a tool, sorting through various pieces of hardware. After waiting another 40 seconds to be sure, the NK began gradually reconnecting the systems and increasing the power supply. First, he activated the optical sensors. Lost in his own thoughts, Vorel didn't notice how the assassin droid's scarlet optics dimly glowed in the semi-darkness of the technical laboratory. Well, the vibro knife should help, the technician, dressed in a bizarre version of Mandalorian armor with many pouches, pockets, and containers, approached NK, clutching a narrow and thin instrument in his hand. The assassin droid braced itself for action. It had no intention of allowing the Mandalorian mechanic to compromise its integrity. Vorel, meanwhile, approached the droid and aimed a beam from one of the lamps at it. The NC's plating gleamed a familiar hue, causing genuine surprise on the technician's bare face. Vorel didn't wear a helmet, as he often had to remove it to use one tool or another for precision manipulation. He never imagined he'd need such protection in his secluded laboratory. In vain. What the technician stuttered. Cortosis? What Dini thought of coating the casing of a protocol device with cortosis? Unless... Vorel didn't have time to process his realization. The vibro knife, snatched from his hand with a lightning-fast movement by NK, pierced his temple and sank to the hilt into the skull of one of Deathwatch's most talented technicians. The assassin droid left its victims no chance of escape. Satisfied that the Mandalorian showed no signs of life, NK pulled out his knife, allowing the dead body to collapse at his feet. Irritated,
You should have worn a helmet, you incompetent idiot, the droid said, stepping over Voral's corpse.
The killer's first move was to block the doors leading to the technical lab. If you could call it that. The place resembled a junkyard, cluttered with containers of spare parts, electronic components, and various junk, from droid parts to a piece of hull from some clearly outdated Walker model. The walls were made of stone and bore traces of heavy mining equipment, leading NK to suspect he was in one of Concordia's many mines, presumably abandoned. A workbench was discovered in the corner, and next to it a table and a terminal. NK walked over to it, about to activate the holo-display and tinker with the local network, if any, when the terminal suddenly sprang to life. "Would it? Did it?" came the joyful squeal of R2-D2, whose image appeared on the holo-display. "Surprised. You're still functioning, bucket of bolts," NK said, without the expected condescension in his synthesized voice, which could be taken as an indication that he, too, was glad to see the astromech, in his own way. R2 let out an indignant trill and backed it up with a proud, drawn-out whistle, letting the killer know what a titanic effort it had taken him to find his captured partner. Clarification. So, you hid in the maintenance tunnels, where the Mandalorians couldn't squeeze through, and then made your way into the hangar and secured yourself to the hull of the transport shuttle? NK deciphered the stream of information from the astromech. Quiet praise. Not bad, garbage collector. Beat it, indignantly. A psychopathic old man? Dit, threateningly. It's time for one of us to be written off, little one. Did it, too. NK almost short-circuited his circuits from the indignation, but he found the strength to restart the emotion simulation protocols and return to a calm state. Focused. I'm not going to argue with a trash can that thinks it's my savior, NK-47 said, with a barely perceptible threat in his voice. A proposal. If you want to help, then you'd better tell me if you have access to the internal surveillance systems and base diagrams. R2-D2 was somewhat surprised by his interlocutor's sudden change of heart, but he had already realized that HK was far from an ordinary droid, and quickly boasted that he had not only gained access to the surveillance systems, but also taken control of them. That's how he found the assassin droid in the tech lab, and even covered for the 47th and his assassination. It became clear why, despite the surveillance systems, the security guards were so slow to respond. HK had been preparing for a confrontation with the base's defenders, but apparently that wouldn't be necessary. Query. Who of the management personnel is present at the base? A few seconds later, several photographs appeared on the holoscreen, along with brief descriptions of the sentient beings depicted. Most were of no interest, being low-ranking in the chain of command, and responsible only for a couple of rapid response units. But there were a few that caught the NC's attention. These turned out to be 2 members of parliament, apparently secretly supporting Death Watch, making them targets for capture and interrogation. A certain Pasli Zen, according to the records, was responsible for the supply and armament of this complex. Unfortunately, getting to him was quite difficult due to the location of his room, where he was currently enjoying himself with one of his personal guards. And last but not least, the subject of his interest was Bo-Katan Kryze. Besides being the sister of Duchess Satine Kryze, judging by the files R2 managed to pluck from the complex's encrypted archives, the Mandalorian was effectively the second in command of the entire organization. Capturing her became a top priority, especially since the target was moving in his direction with minimal security. NK was forced to admit that R2-D2 had proven a valuable partner. Not everyone could have hacked a secure network in such a short time, and without triggering an alarm. He was useful. Previously, only T3M4 had received such praise from NK. Order. Copy all information regarding the organization's composition, designated shelters, resources and plans that were discovered,
and show me a map of the complex where we are located." The astromech carried out the instructions without further argument, burning a little more respect from the mechanical maniac.
Meanwhile, NK-47 began preparing to meet the important guest, while simultaneously developing an escape plan, taking into account the hologram that had appeared with a map of the complex. While he was rummaging through the containers of spare parts and junk, looking for valuable equipment like an ion discharger, a portable power cell, and something very similar to the concentrator chamber from a DXR-5 disintegrator, which was illegal in this part of the galaxy, NK was also thinking about options for eliminating traces of his presence at the base, as well as returning to Mandalore. As the assassin droid had initially suspected, it ended up in one of Concordia's abandoned mines, making the cleanup task considerably easier. The tunnel structure where the Marine base was hidden was inherently unstable, something the Mandalorian radicals had attempted to rectify by installing additional supports and reinforced floors.
This would have been effective had they not decided to install a full-fledged weapons factory in one of the large caverns, apparently formed during the mining process. The vibration from the heavy machinery negated any effect of strengthening the vaults of the tunnels and caverns, not to mention the presence of warehouses with tanks filled with highly explosive compressed Tibanna gas, dangerously close to the power plant that fed the conveyor. With anticipation, "Oh, such a gift and all for me," NK said, giving free rein to the less than stable part of his personality matrix, which, having enlisted the support of the killer's logical blocks and protocols, had already developed a plan to eliminate witnesses. But first, the Master's primary objective had to be fulfilled, to obtain as much information as possible, and the Mandalorian approaching the tech lab was expected to be the source of a significant portion of the information about Death Watch's activities. After rummaging through the technician's belongings, NK discovered a decent blaster, clearly handcrafted to a custom design. Perhaps the dead Mandalorian was a talented weaponsmith. Well, all the better, since the potential enemy won't have such a specialist on their side. NK didn't bring his weapons on the mission, fearing the rather sensitive scanners and detailed inspections at the Mandalore and Concordia spaceports. Even without blasters and grenades, NK remained a deadly opponent, capable of killing a target with bare manipulators, a datapad, or even the simplest writing implements. Among the junk and debris in the lab, several useful devices and components were also discovered, which the assassin droid decided to use to create a medium-power explosive device. Medium by NK standards. The logical units of his processor matrix had just completed developing a detailed escape plan, combined with the complete destruction of the mine and the secret base hidden within it. HK-47, bored with such missions, allowed himself to slightly expand on the task within the Master's initial order. After all, he had specifically inquired about Death Watch's status vis-à-vis the Master and the Eagle's crew. The answer was potential enemy. So the droid's actions could be considered a preemptive strike. This is how the assassin's protocols managed to bypass the limiters and even recruit most of HK-47's computational units. Meanwhile, the target had almost reached the doors of the technical lab, and the assassin droid was preparing for a warm welcome. "It'll wake up. Woo!" Confirmation. Accepted. 3. 2 guards in full armor. Target in the center. Helmetless. The mechanical maniac responded to R2's warning. Bo-Katan Kryze, left by Vizsla to oversee preparations for the transfer of some production facilities and supplies to 2 outposts under construction, was unpleasantly surprised when 2 of Ursa Wren's squad returned to base with a captured droid that had attempted to sabotage the Concordian governor's office. The situation was nothing new. Not a month had passed without some new Mandalorian or Senate lackey poking their noses into Concordia. But this was the first time a protocol droid had been used, and the location of the infiltration, the governor's office. The target was clearly pre-Vizsla, but until now, Bo-Katan had been certain that the watch leader's true identity was unknown.
At least, her sister sincerely considered Vizsla her loyal supporter, unaware of whom she was allowing within killing distance. Bo-Katan snorted, remembering her sister. Satine had always been weak. The Hutt idealist had been given such a chance to restore Mandalore to its former glory and had squandered all her Banthian wealth, blinded by her dreams of a utopia of a peaceful galaxy. Pacifism only works when everyone embraces it. When surrounded by warlike neighbors, not to mention bandits and pirates of all stripes, a pacifist becomes a victim. And Mandalorians have never been victims. Bo-Katan Kryze frowned and irritably brushed a strand of red hair from her forehead, which had fallen into her eyes from her rapid pace. She rarely wore her helmet within the base, preferring not to hide her face from her subordinates. Her mentors had taught her that comrades should see confidence and determination in their leaders' eyes. The girl didn't have time to think about the fact that even within the walls of the Watcher's shelter, it could be dangerous. Lost in her thoughts about the origins of the droid that the Death Watch deputy commander intended to examine in the tech lab, Bo-Katan did not have time to react. As soon as the lab doors opened, Kryze received a powerful kick to the chest, sending her flying into the nearest wall. It was then that she deeply regretted her lack of a helmet. While the girl was coming to, she did not see how one of her guards received a blaster charge right in the visor of his helmet, and another was struck in the neck by a vibro knife. To the Mandalorian's credit, she came to only 2 or 3 seconds later and immediately tried to reach for her weapon. However, she wasn't given the chance to use it. The droid was incredibly fast and was at her side in the blink of an eye. The blaster was knocked from her hands, and the woman barely dodged a blow to the head. Relying on reflexes alone, she attempted hand-to-hand combat, successfully evading an attempted grapple. However, the mechanical soldier's speed and strength far exceeded the disoriented Mandalorian's capabilities. The droid caught her trying to break distance, grabbed her arm, and, using her momentum, slammed her head into the wall. HK-47, having confirmed that his target had lost consciousness and showed no signs of waking up anytime soon, disarmed her and removed her armor, leaving her in her underwear. The droid knew all too well how many surprises the Mandalorians could hide in their Beskar gam. Satisfied, target acquired, NK informed his partner, securely tying Kryze's hands and feet with several long straps found in the lab. The astromech briefly congratulated the killer and inquired about his next plan of action. Task statement: go to the hangar and prepare a shuttle capable of interplanetary flight for launch. Voodooed it? R2 responded indignantly, mockingly. You're a smart garbage collector. You'll figure out how to distract the guards. In response, the astromech burst into a new stream of indescribable binary expressions, which only amused NK condescendingly. Okay, I'll help, the assassin droid finally decided, deciding that moving around the base to the next target along empty corridors would be boring. Dit? R2 asked uncertainly. Explanation: security in your sector will be significantly reduced. Order: return the surveillance system in the corridor adjacent to the lab to the Mandalorians, but disable all other cameras. The next moment, NK took a fragmentation grenade from the belt of one of the slain Mandalorians and threw it at the far end of the corridor, hurrying to take cover with an unconscious target in the laboratory. The explosion in the narrow corridors was monstrously loud, which could not go unnoticed by the guards. A cheerful remark. Now it will be fun. All subsequent events that took place at the Death Watch base can be described as controlled chaos. While the astromech was quietly making his way onto the shuttle in the hangar, whose security had rushed to respond to an alarm signal and a message about the need for reinforcements in Sector 4, where his crazy partner was supposed to be, the aforementioned maniac, better known as HK-47, was having a blast, turning the base's corridors into a veritable labyrinth of death. Having finished preparing the shuttle, R2 hurried to reconnect to the surveillance systems to find out if NK needed his help, and was amazed by the efficiency and bloodthirstiness of the merciless killer droid.
The NK-47 advanced toward the assembly line, eliminating everyone it encountered. It masterfully exploited its surroundings, blocking doors and piercing power lines and fuel lines left in the shafts by the mining operations with a well-aimed shot, causing small explosions and fires that wreaked havoc among the guards. The small cave-ins it triggered only worsened the defenders' situation.
NK struck without a miss, hiding in smoky corridors, dark alleys, or among corpses, turning fleeting skirmishes with guards into full-blown hunts. The droid prudently tried to keep his captive away from the firefight, hiding her away from the scene of the impending firefight just seconds before encountering the enemy. At one point, the mechanical maniac simply didn't have time to do so, but he managed to escape the situation quite spectacularly. When a squad of guards came running around the corner toward the assassin droid, NK simply used Bo-Katan Kryze as cover, grabbing her by the hair and holding her in front of him, facing the Mandalorians. They couldn't help but recognize their commander, and the momentary confusion was just enough for NK to shoot down most of the squad. Finishing off the few lucky ones who managed to take cover was also easy. The knowledge that Kryze was being held hostage greatly inhibited the Mandalorians from using weapons, especially grenades. Having decided to help, Enka, who was observing the action through the astromech security cameras connected to the communication system. Every channel was literally bursting with messages like, "Hut, what's going on out there? Third platoon has gone dead. They're dead. There are only corpses here. Ancestral spirits, who are they? We need help. Ah, they're incendiary. Take off your armor. Don't let the train burn through your armor. How many of them are there?" Judging by the conversations, laced with a fair amount of Mandalorian swearing, the Marines were in complete confusion, which only made the NC's job easier. Having finally established an encrypted communication channel with the assassin droid, which had used one of the slain guards' transmitters, R2 began transmitting valuable information to his partner on the base's defender movements and countermeasures being prepared, thereby raising the 47th's effectiveness to a whole new level. Now his opponents didn't even have time to notice their approaching iron death, as the droid began exploiting ventilation and fragile partitions between adjacent corridors, information about which the astromech quickly relayed. The Mandalorians attempted to set ambushes, seal off corridors, and attack from the flanks or rear, but the NK inevitably evaded all traps and struck before being detected. Recapturing control of the surveillance system also proved impossible, leaving the Mandalorian icebreakers stumped. They should have known that trying to outmaneuver an AI powerful enough to create dozens of hyperspace routes in a split second by bypassing its blockades was simply futile. But no one suspected R2-D2's presence at the base. Meanwhile, NK had reached a secondary objective. Specifically, he had entered the assembly shop and had already dispatched most of the soldiers assigned to guard the premises.
"Who the hell are you?" one of the Mandalorians shouted with a hint of panic, crawling back and clutching the wound in his side. This was the last of the detachment that NK met on the approach to the assembly shop. Arrogantly, "I am the punishing hand of Mandalore, who has come to repay you, who have turned away from the covenants of your ancestors," said HK-47, who decided to pay tribute to his temporary masters from the Ordo clan. Still, the mechanical maniac admitted that his years serving Mandalore the Guardian and his successor weren't exactly boring. There was always plenty of work to do during periods of power struggle, and the unification of the clans under Canderous Ordo was no exception. So NK respected the Mandalores of Clan Ordo. They even both died without NK's involvement, unlike his other temporary masters. "Aden Anila Beskar Kiram," the wounded Mandalorian whispered in amazement.
"With contempt, you have lost your honor," NK rumbled, and finished off the fighter with a precise blaster shot. Sensors detected movement in the doorway at the far end of the room. However, when NK aimed his weapon in that direction, there was no one in sight. Whoever was watching the droid had quickly fled. Mockingly. Coward.
Having dispatched the guards, the assassin droid prepared his parting gift. The explosive device he had assembled, placed near the tanks of compressed Tibanna gas, was intended to trigger a chain reaction, causing secondary explosions of the already compressed gas. According to the NK, the explosion would be equivalent in power to a proton torpedo, and given the confined space and unstable corridors, it was unlikely that anything would remain of the base. Having retrieved the captive, who had been hidden in one of the storage rooms, NK hurried to the hangar, where R2 was already waiting.
It was a shame to linger near the homemade bomb, constructed from scraps found on a local technician. The bomb's timer was counting down the final minutes of the Death Watch's secret base. The droid saboteurs observed the mine explosion while already in the air. Thanks to the astromech's guidance, NK managed to reach the shuttle without encountering any serious resistance. Satisfied. "The owner will be pleased," said NK. "Bidit bew," dismissively. "You don't understand much." Confidently. "I know the master better. He will be pleased." The shuttle began to rapidly move away from Concordia, heading back to Mandalore. And Bagul Dar, whose charred remains will one day be found under the rubble of an old mine, will never know how right he was when he warned his fellow soldiers about the droid that so closely resembled the merciless Iron Death from ancient legends. Chapter 34. Nomad. Chapter 34. Nomad. The hospitality of Mandalorians, at least those Revan knew personally, was always peculiar, wild, and disconcerting to most inhabitants of the core worlds, but invariably appealing to the former Jedi himself. Perhaps this was because not every visitor to a Mandalorian home was considered a guest. Just as a Mandalorian wouldn't share shelter and food with every guest. It all depended on who the guest was. How they were considered on Mandalore, how renowned a warrior or hunter they were, whether they had tarnished their honor, and whether they had proven their strength. And Revan had once been a guest of Clan Ordo. Moreover, he was a brother-in-arms to Canderous, Mandalore the Guardian. The former Republic Army general had recently often reminisced about his conversations with his old friend aboard the Hawk. Revan remembered how initially surprised he'd been by the Mandalorian's attitude toward someone he'd fought against in the war just a few years earlier. When Canderous learned that the man who'd helped him escape Taris was in fact the butcher who'd plunged Mandalore's army into chaos and internecine strife, Revan feared that the Mandalorian, now a comrade, might turn against him. However, Ordo showed no hostility. Quite the contrary, he expressed respect for his old adversary. He said he was almost grateful to Revan for the lesson he'd taught the Mandalorians. A fair and just victor who slew the maddened Mandalore the Ultimate in single combat, and stripped the Mandalorians of their honor and unity to show how far they had fallen, becoming puppets of those who hid in the shadows. Severus Nomad reminded Revan of Canderous in many ways. It was gratifying to see that, at least within Clan Nomad, the ideas and beliefs of Mandalore the Guardian continued to live and flourish. After reading on the Holonet about the Mandalorian Civil War and the artwork of Death Watch, the former Jedi rightly feared that the new generation of Mandalorians might be taking the wrong path, choosing the deceptively easy path to glory taken before them by the Neo-Crusaders of the Most High. However, Clan Nomad, as it turned out, was true to Canderous' teachings, and therefore decided to support Jester and his idea of the Super Commando Code. Revan already knew about the beliefs of Tira's clan from the mercenary herself, but it wouldn't hurt to see it with his own eyes, and the former general liked what he saw. Severus preferred to continue the conversation not at the Basilisk's Nest, but in a more friendly setting. Revan was honored to be invited to the home of Severus's family, who turned out to be the deputy governor of the Keldabi administrative region for foreign trade. The former Jedi accepted the invitation and was able to witness firsthand the lives of the members of the Mandalorian parliament. Clan Nomad had earned a reputation as nomads and, to some extent, as seekers of ancient artifacts belonging to previous generations of Mandalorians. However, despite the fact that most of the clan's elders preferred to remain on their homeworld of Ordo, Severus was sent to Mandalore as a representative of Clan Nomad, officially. In reality, as was easy to guess, Tira's mentor's task was to oversee the new government and gather information for the clan's needs. Technically, the Nomad clan was allowed to retain the Beskar Garm, but they were only permitted to wear it within a few regions of Mandalorian space and during long-distance travel. Therefore, before returning to his home in Keldarby, Severus covered his armor with a cloak and removed his helmet, revealing his face to Revan. His grey hair and wrinkles bespoke the Mandalorian's advanced age, yet his gaze remained sharp and his movements precise and confident, as if the years had no hold on him. He kept his emotions under control, not a single muscle betraying his mood, which reminded Revan of Canderous. Only when looking at Tira did warmth and something that could be called pride appear in the Mandalorian's gaze. The Force allowed the former Jedi to peer beneath this mask of indifference and discern the man's true emotions. Severus was agitated and tense. Revan filled him with distrust, confusion, but also hope. Despite this riot of thoughts and emotions, Nomad maintained an indifferent expression on his face, which commanded respect. Few, even among the Jedi, could maintain such a mastery of keeping a straight face. The journey to Severus's dwelling took only 20 minutes, during which everyone remained silent, assessing each other. Or rather, the assessment was being conducted by Revan and an elderly member of the Nomad clan. Tira, meanwhile, was trying to figure out how she should act. After all, it was she who had invited Revan to Mandalore and vouched for him in the first place. At the meeting, the clan elder had spoken in her support. Thus, the girl had drawn the entire clan into her adventure. No matter how events unfolded, Tira would be to blame, but the consequences would affect all nomads. "My home is your home," Severus let Revan go ahead, showing respect to the guest. "May his ancestors and Mandalore protect him," the former Jedi answered, just as Canderous had taught him. Tira let out a surprised chuckle at this, while the elder nodded approvingly. Severus's home was quite spacious, but furnished in a traditionally austere manner. Steel and plastic in a monochrome palette, no bright colors. A table, chairs, and a hard-looking sofa. That was about all the furniture Revan saw in the room where Severus led him and Tira after he retired to change. The only thing that enlivened the interior were the trophies, and there were plenty of them. The walls were filled with shelves, and small display cases displaying weapons, armor fragments, battle-marked helmets, and animal and humanoid skulls. A crate dragon skull, clutching a spherical lantern in its jaws, hung from the ceiling, serving as a light source. Revan was impressed. These creatures were difficult to defeat, even in a group of experienced hunters. The former Jedi's gaze slid over another shelf and caught a gleaming cylinder, the outline of which suggested the hilt of a lightsaber. Curiosity piqued, Revan approached and examined the trophy more closely. However, he couldn't discern anything distinctive. The hilt was plain and unadorned, without any engravings or symbols. An ordinary blade. It could easily have belonged to a Padawan or a knight from Coruscant. Yes, Revan immediately realized that the sword belonged to a Jedi. A Sith would never wield such a weapon. The darkness demanded an outlet for emotion, a display of individuality, a symbol of status, which is why the weapons of dark side adepts were always distinguished by an abundance of detail and, at times, a rather terrifying appearance. Revan thoughtfully ran his finger along the hilt of his own blade. The engraving he'd so painstakingly carved into the surface of the gift he now used for Bastila was clearly visible even through the thread armor covering his palms. Was his desire to decorate the hilt merely a desire to please his beloved? Or was he thinking more like a Sith at that moment?
Smiling and shaking his head, Revan decided to take the Mandalorian's trophy in his hands.
And the moment his fingers touched the cool metal of the hilt, the Force revealed to its adept a piece of the history of the weapon's former owner. Snow, pain, horror, and blood. Many deaths. Resentment, a sense of duty, betrayal, injustice. Revan saw a green lightsaber cleave a figure clad in Mandalorian armor in two. The memory was so vivid that Revan could smell the scorched flesh and even the triumph that gripped the Jedi upon slaying his opponent. And in the next instant, the Force brought anger to the killer, the fury of one who had lost a friend and brother in arms. All his resentment and hatred. This someone was furious. Revan managed to catch fragments of thoughts and feelings, among which deception and betrayal stood out. The vision continued. The lightsaber's wielder turned to face the source of the threat. It turned out to be a Mandalorian in grey-blue armor, rushing toward him with a warlike roar. Between the blade's wielder and the Mandalorian stood 5 Jedi. And what happened next made Revan see the Mandalorians again as dangerous and worthy opponents. For the first time since his arrival on Mandalore, the Mandalorian in the vision was closing in on the former owner of the trophy lightsaber with incredible speed, dispatching the Jedi who stood in his way with astonishing ease. And what struck Revan most was that the Mandalorian was unarmed. His blaster lay 10 meters away in the snow, but this didn't faze the Avenger in the least. He was literally running toward death. Not his own, as it turned out, but that of his enemies. The first Jedi to block his path and attempt to cut the Mandalorian down with an overhead strike received a fistful of snow in the face. Such a move wouldn't have slowed a trained prodigy, but the Mandalorian was lucky. Apparently, his opponent was a Padawan with trouble concentrating in combat. Otherwise, Revan couldn't explain why such an obvious move blinded and disoriented the member of the Order for a full second and a half. Enough time for the Mandalorian to dislocate his shoulder, break his wrist, and block the other prodigy's lightsaber with the blade still in his hand. Having knocked the new opponent off balance, the armored warrior delivered a powerful blow to the jaw, causing the Jedi to stagger back and nearly fall. The Mandalorian took advantage of his opponent's hesitation to push his first opponent, who was screaming in pain from his injured arms, right into the blade of the third Jedi's lightsaber. The blue blade emerged from the Padawan's chest, ending his life. Stunned by the death of an ally and fellow Jedi, the Jedi didn't even notice the Mandalorian appearing behind him and locking his neck. But before he died from a broken neck, the poor fellow managed to see his lightsaber take the life of another comrade. The Jedi, who had earlier been struck in the jaw, ran up at the wrong time and impaled himself on the outstretched lightsaber, still clutched in the hands of his captured fellow Jedi. Except his wrist was guided by a hand clad in Mandalorian armor. The former owner of the trophy lightsaber turned his attention away from the Avenger's figure to defend himself from another Mandalorian's attack, and missed seeing him dispatch 2 more Jedi. When he turned back to the mass of hatred that shone like a black sun in the Force, the Mandalorian was a step away, and the next moment had his hands on his throat. A torrent of rage, pain, and the sensation of his comrades' deaths disoriented the blade's wielder, and despite his desperate attempts to fight back, the armored warrior relentlessly squeezed the life out of him. In just a few dozen seconds, it was all over. The Mandalorian crushed the Jedi's larynx and trachea, cut off blood flow to the brain by compressing both carotid arteries, and finally, with a sharp movement, dislocated his victim's cervical vertebrae, severing the spinal column. Only now did Revan see the markings of Clan Fett on the Mandalorian's armor. The former Jedi pulled his hand back and recoiled. Fett again, flashed through Revan's mind. I wanted to wash my hand, as if it had touched something disgusting. Although Revan understood where the wielder of this blade was killed, and the former Jedi understood the Mandalorian's actions, given the dark history that surrounded Galadron, it was not easy to overcome his hostility towards the descendants of Cassius Fett. This blade,
Severus's voice came from behind, is the only thing in this room that was not obtained by me personally. I know, Revan replied.
It's a blade from Galitran, and the only Mandalorian there who survived was Jango Fett.
That's right, Nomad confirmed, surprised by the former Jedi's knowledge. Mandalore gave me this sword as a sign of the oath he took. Which? Find and punish those responsible for the death of the true Mandalorians. Revan turned to Severus. Why did he give it to you? This sword belonged to the murderer of my adopted son, Nomad replied, his eyes briefly flashing with hatred as he looked at the cylinder of the hilt. His name was Miles. He died on Galadron? Revan asked, the answer to which was already obvious. Yes. I'm sorry. Don't pity the dead, Severus shook his head. They've found peace. Pity the living. They'll still have to suffer the vengeance of their son and brother. Revan didn't argue. The Force users' views on the afterlife differed from those of the Mandalorians. Peace, after becoming one with the Force, was a reward not every gifted being could attain.
It was enough to recall the ghosts and restless spirits one encountered in places where the Force was concentrated. Not everyone found such an existence a blessing, dreaming of leaving the world of the living and finding the peace they longed for. Where did Jango get that sword? Revan decided to change the subject. I heard he was arrested on Galadron. They certainly wouldn't have let him take the trophy with him. After his escape, Jango Fett returned to Galadron to retrieve the Beskar egg. There, he visited the battlefield where his comrades perished, Severus replied. The lightsaber was the only treasure he found. He said the hilt, 2/3 buried in loose soil, immediately caught his eye. It's as if the sword wanted to be found, Revan finished for the Mandalorian. Yes, Nomad nodded in agreement. Perhaps that was it, Revan thought. The Force willed this trophy to the victor. That's why no one else discovered it. The joy at the enemy's death was a worrying sign, indicating that the Padawan was close to losing control and giving in to the darkness, becoming a fallen, an uncontrollable monster driven only by desire. Revan chuckled at the thought, thinking that the sword had betrayed its owner and abandoned him in atonement. Ridiculous. As if the weapon had a mind of its own. Of course not. Such was simply the will of the Force. After all, every Jedi knows that there are no accidents, just as there is no luck. There is only the Force and its manifestations. And that day, the Force was on Jango Fett's side, allowing him to dispatch 6 of his followers with his bare hands. Perhaps even NK and Canderous couldn't have pulled off such a stunt. Or perhaps Revan was simply judging based on his knowledge of the skills and training of the members of that order, those who have been dead for 4,000 years. I confess, I still can't believe that you are who you say you are. Nomad's voice brought Revan out of his thoughts. I am me, the former Sith Lord shrugged, even though I look different now. How is this possible? Severus couldn't believe what was happening. The Force, Revan replied. Its possibilities are limitless, and we have not yet explored even a tiny fraction of its secrets. The Mandalorian snorted. Strength. You Jeti always justify everything with this mysticism of yours, muttered Nomad. That's true, Revan agreed with a smile. And don't ask me to prove anything. We learn much directly from the Force through sensations and vague visions, trying to interpret them to the best of our ability and understanding. But all of it is extremely vague. So all we can do is believe. Most religions are based on self-deception and the desire for control or profit, the Mandalorian noted. But not in this case. Revan shook his head. It can't be explained. You have to feel it. And to feel it, you have to be gifted. It's all too foggy,
I won't argue. Philosophical debates are, of course, a useful thing for self-development. Tira intervened in the conversation. But we have real problems that require attention. Tira, Severus shook his head reproachfully. Your impatience has always been the vice from which I tried to rid you. Forgive me, master, but the matter truly cannot wait, the mercenary insisted. You understand everything yourself. I brought us an outsider, not just any outsider, but Revan, and the entire clan vouched for him, even though they didn't know his true identity. Now, if anything... You should have thought about this before arriving on Mandalore, Severus interrupted the girl. Now, senseless fuss and panic will accomplish nothing. Remember, a warrior must be quick, but patient. Haste has ruined more than one generation of our brothers. Yes, Mentor. It was clear that Tira did not agree with Severus, but she did not risk arguing with him. Revan, however, was on the side of the eldest nomad. There was no time to rush. The coup had to be carefully planned, and that required gathering information. Just one more question, and I wouldn't mind returning to the discussion of Mandalore's future. Revan smiled at Tira, then turned to Severus. You mentioned some legend or prophecy, something about a butcher, right? Yes, the Mandalorian agreed. Those were words from the journals of Mandalore the Guardian. Before his death, he wrote down several messages for his descendants. Mostly they were instructions on what the future of our people should be. A warning about the threat posed by the Darjati and corrupt politicians. Mandalore was to remain independent. That's where we failed him. What about the message about the butcher? According to the Guardian, one day, the butcher, who brought our people to their knees and then gave them a chance to restore their honor, will return in our darkest hour, when the Mandalorians once again find themselves on the brink of the abyss, to extend a helping hand and save us, or destroy us completely. Revan considered his old friend's words. The warning was clearly about him, about Revan. After all, it was him the Mandalorians had nicknamed the Butcher. But why had Canderous suddenly issued this, practically a prophecy? He wasn't Force-sensitive and didn't possess the gift of foresight. Could he have simply calculated everything so precisely? No, definitely not. The time frame was too vast, everything was too fickle. Even the Force couldn't provide an accurate forecast of the ever-changing future. My fingers instinctively found the mask hidden under my cloak, hanging from my belt. A thought instantly dawned on me. Bastila, Revan whispered barely audibly. She gave him the mask and sword because she believed he would return, even from oblivion. Whether she had a vision or simply hoped for such an outcome, it doesn't really matter. The mask and sword found their intended recipient 4,000 years later, but they found them nonetheless. Bastila, according to NK, maintained contact with all members of the Ebon Hawk's old crew, including Mandalore the Guardian. How often they communicated, Revan didn't know, but he could surmise that it was Shan's influence that prompted Canderous to leave such messages. Perhaps he was inspired by the holocron Bastila was creating. Who knows? Or is there a chance to check? Severus, is there a mention of a certain Bastila Shan in the records of Mandalore the Guardian? Yes, Nomad nodded confidently. I think it was precisely this fact that caused such a reaction from the clan council when your, name was mentioned. Everything was becoming a little clearer. The Mandalorians considered him a descendant of the Shan line, and this, given the connection between the bearers of the aforementioned family name and the Ordo clan, offered certain advantages. At the very least, one could hope for a small measure of trust. Meanwhile, Nomad prepared 3 servings of aromatic kaffa, waiting for his interlocutor to be ready to continue the conversation. Revan, meanwhile, was considering visiting the planet Ordo and examining Canderous' records. Noticing Nomad's actions, he decided to put those thoughts aside and return to more pressing matters. Still, he promised,
And yet, we really do have something to discuss, the former Jedi reminded when Severus invited everyone to sit down. Well, I don't see the point in postponing this conversation either, Nomad nodded. After all, it doesn't really matter who you really are. We need help. Intrigue, unfortunately, isn't our forte. We're warriors. But in the current situation, we need to act subtly and skillfully. In this regard, the ruling party is head and shoulders above us. I can help with that, but I'll need trained people who are well versed in the politics of both the planet and the sector, as well as the Senate of the Republic. It will be difficult to find such people, but it's possible. But questions about their loyalty will inevitably arise, Nomad said thoughtfully. What about Kryze and her entourage? It would be a good idea to find supporters among her retinue. Ideally, recruit the Duchess herself, Revan suggested. Severus shook his head. The latter is definitely out of the question, Nomad stated categorically. Duchess Satine wholeheartedly supports the pacifists' views. So blindly, in fact, that she doesn't even notice the harm her policies are causing. The abandonment of the military has fueled the rise of corruption and crime in the sector, the emergence of a black market and a whole gang of smugglers. However, the Duchess prefers to see only gardens, formal receptions, and holonet articles about the positive changes on Mandalore. An idealist? Revan suggested, involuntarily recalling the Queen of Naboo, who had almost become a victim of galactic politics. I'm convinced, Severus nodded in agreement. Based on the information available on the holonet, she entered the political arena at a relatively young age, even by Mandalore's standards. Someone's behind her, am I right? Officially, she's supported by the Pacifist Party. They were the ones who groomed her for the position of official representative of Mandalore, and later, Duchess. However, as their influence grew, their hold on her became less clear. It's no longer clear whose interests Satine is acting in. The people of Mandalore? Revan chuckled, not believing for a second that a politician could care about anyone other than himself and his own power. Nomad did not support his interlocutor's undisguised sarcasm. It sounds ridiculous, but I think she genuinely thinks she cares about our people. However, for some reason, she can't seem to decide on her own policy. Sometimes she advocates for Mandalore's independence from the Senate's decisions. Sometimes, on the contrary, she supports Republic reforms and even considers replacing our law enforcement forces with the Justice Corps. Revan had encountered similar sector rulers before. More often than not, they were torn by internal conflicts stemming from the impossibility of successful development and the preservation of traditions. Conservatism and progress do not coexist. However, this case was a little different. Apparently, the Duchess sincerely wanted to pursue a policy of pacifism, projecting an image of a peaceful Mandalore. But she must have understood that in doing so, she was turning her homeworld into a juicy target for those seeking to exploit the vulnerability of a world that, while poor, was economically stable. Especially since such a striking example had recently emerged. Naboo. The Justice Corps must be a compromise. They don't have their own army, but they have the Republic, or at least a fragment of it. But still... It's worth talking to the Duchess in person, Revan concluded aloud. I want to understand what kind of person she is, and what exactly she wants. I think that can be arranged, Nomad nodded thoughtfully. I have an appointment with the Duchess in a few days. I could escort you to the palace as a fellow clansman. It would be better to introduce him as a member of the Jedi Order, suggested Tira, who had been silently sipping her cuff. Are you officially joining the Order? Nomad asked in surprise. Yes. Then that simplifies things, Severus smiled, clearly having made up his mind about something. The Duchess trusts the Jedi even more than her fellow tribesmen. Even so? The former Sith asked doubtfully. If the girl cared so much about the people, why then doesn't she trust him? Several years ago, there were a series of assassination attempts on her. Death Watch was behind them, but there was no evidence. So the Senate dispatched 2 Jedi to protect the Duchess and investigate the incidents, Severus explained. Who was that, if it's not a secret? Revan asked. Master Qui-Gon Jinn and his apprentice. Kenobi? The former Jedi was surprised. Yes. Do you know them? And quite well, Revan smiled slyly. This may still be useful to us. Of course, it was far from certain that Jinn would agree to help Revan, and Kenobi was completely out of the question. But there was still a chance that at least Qui-Gon would cooperate. That would open up a multitude of possibilities. In case you still decide to introduce me as a member of the Order, then among the Jedi I am known as Knight Avner Van. Another fake identity? Severus asked. Yes. And isn't it difficult to combine so many names? The Mandalorian chuckled.
Not at all, Revan waved his hand dismissively.
The fewer connections there are between the Knight Avner Van, the Hutt cartel member Vaner Shan, and the risen from the dead Revan, the better. The former Sith Lord himself thought his new host also had a birth name, Mizar Mar. On the far frontiers, that's only a plus, Tira added in a half-whisper when the elder was distracted by a communicator call. It would be more difficult for mercenaries to find their target. I have no doubt that they are already looking for me, Revan smiled, nodding gratefully to the girl for her support. A reward of 500,000 from Black Sun. The mercenary held up a small communicator, the holo display displaying the amount, and another 1 million from an employer who wishes to remain anonymous. Contracts under various names. And I'm popular, Revan frowned. You can give me more information later. The girl nodded. Meanwhile, Severus ended the conversation and turned off the communicator.
I apologize, but my presence is requested at an emergency parliamentary meeting.
It concerns the explosion on Concordia, Nomad explained. I'll inform Tira when we can meet again and plan the visit to the Duchess in more detail. I'll also try to persuade the other clans to provide you with any assistance they can. Thank you, Revan nodded. That is quite enough. In that case, please forgive me. I need to change, Severus Nomad said, leaving the guests alone. Shall we leave? The former Jedi suggested, turning to the mercenary. Yes, there's no point in bothering the old man, Tira chuckled. I heard everything, Fidget. The clan elder's voice rang out from the next room. You can call me old man when you win in the battle circle. Sorry, master, the girl shouted back, and then turned to Revan in a whisper. We're definitely leaving now. No one wanted to wait for a new round of instructions from the old Mandalorian. Already sitting in the carriage and weaving through the traffic on the Aero highway, Tira decided to continue the conversation. So what do you think? She asked her interlocutor, who was half asleep. Revan, meanwhile, had been in a meditative semi-trance the entire time, pondering the information he'd received at the clan meeting. The true Mandalorian situation was dire. They had opportunities to act, but the warriors, accustomed to force, didn't know how to use them. The former Sith was another matter entirely. About what? Revan emerged from his thoughts. About the meeting. To be honest, I'm disappointed, the former Jedi shrugged. Yes, I understand, Nomad nodded. I don't think so, Revan objected. You and I have different views on the situation, I'm sure of it. What makes you think so? I just know it, Revan chuckled. The former general of the Republic Army and emperor of his own galactic state, albeit a short-lived one, had extensive experience studying people and their behavior. And studying Tira's character and mindset was a simple matter. A homeless outcast from a caste society, the traces of which can still be felt in her emotional reactions. and this traumatized child, considered an outcast among her own, fell into the arms of the Mandalorians, who gave her a home, a family, and a foundation. Moreover, they gave her a purpose. She resembled the Mandalorians Revan had once known, even more so than the living representatives of the ancient clans. So Revan understood her disappointment. But his own anger was somewhat different. You think the Mandalorians have lost themselves, their heritage, and have become mere shadows of the past, right? The former Jedi cut the girl off. Do you think otherwise? The mercenary asked in surprise. No, you and I agree on this. Then what else?
I'm disappointed by your people's one-sided approach to power change. Focusing on force, they're losing sight of politics, which is why they've ultimately found themselves in such a dire situation.
We are warriors, Tira declared passionately. Revan shook his head, noting that Chiss pride and Mandalorian upbringing were a volatile mixture. A warrior must not only use his muscles. A flexible mind is essential. What are you hinting at? You should have strengthened your position in Parliament long ago. Then it would have been much easier to act. The girl didn't respond to this, and for several minutes the silence was interrupted only by the hum of the aerocar's engines and the noise of the wind outside the glass. Will you help us? Nomad suddenly asked. I already promised. Can you do it? The girl asked a new question, much more quietly and hesitantly. Revan recalled his own experiences with bureaucracy and politics, first in the Order, then in the Senate. His brief reign as the Empire surfaced, but most vividly were the memories of 300 years of communion with the mind of a monster. The one who had managed to lure the most powerful Sith of his generation to Nathema and deceive them. The one who, born the unwanted offspring of a small-town lord, became the immortal emperor whose name some still fear to speak aloud. Oh yes, he was a master of intrigue and saw right through his followers. If not for the weariness of so many years of power struggle and Revan's influence, Vitiate would still rule the Empire, and the Republic would have ceased to exist 4,000 years ago. And it was precisely these memories that would now help Revan pull Mandalore out of the Bantha poodoo heap it had sunk into. As unpleasant as it might be for the Emperor's former prisoner, the experience of his ancient enemy would serve his purpose for the future. I can, Revan answered confidently, ending the conversation. The first person the former Jedi encountered aboard the Dawn Eagle was, surprisingly, HK-47. The droid beamed with self-satisfaction, his entire demeanor betraying pride in his accomplishments. This contrasted sharply with his master's mood. A cheerful greeting. Welcome aboard, Master. Your order was carried out without incident, the droid said cheerfully. R2 rolled out from behind the killer's legs and also whistled a cheerful greeting. Revan's eye twitched at the sight. Controlling the emotions that surged at the sight of the contented couple proved difficult. Several arcing discharges even flared between the former Sith's fingers. And how should I understand this? Revan asked, exhaling. Confused clarification. Master? NK, what was your order? The former Jedi began deceptively calmly. Answer. Searching for information about Death Watch on Concordia, Master. Did I set any additional conditions? Answer. Leave no trace. Revan nodded. It's very good that your audio sensors are working properly and your memory isn't failing you, the droid's owner said, gritting his teeth. R2, show me a selection of sector news for the last hour. The astromech squeaked in confusion, as if clarifying the order. You understand me, Revan growled. Rolling back a little, R2 muttered something sadly and brought up a hollow projection of one of the news channels.
Footage of the burning mine was interspersed with emotional remarks from the announcer and clips from statements by the governor of Concordia, offering condolences to the families of the few workers who happened to be inspecting the closed mine. "There are no traces, in your opinion?" Revan pointed at the hollow projection. "Note, there are no witnesses or any evidence remaining to indicate our presence on the planet, Master. We've taken care of that." "You blew up the Hutt mine!" Revan raised his voice,
thereby attracting the attention of the governor of Concordia, the media, and the parliament. Couldn't you have avoided chaos and destruction just once? Justification. Master, the situation developed in such a way that this was the most acceptable solution, stated NK. Blow up the mine? Clarification. Blow up the Death Watch base. Smack. Revan's hand slammed into his face. So you've also alarmed our supposed enemy, the former Jedi drawled wearily. Confident explanation. The purge was necessary, Master. Tell me already. NK expounded on his version of events for over an hour, occasionally resorting to the astromech, who eagerly confirmed the assassin droid's words. Revan listened, frowning thoughtfully and pacing the cargo hold where the conversation had taken place. Only toward the end of his story did the former Jedi allow himself to slap his face again, after which he turned to the wall of the compartment and rested his forehead against it, muttering something incoherent. "So, to sum up all your antics," Revan drawled, leaning somewhere into the metal lining of the hold, "you exposed yourself everywhere you could, which necessitated the liquidation of a huge number of people, along with a fortified secret base and all the evidence that could later be used for political pressure, or to prove to the Senate or anyone else interested the existence of a terrorist organization near Mandalore. Along the way you captured someone, which, incidentally, could have exposed us all if your cargo had been inspected at the port upon your return. And yes, why wasn't it inspected? Explanation: diplomatic status. Did they hack the spaceport database? I confirm. Did you at least cover your tracks? Offended. I confirm, Master. I don't make such mistakes.
You'd better not start, the droid's creator interrupted him.
You've probably learned to correct these mistakes quite well. Killer Droid remained silent. Revan rubbed his temples wearily, trying to calm the sudden migraine that had begun. Still, suppressing his anger was a real challenge. Did you even think to check if there were civilians or prisoners in the mine? At that moment, the former Jedi was inwardly glad that Tira hadn't stayed behind to talk to the droids, but had gone to meet with one of her informants. Otherwise, she would have asked the next question, and much more emotionally. And did any of you remember the hostages kidnapped by the Watch? Revan snapped. The very ones we were asked to save in the first place. For whose sake was all this started? Judging by his appearance and the convulsive twitching of his manipulators, NK nearly short-circuited. Clearly, a significant conflict was brewing within his personality matrix. On the one hand, he was only ordered to gather information. On the other, his actions could harm the Master and his plans. The protocols rebelled and turned against each other, overloading the computing core. But an astromech came to the killer's aid, briskly chattering in binary about connecting to the mine's internal surveillance network and the absence of any prisoners on the territory of the destroyed watch base. Are you sure? Revan asked. The droid happily chirped out a confirmation and even provided a holographic recording with a diagram of the underground shelter, now lying in ruins on Concordia. Well, at least it's something good, Revan concluded gloomily. A timid remark. We have also obtained a valuable source of information, in addition to the watch database, Master, NK added. Are you talking about the prisoner? Clarification. Captive. Bo-Katan Kryze. Stop, who? Revan turned sharply to the droids. Repeat clarification. Bo-Katan Kryze, Duchess Sathene's sister, and one of the Death Watch's deputy leaders. NK said, much more confidently, having calculated that the master would be pleased with such information.
NK, I take it back, the former Sith grinned. You did well. Where is the prisoner?
A cheerful answer. The second hold, in a cargo container.
Wonderful.
The situation went from downright lousy to simply difficult, and depending on how the conversation with Kryze Jr. goes, it could even become the beginning of a successful campaign to overthrow the current government. It was necessary to figure out how one Kryze differed from another. It would make it easier to approach the Duchess. Chapter 35. 2 Kryzes. Part 1. Chapter 35. 2 Kryzes. Part 1. The Dawn Eagle, given the chance, was undergoing unscheduled maintenance under R2-D2's supervision. Despite its gradual demilitarization, Mandalore's docks remained among the best equipped of any Outer Rim world. The astromech seized the opportunity to finally work on the Eagle's sublight engines while maintaining proper maintenance. The ship's master was not opposed and even assigned his apprentice to assist the droid. The young man proved to be well versed in technology, prompting a trill of approval in binary from the astromech. The boy himself wasn't thrilled about the mission. He certainly loved tinkering with technology, and spaceship engines were a particular delight. However, he would have preferred to be aboard the Eagle right now, with his mentor, especially since they were about to interrogate a real prisoner. Just like in those hollows Skywalker rarely had the chance to watch on Tatooine. Here it was, the life of adventure and danger he dreamed of while chained to Watto's bench. Right there, just a hand away. And he turned out to be capable of becoming one of the Jedi. Those very same invincible warriors that the transport pilots who frequented the Toydarian's shop spoke of.
Although the Master doesn't speak highly of the Jedi, even though he himself is one. Or was. The boy still hasn't figured out who Revan really is, given the many names his master has called himself in various situations, and his sometimes strange behavior. But he was certain of one thing. He would never have a better master. And that made it even more offensive. Instead of taking Anakin with him to meet the Mandalorians, Revan ordered the boy to meditate. And now, why not let him stay for interrogation? No. Go, Anakin, and help R to clean out the injectors. It's not fair. Toot it! The astromech squeaked sharply, attracting the boy's attention. What? I can't quite understand you yet when you... The droid didn't let the boy finish. Instead, it opened one of the compartments on its barrel-shaped body and extended a manipulator, which it jabbed first at Anakin and then at the open injector casing. Did it? I understand. Skywalker exhaled sadly. Don't get distracted.
It was difficult for the young apprentice to understand his mentor's motives and actions, while Revan's every action and decision had a clear meaning. All the exhausting training under Maul and NK, coupled with his still crude and shallow meditations, bore fruit. The boy grew physically stronger and increasingly attuned to the Force, though he didn't realize it. His development was smooth but orderly, and his consciousness barely registered the changes. Revan oversaw his apprentice's training and closely monitored his progress, though he made no overt gestures. Often in the evenings he would join Anakin in his meditations and gently guide the boy's consciousness in his still tentative attempts to sense the flow of the Force. Skywalker proved to be a complex individual, bearing many childhood scars. He grew up fatherless, was a slave, and barely survived in an alien society where cultures mixed. As a result, Anakin proved highly vulnerable to the dark side's influence, more so than Revan had anticipated, forcing him to adjust his original training plan and abandon intensive training until the apprentice was ready. Everything on Dromund Kaas nearly fell apart. Skywalker instinctively reached out to the Force energy raging around the planet and opened himself to it,
which nearly led to his death, or worse, a descent into madness. Without the control of a strong will, darkness warped the very essence of anyone who risked letting it into their body and soul. It tempted and comforted. It evoked euphoria and forced them to forget, to lose themselves. One had to prepare for such an impact. One had to learn to give free rein to one's passions while maintaining a clear mind. This was what distinguished the Sith from the fallen. The former knew what to do. The latter did not.
The boy nearly lost himself, but the NK's timely intervention gave Revan time to undo the damage the ancient imperial capital had inflicted on his apprentice. The former Sith even managed to turn it to the child's advantage. Anakin sensed the dark side and began to understand the threat it posed. But what he should do, he still didn't understand. However, this was how it had to be. Before understanding the differences between the various aspects of the Force, one had to understand the fundamentals. One had to feel and accept what the Force really was. Words could not explain this. The student had to come to an understanding of its essence on his own. Each meditation brought Skywalker closer to the answers he needed. His connection with the Force grew, and his consciousness became more structured. The boy calmed down and responded much more appropriately to his surroundings. A month ago, he would have already snuck aboard the Eagle 3 times and tried to observe the interrogation.
Now, yes, he still wanted to get there, but he still chose to follow the mentor's instructions. Revan didn't take him to the meeting with the clans, as he wasn't prepared for the upheaval that would entail. The boy was already too agitated by a simple supply run that he even ran off to seek advice from the NK on how to counter the Mandalorians. Still, he was still a child. Revan had to constantly remind himself of this. He'd never trained children before. His followers, they were already adults and accomplished individuals. Alec, Mitra, and the others who had ignored the Council's orders and followed the young knight to war. Perhaps the closest in age to any of his so-called apprentices, Revan could recall Mission Vao, a Rutian woman he met on Taris shortly before its destruction. The girl was only 14, and life on the streets of the Undercity had left its mark on her, just as Tatooine had on Anakin. She wasn't a full-fledged apprentice to Revan, as she wasn't Force-sensitive, but the former Sith genuinely cared for her. At first, she was difficult to approach, just as he was now with Anakin. But Revan had managed it then, and he was confident he could manage it now. Meanwhile, aboard the Eagle, Revan, Tira Nomad, and HK-47 gathered in the wardroom. The former Jedi was in no hurry to interrogate the captive, deciding to wait for the mercenary. After all, while he was intimately familiar with Mandalorian culture, Tira had lived among them, and her experience could prove far more valuable now. "Where are her clothes?" Nomad asked, looking at the holo-display, looking at the surveillance footage from the cargo bay where the younger Kryze had been dumped. Bo-Katan sat in the corner of the room, her back against the wall, lightly tapping her fist on the metal floor. She wore only her underwear. "She stayed on Concordia," Revan shrugged. Explanation. Upon arrest, I was forced to strip the prisoner of everything that could be used as a weapon. Regrettably, to the credit of the Mandalorians, I must admit that almost all of the prisoner's equipment met the definition of a potential threat, the assassin droid reported. Bad, Nomad shook her head. Revan understood her. For a Mandalorian to lose her armor at the hands of an enemy and then be captured, it's a disgrace, and with far-reaching consequences, Tira continued explaining. Perhaps they won't look askance at her in a pacifist society. However, Bo-Katan's comrades in Death Watch will certainly not forget such an offense. This was something new. Revan didn't remember Mandalorians from Canderous' time being so attached to their armor. Ordo himself only started wearing it after becoming Mandalore, and he felt no discomfort about it. Beskar can always be forged anew, Canderous usually joked. But reforging a Mandalorian is no longer possible. Has everything changed so much in 4,000 years? How will they react to the loss of armor now?
Revan had seen the varied reactions of Mandalorians in such situations. After all, during the Mandalorian Wars, captives were common aboard the Obsidian and Leviathan. Some would fly into a rage and seek death at the hands of their captors. Others would admit defeat and be willing to serve the victor if it meant no harm to their clan. But some withdrew. They refused to engage in conversation and refused to answer questions. Only torture could rouse them, even briefly, from their utter apathy. And now Revan wouldn't want to see Kryze in that state. He wanted to learn the character of the Duchess's sister to better understand the differences between them. Perhaps one of the sisters would become a valuable ally in the future.
The former Jedi wasn't quick to dismiss that possibility. What color was the armor? Were there any clan symbols on it? Tira suddenly asked. NK described in detail the grey-blue armor he removed from the captive. It bore no symbols, save for the watch emblem.
That's better, Nomad nodded.
What do you mean? Revan asked. Her Beskar-gam. It belonged to the watch. That is, it wasn't clan-related, wasn't connected to the Kryze family, the mercenary began to explain. And that can be exploited. Even though she's lost what the watch gave her, she still has the clan. And for the chance to restore her honor and don her clan Beskar-gam again, any true Mandalorian would be willing to go to great lengths. That is, if she does not put her duty to the watch above the clan, Revan noted reasonably.
There is nothing higher than the clan, Nomad snapped.
For you, the former Jedi noted. And as we have seen, not everyone is ready to follow the old traditions.
Tira snorted and shrugged in response. Her face was hidden by her helmet, so her appearance didn't convey her full emotions. But Revan sensed her mood perfectly through the Force. The mercenary was nervous, and in the storm of emotions clearly felt around her, the former Jedi detected anger and contempt. The members of the Watch clearly did not evoke warm feelings in Nomad. What can you tell me about her? Any information? Revan returned the conversation to a constructive course. Little is known. I personally haven't crossed paths with Clan Kryze, Tira said thoughtfully. No one has heard anything about Bo-Katan herself for several years, presumably since she joined the Watch. What about her sister? And what about your sister? Doesn't she keep in touch with her relatives? We are Mandalorians. We have complex relationships within our clans.
Everyone is free to do what they want, as long as it doesn't affect the interests of another Mandalorian. So it's no surprise that the sisters don't communicate.
That's a strange approach, Revan chuckled, although he himself remembered well that Canderous, who had once been considered the head of the Ordo clan, had left his post and his wife, choosing the path of a mercenary. That's the way, Nomad shrugged. This is the way, Revan repeated mechanically. Tira turned her head towards her interlocutor, and her emotions showed surprise and interest. Well, I think we should talk to the prisoner and find out a little more, Revan suggested, pointing towards the exit into the corridor leading to the cargo bay. If she starts talking, the mercenary noted. Everyone says, sooner or later, the former Sith shrugged. Request. May I be present? NK-47 interjected. Revan considered this for a moment. The droid had many flaws that could have created problems.
However, NK still had more advantages. After all, the assassin droid, whom Kryze no doubt remembered, could serve as an additional motivator. Not to mention that NK's interrogator-executor protocols were among the best in the galaxy. Let's go, Revan nodded, which caused incredible inspiration in the droid. NK almost sparked with anticipation. It had been so long since he'd watched the Master interrogate him. Are you sure this is a good idea? Nomad asked quietly. No, but I'm sure there will be more benefits than problems. The journey to the makeshift prison cell didn't take long. As soon as the door slid open with a soft hiss, the prisoner, still sitting in the corner, looked up at the guests. Revan and Tira entered the compartment, accompanied by NK. Kryze glanced at the man and woman indifferently, obviously mistaking both for Mandalorians due to Revan's armor and mask. Then her gaze caught the droid, and here the response was much more noticeable. The captive gritted her teeth and frowned slightly, but quickly regained her composure. But Revan sensed the raging range of emotions that swept over Bo-Katan. She recognized NK. Definitely. Kryze rose to her feet and walked to the center of the compartment. Giving the supposed Mandalorians a disdainful look, she stood tall, her shoulders squared and her chin raised. "Bo-Katan Kryze," Revan said, his voice slightly distorted by the mask. The captive didn't react in any way, demonstrating an unbending will and a readiness to give a worthy rebuff to anyone who tried to get even a word out of her about the Watch's plans. "It was surprising to find you among the Watch, given your sister's politics. Perhaps we should invite her for a conversation?" Revan continued. A barely perceptible chuckle was his answer. "Isn't that a bit too provocative for someone who lost her Beskar Gam to a droid?" Tira said mockingly. Kryze cast a sharp, angry glance at the mercenary. Her eyes swept over Tira's body, taking in her armor. "It's not for you to teach me, tramp," the captive snorted. "Have you touched a nerve?" Nomad pressed her voice. "The deputy head of the Great Death Watch was disarmed by a simple droid." Kryze stood silently, only her angrily flared nostrils betraying her mood. "A warrior who has lost his armor will not save his honor," the mercenary said, coming a little closer and looking into the captive's eyes. "You're a beggar," Kryze said with venom in her voice. "But how would you know that? You're a beggar." Bo-Katan's words could be translated as, "A warrior is more than just his armor." "Gehutun," the mercenary hissed. Even without knowing the language, anyone would have understood that the word spoken was not a good characterization. "The nomads are always picking up all sorts of carrion," the captive demonstratively turned away from Tira. The maneuver resulted in Revan being directly in front of Bo-Katan. The Mandalorian's gaze slid over his armor, which was devoid of any clan symbols. "And a vagabond without a clan," Kryze said contemptuously. "It's better to be a clanless vagabond than a murderer of the future of one's own people," Revan retorted. "The Mandoade have fought for their future for centuries, including with each other," Bo-Katan said indifferently. "That is the way." The girl didn't fall for the first trick. Revan planned to stir her emotions and force her to reveal his true nature, skillfully hidden behind a mask of arrogance. "And yet, I don't recall the Mandalorians exterminating their own children," the former Jedi said calmly. "There is an emotional response," the man noted mentally. "What are you talking about?" Kryze frowned. "Of course, family is more than blood," Revan continued, ignoring the prisoner's question. "But we can't endlessly recruit rootless people." The surge of emotion was powerful. Bo-Katan clearly held unconventional views on matters of generational succession. While Mandalorian law allowed any sentient being to be accepted into the clan and trained as a Mandalorian, judging by Kryze's reservations about Tira, who had been adopted into the clan, the Duchess's younger sister believed that only purebred Mandalorians could pass on Mandoade knowledge and traditions. It turned out interesting. "And what beliefs does the Watch adhere to?" Revan wondered. "What kind of nonsense is this?" The captive, completely ignored by Revan, became increasingly agitated. "What I didn't expect from the Watch was to kidnap dozens of children to use them as bargaining chips," Revan said with a grin, but a moment later his tone became much more serious and threatening. "After all, children are the future of any nation." "The patrol never took children prisoner," the captive declared passionately. "Soon there will be no purebred Mandalorians left." The former Jedi again ignored the exclamation. "Even now, beneath the armor, we increasingly encounter off-worlders, accepted by a compassionate clan. Ignorant, poorly trained, trampling on traditions. For he is not given the ability to understand them.
Is that really the Watch's goal? To take over Mandalore by eliminating the true Mandalorians? How could you? So you didn't side with Jaster? You made a deal with the Jedi? Revan continued to hurl accusations, not giving the captive a chance to get a word in edgewise. Most of his points were patently far-fetched, but they had an effect. Bo-Katan had already lost her composure and was looking at the former Jedi with indignation and something vaguely resembling righteous anger in her eyes. "The Marines have never done anything like this," Kryze screamed, finally losing her temper.
We are the true Mandalorians, and we alone care about the future of our people. We preserve the true traditions of our ancestors, and we alone know how to save Mandalore from the rot that the Republic carries.
What fanatical statements, as if at a rally, Revan chuckled. And you don't have any thoughts of your own, eh, Kryze? Does this run in your family? One sister dances to the Senate's tune, the other has become a puppet of Death Watch. "I'm not a puppet," the girl protested. "I follow my convictions and do what I think is right." "Even kidnapping children?" Nomad snorted. "The patrol has never done anything like this," the captive hissed with hatred. 131 missing members of one Mandalorian clan or another will disagree with you, Tira said firmly. Among them are your allies, Ren and Dar. Is that why Ursa suddenly decided to change her mind in Parliament? "A lie!" Bo-Katan barked.
The Watch was created to protect Mandalore and preserve the glorious traditions of our people.
"Like genocide?" Revan interjected.
"Like the glory of defeating a worthy opponent," Kryze growled. "And how much honor and glory comes from defeating someone who doesn't even resist, thinking only of the missing children?" the former Jedi retorted.
"By defeating the weak, you won't become stronger," Tira supported.
"What do you know about the path of a Mandalorian? A clanless vagabond and a foundling. Vi, our leader would never stoop to blackmail, and certainly wouldn't."
"Contact the Jedi?" Revan chuckled, interrupting Bo-Katan's tirade. "Like Tor Vizsla did?"
"What's wrong with pitting enemies against each other and watching?" Kryze asked defiantly.
"What if we pit allies against each other, not enemies?" Revan answered calmly.
"What?"
the captive frowned. "Or isn't this what your, as you put it, leader does?"
"We're not fighting among ourselves," Kryze began cautiously, sensing some kind of catch.
"Really? Clans are torn apart by internal conflicts between their kin. Clanmates hide their true thoughts from each other and act as if they were in enemy territory, not among family. And you think that's normal?" The girl frowned and tried to understand what the strange, clanless Mandalorian was getting at. Ursa Wren serves the Watch while her father remains neutral. The Baroya were split in two and were forced to exile those who had become spies for your Watch. Kryze remained silent. "And you yourself?" Revan looked into her eyes. "Are you going against your sister, even knowing that the Watch almost killed her once?" It was a bluff. There was no direct evidence of the Watch's involvement in the assassination attempt on the young Duchess, but many factors pointed in that direction. "This won't happen again."
"I was promised that with my sister." The captive quickly closed her mouth, realizing she'd fallen for the trick. "That's when you joined Vizsla and his gang?" Revan said calmly. Kryze flinched and stared at the man, her eyes wide. The name of the Death Watch leader hadn't come up by accident. Revan wanted to see how he'd react. Yes, he was revealing some of his cards, but sometimes to make a successful move, you had to reveal yourself. "Where?" "Is this important?" The girl did not answer. "I am not your enemy, Bo-Katan Kryze," Revan said, lightly touching the captive's mind with the Force. "We want the same thing. To save Mandalore and its traditions, to prevent the Senate from completely turning mighty warriors into a herd of bantas." Kryze nodded slowly and looked up at the former Jedi with a slightly clouded gaze. "The Watch is not the only path, and its ideals are not the only true ones.
Revan continued, gently enveloping the captive's mind in waves of the Force.
Consider my words.
Signaling to Tira, Revan turned and headed towards the exit of the cargo bay. "NK, keep an eye on the prisoner," the former Jedi ordered. "With readiness. Accepted, Master," the assassin droid responded cheerfully. Kryze stood there, studying the floor with a lost look. However, after a few moments, she perked up and shook off the stupor that had gripped her. "What's your name?" she shouted at Revan's back as he was leaving the compartment. "And where did you get that hut droid?" "I assembled it myself," Revan answered without turning around. "And the name? I have many of them." The compartment door closed, leaving the captive alone with the droid, whose red glowing optical sensors were trained on Bo-Katan. The girl took a step towards the door. A metal guard blocked her path.
"A joyful proposition. I beg you, meatbag, to make a desperate attempt to escape your confinement, so I can fully demonstrate to you the full capabilities of this unrivaled chassis, personally assembled by my master. Disclaimer. Unfortunately, you won't be able to evaluate them. Inside-out meatbags aren't very sociable, for some reason." The girl snorted and retreated back to her corner, sitting against the wall again. However, the indifference on her face was replaced by an expression of extreme thoughtfulness. "And what kind of circus was that?" Tira asked when she and Revan returned to the wardroom. "A little preparation." The former Jedi smiled under his mask.